All right, everyone, this is the Friday live stream. I'm your host, Theodore Schubot, and we are going to kick off the weekend by listening to a complete and total stranger talking for the next, I don't know, 6 hours, maybe 7? 6.5 hours, more than likely. So here we are, and I think Ortho Christos got it down right. He said this should be packed, ceasefire. Lebanon, deranged Trump goes off on Candace, Tucker, Jones. It's all falling apart. Absolutely. It's very interesting to see what's been happening. And hello, Prince Zachariah, Ortho Christos, Alexis Corral. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. Are you ready for some theologic? Yes, theology. That's correct. And for the first time in a very long time, I have arrived at the stream early. I really tried my damnedest today. I said we're gonna get to the stream early. We're gonna do this shit right. We're not gonna mess around. That's it. We're not gonna mess around. Hello, Mr. Goated, Shoe and Bat. That's right. Hello, Noah. Good Friday to you too, sir. You're here in Greece. Oh, you're over there in Greece. You're in the Balkans, the southernmost part of the Balkans. Very interesting. I hope you're having a good time. And I hope you're enjoying yourself. We have someone all the way in Greece listening to the stream. That is truly fascinating. Hello, history nerd. Yeah, we're gonna have a fun time. We're gonna have a fun time today. Let's see. I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna change the title on the chat real quick. Hold up. Hold up, guys. 1 second. We got 30 people watching already. Not bad. Not bad at all. I am live. I am live. And I wish... Let's see here. We'll just do this. There we go. Looks like Trump is the master troll. Not really, no. Looks like he's being humiliated right now. Looks like, okay, I already read that. Kevin Blackwell says, hello, Theo. I liked your 1-hour video on the sacking of Constantinople, even though it didn't get as many views. I really appreciate that, sir. I didn't really expect it to get a whole lot of views, because, I don't know, I think it's because when it comes to this channel, people just like hearing what I have to say about Israel and the Middle East, but also the thing is that the origins of this channel has been me talking about these sorts of topics for years. And so I've never really changed my my formula for this channel. I've always pretty much been the same. I've just talked about what interests me. And so European militarist revival interests me. Comparing history to now fascinates me like nothing else. The rise of Jewish fanaticism fascinates me. The end of Israel and the end of Judean power really fascinates me. So all of these things really, really intrigue me and grab my interest and really occupy my brain. And that's why I talk about them. So what I talk about is what fascinates me. And another thing that fascinates me that's not a very popular topic is the revival of Japanese militarism. I've been talking about this since 2014, and people who have been following me for that long will know that this is true. And so that is not a very popular topic at all. The vast majority of people don't even agree with me when I say that Japan is going to revive its militarism and revive its military strength, or at least attempt to revive that military strength. But I still talk about it because I truly believe what I'm saying. And I've read enough about this trend of Japanese militarism that we've been seeing since 2014 to know that there is definitely a lot of evidence for what I'm saying. And there are a lot of reasons as to why I insist that Japan will revive. And the funny thing about that is that I remember back in the day when I first started talking about Japanese militarism. It was back in 2014. I started writing articles on the topic, and I started talking about the topic on YouTube. And virtually everyone that was watching me at that time and reading my works at that time disagreed with me. And at that time, almost nobody was talking about the rise of Japan. And now you're seeing all these big, popular geopolitical YouTube channels talking about how Japan's coming back. And these videos are getting millions of views. And so now people are starting to see what I was seeing back in 2014. And I think more and more people are going to realize that what I've been saying is true. But until we get a massive portion of the population to see this, it's going to remain as a very unpopular topic. But the thing is that it's a popular topic for other YouTube channels, because I've seen other YouTube channels talking about this. And like I've said, they will garner millions of views talking about the revival of militarist Japan. So how come my channel doesn't get that many views? And I think it's because the audience that the algorithm sends my videos to are just people who don't give a damn about Japanese militarism. Because the reality is that a lot of the people, the vast majority of the people who have subscribed to this channel, subscribe to me because of my views on Israel. And that's it. They don't care about my views on Japan, which is fine. I mean, people are going to have their own interest. But the reality is that I've been talking about this topic since 2014. And now I'm at least glad that a lot more people are seeing what I was beginning to see in 2014. So anyway. Let's see here. Good Friday, Susan. Good Friday to you. Appreciate that. Hello. No, I think in the case of Trump and Iran, his generals and advisors told him that boots on the ground was a bad idea. Yep, that's correct. He learned a lot about, let's see here. Hold up. I've learned a lot about history by watching your videos. I really appreciate that, LG9052. Let's see here. With regards to the Constantinople video, there's a quote from Bishop Sheen, I think, saying, when the church separates from the state, they'll soon discover that the state would intervene. When the church separates from the state, well, the thing is that when the church separates from Europe, you no longer have Christendom. And there was a great book called The Death of Christendom. And the author's name somewhat escapes my memory, but I believe his last name was Greengrass. And it was a really, really good book. It was on really how Christendom ended. And what he says in the beginning of the book is one thing that I have remembered since I read that book back in 2017. And that is that Christianity separating itself, or Christianity being severed from Europe, means the end of Christendom. You can't have Christendom without Christianity. And so once you sever Christian influence from Europe, then you no longer have Christendom. What you have in the end is Europa. And when you have Europa, you have alongside with Europa, European militarism that is unrestrained by Christian temperance. And so that's when you end up with things like what the world saw in World War I and World War II, and with what happened in Constantinople in 1204. I remember reading your articles back in 2016. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I've been talking about this for over a decade. I'm going to order Panda Express and watch some theology. Sounds like a really good time. That sounds like an amazing time. Panda Express is good. I really enjoy their orange chicken. I do like the dynamite chicken. I think it's pretty good. Beijing beef is good also. A U.S. withdrawal from East Asia made both the rise of Japan inevitable. Allies in that region have lost faith in U.S. security guarantees, so they're taking matters into their own hands. That's correct. Yep, that's right. And this has been really the main catalyst for Japan accelerating its revived militarism. Hello, Theo and everyone. Hello, Mr. Short Farrell. Glad to have you on. Let's see here. George Friedman, in his book, The Next 100 Years, predicted the rise of Poland, Turkey, and Japan. Not actually a fan of Friedman, but his take is interesting and pretty much in line with what you say. You are correct. That is correct. I will not say that I was the first person to tell people and to really foretell the revival of Japanese militarism. George Friedman did that in the 1980s. George Friedman, well, not in the 80s. Actually, yeah, I think in the 80s. Decades ago, George Friedman wrote a book called, I think it was called The Coming War with Japan or something like that. And you are correct. He would later on write a book called The Next 100 Years, in which he talked about the revival of, like you said, Germany, Turkey, and Japan. And I think that George Friedman was correct for the most part. I think that he was very astute in his observations, telling people that Germany would revive and that Japan would revive and Turkey would revive. Absolutely. Again, I'm not the first person, but I will say that I am amongst the first people to tell people about these things. But there were others who came before me, and one of them was George Friedman. So I have to give that credit without a doubt. Let's see here. One thing that annoys me about secularism is it tries to take credit for its moral basis, even though that morality was founded. That's correct, yeah. And the problem with secularism is that with secularism and atheism, you can't really justify morality. You just can't. I mean, people say, well, we have morality. Okay, well, why do you have morality? What's the purpose? Well, because we have to be nice to each other. Well, why should we be nice to each other? Well, because if we're not nice to each other, then we're not going to have societal cohesion. Okay, well, what if I'm an invading army and I want to massacre and rape the civilian population of my enemy? I have the ability, and I'm not going to be jeopardizing the cohesion of my society back home. I'm just going to be ruining the cohesion and the comfort, and I'm going to be ruining and brutalizing the lives of these people. So why can't I do that? I'm just going to brutalize these people, rape them, kill them, massacre them, like the Japanese did in Nanking. And then I'm going to go back home with all the loot, and I'm going to enrich my population, and I'll be fine. Who cares? Then they'll say, well, because the country that you victimized might attack me. Well, what if they don't have the means to attack me? What if they're just a bunch of poor pygmies who have zero technological advantage? Then what? Is it okay that I genocide those people and brutalize them, even though just because I know that they're not going to have the technological capacity to actually respond to me? So that's the problem with secularism, is that it does not account for the foundation of morality. And the foundation of all morality is God. That spirit that binds all of us together, and that spirit that transcends all materialists' compulsion. Let's see here. But I appreciate the comment, Noah. Short Farrell, happy Easter Friday. Thank you, sir. Happy Easter to you too, sir. Let's see here. Their orange chicken slaps. Beijing beef was good. Yep, absolutely. Yep. I like the dynamite chicken too. The dynamite chicken is good. Let's see here. You've been so far ahead of the curveball, people stopped following you. I appreciate that, Susan. Yeah, I've been. I will say that my predictions have been decent. I've told people, hey, listen. I told people many, many, many years ago that this whole Israel thing is going to go down. And again, I'm not going to say that I was the first and only person to make that prediction many years ago, but I was definitely amongst the first. And I said Israel's going to go down. And I said, I did a video back in 2018 telling people that there was going to be basically another Holocaust. Not saying it's a good thing. Don't penalize me, YouTube. But I made that prediction. And I got banned for making that video. I uploaded that video in 2018. And I said there's going to be another Shoah. And I didn't say it was a good thing. I said in my video, this is a warning. This is a warning to the Jewish people and to Israel about what's going to happen in the future. And I described in that video a possible scenario for the second Shoah. A possible scenario. And YouTube took the video down, and because it was my third violation within a certain duration of time, YouTube deleted my whole account and said, you broke the rules because you're spreading anti-Semitism. And I said, it's a warning, YouTube! And they said, we don't care. Goodbye. So that's why every time I make these predictions, I always have to say, I'm not saying this is a good thing. So don't penalize me. I'm just giving an observation for the future based on my understanding of history. And I said this back in 2018. And I said back in 2016, I said Nazism is going to come back. Fascism is going to return to fashion. Fascism will become fashionable again. I said this back in 2016, 2017. So I can now officially say it's been 10 years since I first started warning people about the revival of Nazism. And so far, I have been, I think, correct. Because every year that passes by, we see more and more signs of this revival, be it Elon Musk's weird-ass salute that he gave at the celebration for Trump's electoral victory, be it the extreme popularity for nationalist parties in Europe, be it the fact that Israel has set a precedent that gives the green light for genocide, because people can then make the argument that, well, we had a technologically advanced first world country do a systematic genocide on a civilian population in Gaza, so why can't we, Western countries, also do genocides? And so Israel really set that precedent for future genocides. And so all of these signs put together really tells us that, yes, fascism is becoming fashionable. So, let's see here. He said that Germany will lose it to Poland. Are you talking about George Friedman? Yeah, George Friedman made an interesting observation. He said that Poland is rising economically. This is what he said many years ago, back in, I think, 2012, 2013, something like that. But he said that Poland is rising economically. And he said that Germany will not tolerate this. And so Germany will rise and will revive its militarism and will eventually try to counter Poland's economic ascendancy. Because Germany cannot tolerate and cannot just allow for Poland to be an economic rivalry to Germany, because Germany wants to dominate Europe. So George Friedman did say that. And I think that he was correct. I don't think that Germany wants Poland to be a competitor. And I think that's the reason why Germany and other Germanic countries like the Netherlands and Belgium have really criticized Poland a lot. And they have talked about economically, even, I think economically or at least politically, really hurting Poland and isolating Poland in the European Union. So I think the reason for that is not because of the reasons that Germany will cite, but truly the motivation is to weaken Poland so that it will not be an economic rivalry to Germanic power. That's my guess. And remember, before Germany was reunified, Poland asked Germany if they would ever... Poland asked Germany to basically make a vow that it will respect the borders of Poland. And what's so disturbing is the fact that the German government at that time, right before the reunification of Germany, the German government refused to guarantee that it was going to respect Poland's borders. So Germany is not friendly towards Poland. Germany is not an ally to Poland. Germany may have some sort of a strategic advantage by being diplomatic with Poland, but Germany is not friendly towards Poland. And you can see that quite clearly in the fact that the European Union has always been quite negative towards Poland and has really stressed this policy of trying to isolate Poland politically. It's our conscience. It's our conscience, sure, but our conscience comes from somewhere. And, why do we have a conscience? And why do so many people ignore their conscience? And why do so many people do so many evil things, not really caring about what their conscience has to say or what our conscience has to say? Hello, PB105. He gives a thumbs up. Appreciate that, sir. How much do you think Protestantism has influenced the rise in secularism? I grew up evangelical/Zionist and then became a Baptist, and now I'm considering Lutheranism/Anglicanism, Catholicism, Orthodoxy. That's a really good question. I actually wrote a very, very long essay on this topic. If you're interested, I can put a link in the chat I wrote an essay on this back in 2017 on how Protestantism eventually led to atheism and social Darwinism. I think Protestantism has a great deal of influence, or had a great deal of influence in this, in the sense that Protestantism was very much so influenced by Gnosticism. And Gnosticism was a heresy that basically denied the physical creation of God. The physical creation by God, to be more specific. And Gnosticism portrayed the physical world as evil. And there were multiple Gnostic sects that would rise up in the Middle Ages and even before the medieval period, even as far back as the time of St. John, there were Gnostics. And St. John himself addressed the Gnostics when he said that whoever says that Jesus Christ did not come in the flesh is Antichrist. He was specifically addressing the Gnostics. And the reason for this is because the Gnostics taught that Jesus Christ was a phantom, that he did not physically exist on earth, that he was basically a ghost. And St. John, addressing this, said whoever denies that Jesus Christ came in the flesh is Antichrist. Now, the Protestants will say that they believe that Jesus Christ was physically in the flesh on earth. But the Protestants are influenced by Gnosticism in the sense that they reject the Eucharist. And this is where the Gnostic influence on Protestantism comes from. They reject the Eucharist, really, because they refuse to believe that something physical can become divine. So if you say through transubstantiation, this bread becomes the literal flesh of Christ, or through transubstantiation, this wine becomes the literal blood of Jesus Christ, that is something that they refuse to believe because they have this animosity towards the physical world to a certain extent. And a lot of this, I think, goes back to Calvinism and to Lutheranism. I don't want to get too deep into this because I don't want to spend 2 hours talking about this because I can't talk a long time about this. But what Luther taught was that the human being or the human body was like a horse, and the horse has no free will. The horse has no free will. The horse is totally controlled by his rider. The rider rides the horse and controls where the horse goes. And Luther taught that this is basically how the human body works. There is no free will. So in other words, if I sin, it was really not of my own accordance, or not of my own accord. It was not of my own free will. I was predetermined to sin. Now, fast forward that to the era of the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment was very popular, mainly in the parts of Europe where Protestantism dominated. And the Enlightenment came in. I mean, the Enlightenment was influenced by people like Hegel, and Hegel rejected the Eucharist. And also, the Enlightenment was founded as an anti-Catholic movement. It was very anti-Catholic, and it was very hateful of all things Catholicism. And so the apex, or really what the Enlightenment eventually led to, was the French Revolution. And the French Revolution, like the Protestant Revolution, was extremely anti-Catholic. So the Protestant Revolution comes along and says, okay, we have to get rid of the Catholic Church, uproot it. And the Protestants begin to do horrendous violence towards Catholic populations in Europe. Murder, despotism, looting monasteries, that sort of thing. And all of that violence eventually accumulated into its apex, which we can call the 30 Years' War. After the 30 Years' War in the 1600s, you eventually had the rise of the Enlightenment. And you can say that the Enlightenment was sort of a response to all of the destruction that was caused by the 30 Years' War. And they said, well, this is just the result of religion. But the thing is that from one revolution, you had another revolution. So you had the Protestant Revolution, and then from that revolution, you had the Enlightenment Revolution. And the Enlightenment Revolution taught that there is a God, but he doesn't care about us. And this is what you call deism. So deism became the religion of the Enlightenment. And deism was really fixated, the Enlightenment ideology was really fixated on destroying the Catholic Church. It wasn't fixated on really Protestantism. It was fixated on destroying the Catholic Church. And one of the figures who would support the French Revolution was a guy by the name of Erasmus Darwin. And Erasmus Darwin would be the grandfather to Charles Darwin. And Erasmus Darwin wrote a really a prelude to the theory of evolution. He wrote up and he elucidated a scientific theory that Charles Darwin would eventually build upon to formulate his theory of evolution. And if you ever read Erasmus Darwin's work on evolutionism, he taught the idea of survival of the fittest. He said that, well, the strong kill off the weak, and that's just how things work, and that's how we evolve. And he was teaching eugenics and social Darwinism really in the late 1700s or really, really early 1800s, but I think it was the late 1700s. When the French Revolution broke out, Erasmus Darwin supported the French Revolution. And he wrote in glee praising the mass beheadings of Catholics in France, just as the Protestants were in glee while they butchered Catholics in old Europe. And so Charles Darwin was influenced by his grandfather, and he would build upon the theory that his grandfather wrote when he eventually formulated his theory of evolution. So you can see really a direct link from Gnosticism to Protestantism to the Enlightenment into social Darwinism. You can see really a direct link. And whoever's interested in reading my very long essay on this, I will put the link in the chat if you're interested. But yeah. Like, share, and subscribe. Yes, please do. Liking and sharing this and subscribing to this stream gets the algorithm to spread this stream to more people. Let me see here. Happy Friday. Hello, Mr. Sweet. Appreciate it, sir. I'm still enjoying your tobacco. Doing a quick check-in before I go chaperone a junior prom. Well, enjoy yourself, and I'm glad that you were able to at least say hi. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. God bless. Happy Friday to you. Trevor says, quick greetings to my friend Ted and his father, Constantine, before I go and meet wife for dinner. Enjoy yourself. Enjoyed your video on the Fourth Crusade and the fall of Constantinople. Appreciate that, Mr. Green. Go enjoy yourself. Hello, history nerd. Okay, I got invited to a LCMS church. From what I heard from talking to Orthodox people online, Martin Luther slash Lutheranism wanted to get rid of Paul from the Bible completely. I know that Luther wanted to remove a lot of books. Let's see here, including the Book of Revelation. Some people have a reprobate mind and don't repent. They do, but that they do something that leads up to that. And Paul describes this in his first chapter in his letter to the Romans. He says that mankind began to worship the creation instead of the creator, and God eventually gave them up, and God allowed them to really just soak in their own reprobateness, and they eventually turned to the ways of Sodom. Dude, just came across your channel today, watched a few videos, subbed immediately. Great content, keep it up. Appreciate that. Question 6864. Let's see here. Competing as individuals and nation states for more than our fair share of the wealth is the dominant paradigm almost nobody can question. We need a global, leaderless, nobody first movement. I think you're correct. Yes, I wish that was the case. I think you're absolutely right. There is this rule that for some reason nobody questions and everyone just accepts as if it's holy gospel that says that, well, we have to go out and conquer other countries to get more than what we actually need. And I think you're absolutely right. And I think the sad part is that we don't just step back and say, wait, what are we doing? Why are we doing this to each other? Why are we doing this to other human beings? Why are we killing each other? For what? Who's benefiting? Someone is benefiting from us killing each other, and someone is getting wealthier, and we are just the pawns that are thrown into the meat grinder, and they don't give a damn about us. So absolutely, yeah, we should definitely question that almost unspoken rule. It's a rule that is not spoken about, but everyone just sort of accepts as if it can't be questioned. And I think it's insanity. We should definitely question why so many powerful countries just send people off to war for no good reason. Funny enough, a number of atheists claim that Jesus was a phantom. I don't know. I know there's some atheists out there who say Jesus never existed, but no one really pays attention to those people. Let's see here. I would encourage you to study Christian history to understand where each sect originates. Okay, you're telling this to someone else. That's fine. Let's see here. I accidentally killed a mosquito yesterday. Hopefully, God knows I didn't mean it. Well, I mean, mosquitoes are sort of a dangerous animal. They spread a lot of disease, so I think you're fine. Now, if you killed the bee, then yeah, you just committed a big transgression there, or a butterfly. Let's see here. Monkey Brain. Good Friday. Good Friday to you, sir. Mr. Monkey Brain. Every time I hear Monkey Brain, the first thing that comes to my mind is that scene from the Temple of Doom when the guy starts eating a literal monkey's brain. Theodore, what is your background? You talk like an historian, but your YouTube descriptions do not discuss your background. I am secular, but these people are putting me in danger. I don't know who's putting you in danger, but I have never went to... I've never gone to university, if that's what you're asking. I have a PhD, a public high school diploma. I love saying that dad joke. It's so funny. But yes, I've never gone to university. I do like to read. Right now, I'm reading this book, and I'll probably be doing videos on it. The Holocaust. This has been a very interesting read. It's called The Holocaust, An Unfinished History by Dan Stone. Very interesting history on the Holocaust. And how the Holocaust really was a lot more brutal than we think, than a lot of us think. They introduced me to blah, 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 etc. I'm way beyond Protestant, Catholic, Orthodox. I am just Christian. Okay. Let's see here. Greetings. Hello, Luo Blood. I would recommend that you read Eusebius's Church History if you want a book recommendation. I would start with Eusebius's Church History. Actually, no. I would start first with the letters of Clement. Oh, what's his name? There's a set of letters that you can read from 3 men who knew Saint John. Letters of Saint Clement. You can buy it on Amazon pretty cheaply. It's a set of letters. What's it called? Martyrdom. They wrote about his martyrdom. He was burned alive. Polycarp. Yeah, I would recommend that you read the letters of Polycarp, Clement, and Ignatius. Those 3 saints. I would start with those. Read the letters of Clement, Polycarp, and Ignatius, and also read the martyrdom of Saint Polycarp, and also read Eusebius's Church History. You can buy these books really cheaply, so you can actually buy a single book that has all the letters of Clement, Polycarp, and Ignatius, and I think it also includes the account for the martyrdom of Polycarp. And then you can read Eusebius's Church History. Eusebius's Church History gives you the church's history from the time of Christ up to the reign of Constantine. It's a really good book. It's very informative. The meek shall inherit the earth. That's correct. That is right. Wow, Theo, this is why I love your streams. I learn something new every time. Appreciate that, Prince Zechariah. Hello, Ted. What's up? Nothing much, man. Just streaming. 117 Rebel. Happy Friday to you too, sir. Let's see here. Do you think religions in general are real or man-made? I think religion is a natural state of... It's a natural part of humanity. It's just a natural part of who we are. We're all religious. We all have faith in something. It's just it's a part of who we are as human beings. I mean, you can go as far back as you can historically, and you can read about human beings being religious. So there's something to that. There is a religious component to our natural state where we long for something that is beyond our physical selves, and we long for something that transcends the material world. And I think that's a part of who we are, because there is definitely something out there that is beyond the physical realm. Just like we long for water and we long for food. Well, why do we long for water? Because we need it. But also, it attests to what? It attests to the real need for water. And so our longing for something that goes beyond our physical selves attests to our need for something that is spiritual, because there is indeed a spiritual world out there. Just like there is indeed water out there, there is indeed a spiritual world out there. The Bible was written by men who were inspired by God. Yep. What does your reading habit look like? How do you come across and decide which topics you will dive deeper? This is a very good question. And I think it's something that needs to be talked about more, which is taking time for reading and how do you do that? Because a lot of people have difficulty doing that, myself included. And I think a lot of people love to talk about how many books they read in a year, or they'll talk about how big their library is, but they don't talk about how you can strategically put reading into your schedule, because that is a difficult thing to do. It's difficult until you start really seeing scheduling for reading with a clearer vision, and you realize it's actually not as difficult as it seems to be, as it appears to be. But the way that you can do it is very simple. Just read before you go to sleep. That's the easiest way to do it. Just read before you go to sleep. And also, you will more than likely catch yourself wasting your time doing something. So let's say you're just on the internet, just aimlessly looking at stuff. You can step back and say, wait a second, I could be reading. And then read for an hour. Find a piece of music. This is what I do all the time. Find a piece of music that's 1 hour long. I like to play OST pieces from the Elden Ring sound score. I like to play the music from the Altus Plateau region of Elden Ring, or I'll play music from Lindell, or I'll play some Baroque music, Vivaldi, things of that, composers like that. And I'll just find a piece of music on YouTube that's an hour long and just play it. And that hour-long music will be your timer. When the music ends, you stop reading. And if you just try your damnness to focus on the book, you will be surprised how much you can read in 1 hour. You'll be surprised. Hope that helps. But always, if all that fails, just read before you go to sleep. You lay in bed, pick up the book, and read it. Read it for an hour, half hour. Little things like that, little consistencies like that will really go a long way. I just got done reading Practical Idealism. I have not read that. Just joined. Are we talking history or theology? Everything. I can't understand what makes religion so appealing to people. Okay. Got to say that your essays on the world's nations with regards to church history are one of the best I've ever read. No racism, no liberal socioeconomic thing, just broken human family. Appreciate that, sir. Yeah. I'm not a liberal. I'm not a Marxist, so I don't use that weird Marxist talk. But I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Our souls pant. Theo, I hate my sin and I repent. I feel like I'm in an insane asylum. Okay. All right, dude. Just relax. We've all been there. We're all human. Just chill. Let me see something here. Hold up. Yeah, just chill. Yeah, just chill, dude. You'll be all right. We've all been there. We all have our fallen human nature, and we're gonna fall. And really, God doesn't want us to despair. That's the last thing He wants us to do, is despair. Let's see here. All right, I'm going to get right to it. I've been talking for how long? 39 minutes. All right, so we've done our introduction in the stream. We've done our small chat. I'm going to get right to it. We're going to talk about Israel, Iran, the Israel lobby, and the fall of Israel, and how the American people are really turning against Israel. I think that's really fascinating. So let's get right to it. So I want to read to you guys excerpts from this article. A lot of people have been talking about this article because it's quite revealing, and it gives details of the meeting between Donald Trump and his team and Netanyahu and his entourage, and how Netanyahu really worked to convince Trump to spark this horrible war against Iran. Now, there is a ceasefire that's ongoing, but who knows how long that's going to last. But nonetheless, Netanyahu really convinced Trump to spark this war against Iran. And Netanyahu told Donald Trump, well, this will be a very, you know how he talks, he has that accent. This is going to be a very simple and very quick operation, Mr. Trump. This is our chance, really. I believe, Mr. Trump, that this is our chance to really decapitate the Iranian regime. And remember what Netanyahu said in 2001. He said, America is easy to move. That's what he said in 2001. It's on recording. There's a video of him saying this in Hebrew. He says, America is a country that is easy to move. And he really demonstrated this when he went to Donald Trump and he gave Donald Trump this nonsensical strategy and plan to do actual regime change in Iran, and said, well, we can do regime change, we can decapitate the regime, we can kill the Ayatollah, we can do this, and we'll put a new government there. And we have a whole assortment of potential leaders that we can pick to rule over Iran. Donald Trump, this is your opportunity to take control over the Strait of Hormuz. We're talking about big economic power grabbing here, Mr. Trump. We can really pull this off. And then General Dan Kane told Trump, listen, we got a lot of bombs that we can drop on Iran, but this idea of doing complete regime change, or this idea of doing this very successful, sweeping, victorious mission in Iran is not realistic. And General Dan Kane and all of the people in the American intelligence sector said the same thing. This idea that we can just go to war against Iran and Iran is not going to take over, or that Iran is not going to close the Strait of Hormuz is just a chimera. It's not going to happen. And so the entire American intelligence sector said, and they told this to Donald Trump, if you do this war, Iran is going to close the Strait of Hormuz. And Donald Trump went ahead with the plan anyway, because he believed that the mission would be accomplished before the Iranians would even do that, before the Iranians could even close the Strait of Hormuz. And who convinced Donald Trump to believe this? Who convinced Donald Trump to go ahead with this plan? It was the Mossad. It was the Mossad leadership. And so this article details some excerpts from it. Let me just make sure you guys can see it. There we go. So let's see here. So it says here, the black SUV carrying Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrived at the White House just before 11 a.m. on February 11th. The Israeli leader, who had been pressing for months for the United States to agree to a major assault on Iran, was whisked inside with little ceremony out of view of reporters, primed for one of the most high-stakes moments in his long career. So why was he whisked away from the reporters? Why was he taken away from the view of the reporters? Because they didn't want the press to know that Netanyahu was in Washington to manipulate the president, to influence the president to agree to this war against Iran, this war of choice that was unprovoked against Iran. So it says here, Mr. Trump sat down, but not in his usual position. This is the fact that really got people riled up. This is the fact that really pissed off a lot of people. Megyn Kelly was talking about this. She was saying, Donald Trump did not sit at the head of the table. He was sitting on one of the sides of the table across from Netanyahu, as if Netanyahu is his equal. And so it says here, Mr. Trump sat down, but not in his usual position at the head of the room's mahogany conference table. Instead, the president took a seat on one side, facing the large screens mounted along the wall. Mr. Netanyahu sat on the other side, directly opposite the president, as if they were equals. And you see, people see this fact, and they say, what, all of a sudden Donald Trump wasn't sitting at the head of the table? Donald Trump was not the president of the most powerful country? He wasn't acting as if he was the president of the most powerful country? Who was the superpower in this meeting here? Who was the superpower? And it reminds me of a quote from Bill Clinton. There's a quote that you can read from Bill Clinton, in which he was having this meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu in the I think this was in the 1980s, and Benjamin Netanyahu, they say, was so arrogant towards Bill Clinton that Bill Clinton said, "Who the hell's the superpower here? Which country is more powerful than the other here?" Because Netanyahu was talking to Bill Clinton as if Bill Clinton and Netanyahu were equals. And so the arrogance of the Israelis attests to their confidence in this idea that America is easy to move, and that because of the very wealthy Israel lobby, which is riddled with very powerful Zionist billionaires, they will be enabled to dictate and to manipulate American policy when it comes to the Middle East. And when you see stories like this, when you see facts like this gets people riled up. And that's why you see Megyn Kelly and people like her saying, what the hell is this? Benjamin Netanyahu sitting across the table from Trump, and Trump is not sitting at the head of the table as if they're equals. What the hell is this? And people are going to look at this detail, and they're going to say, this is really yet another piece of evidence that shows, that testifies that America is cucked by Israel, and that America is simply doing the bidding of Israel, and that Israel rules over our politicians. The anti-Israel movement is not just about Gaza. It's not just about the atrocities done by Israel. The anti-Israel surge that we have been seeing since 2023, and which really has been rising, I think, as far back as 2016 or 2017, is not just about the atrocities done by Israel. It is greatly due to the idea that America needs to establish its sovereignty. It is greatly about sovereignty, America's sovereignty over the Israel lobby. And a lot of people are saying the Israel lobby has way too much power, and they are told, they are gaslit by people who say that's not true, that's anti-Semitic, America will do its own thing, the Israel lobby is not that powerful, blah, 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 blah. And the gaslighting goes on. But then they see stories like what happened in late February of this year. America joining forces with Israel in a joint effort against Iran. And people see that and they think, how is this happening? How is it not that the Israel lobby has unprecedented and really undue influence over our foreign policy? Obviously, Israel has unprecedented influence over our foreign policy. And people are told, no, they're told, oh, no, you have the Zionists who come out, the pro-Israel influencers will come out and they'll say, no, that's all just conspiracy theory talk. That's bullshit, blah, blah, blah. And then they see this article, Donald Trump sitting across from Netanyahu, and Netanyahu's telling him all this information about how, well, if only America can join forces with Israel against Iran, we can really, really just do regime change. And this convinces Donald Trump. So it says here, appearing on the screen behind the prime minister. So standing behind Netanyahu in this meeting was David Barnea, the director of the Mossad, Israel's leading intelligence organization, leading intelligence network. And it says here that Israel's foreign intelligence agency, as well as Israeli military officials. So the head of the Mossad was standing behind Netanyahu as Netanyahu was sitting across the table from Trump, and Netanyahu was working to convince Donald Trump to join Israel in a joint war against Iran. And it was David Barnea. This is not in the article, but there was another article published by the New York Times that said this. David Barnea told Donald Trump that if America just joins forces with Israel and bombs the hell out of the Iranians, the people of Iran will rise up and we will have regime change in Iran. This is what David Barnea told Donald Trump. And Donald Trump was convinced that Mr. Barnea was right. So people can sit there and say, well, there is no influence from the Israel lobby. That's all just a bunch of Alex Jones conspiracy theory talk. But then you look at what the New York Times has been saying. The fact that the head of the Mossad, David Barnea, convinced Donald Trump that if he just joined forces with Israel to bomb Iran, the people of Iran would rise up and then there would be regime change, blah, blah, blah. And Donald Trump was convinced of this by the head of the Mossad. So again, people are seeing this. People are seeing this. And they're saying, yeah, Israel has way too much power, way too much influence, and this is only fanning the flames against Israel. This is only adding more fuel to the fire, to the political conflagration that has been brewing, that has been rising up in this country against Israel and the Israel lobby and against Zionism. In fact, last year, I talked about how in April of last year, 53% of Americans held a negative view towards Israel. And that was in April of 2025. And then fast forward, and I talked about this as well, fast forward to October of 2025, Pew Research Center reported that that number went from 53 to 59. So from April to October of 2025, the percentage of Americans against Israel went from 53% to 59%. And if you look at the latest Pew Research poll on Americans' perspective towards Israel, the number is now at 60%. That's according to Pew Research. After talking to over 3,000 Americans. They polled over 3,000 Americans. And from that research, from that study, they've concluded that 60% of Americans now hold a negative view towards Israel. So like I've said, it goes up every single month, 53, 59, 60. Now, I think it's a lot higher than 60. I don't think it's 60. I think it's more like in the 70s. That's my perspective, because it went from 53 to 59 from April to October, and you're saying now it's only at 60, I think it's a lot higher. I think it's more in the 70s. And the fact that the biggest political influencers in America are all anti-Israel attests that it's much higher than 60%. I think it's at least in the 70s. I mean, if you look at there's a guy who goes on the Piers Morgan show. What's his name? His last name is Ferguson. I think his first name is Dan. Is it Dan Ferguson? He debated Dave Smith recently on the Piers Morgan show. Let me see here. Hold on. Is it Dan Ferguson? Ben Ferguson. Sorry. Ben Ferguson was debating Dave Smith on the Iran war recently, and Dave Smith just makes him look like a complete chucklehead. And Ben Ferguson is sitting there just repeating the same old talking points. Well, you know, Iran killed American soldiers in Iraq, so we have to go avenge the lives of those soldiers. And Dave Smith said, well, wait a second. When we invaded Iraq, we were actually helping the very Shiite groups that would later join Iran against us. So if we didn't do the Iraq war in the first place, those American soldiers would have never been killed by those Shiite militias in Iraq. So what are you talking about? And he just totally outsmarted Mr. Ferguson and made him look like a chucklehead. And everyone in the comments section supports Dave Smith. And in the middle of that debate, Mr. Ferguson says, well, actually, no, Piers Morgan said this. Piers Morgan said that Mr. Ferguson has a podcast with Ted Cruz. He has a podcast with Ted Cruz. I'm thinking, how come I've never heard of this podcast? How come I have never heard that Ted Cruz has a podcast? How come I've never heard that Ted Cruz and Ben Ferguson co-host a podcast together? I've never heard about this because no one watches it. That's the reason why no one watches. Let's look this up real quick. Ted Cruz's podcast. I mean, is this for real? Let's look this up real quick. Hold on. Hold up. I want to see something real quick. I didn't know Ted Cruz has a podcast. Does he have a podcast? He has a podcast. I did not know this until today. Honestly, I didn't know this until today. Who's watching Ted Cruz? Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Verdict. You know, he has that weird voice. Verdict. Verdict with Ted Cruz. This dude got 468,000 subscribers. 460. This guy's got almost 500,000 subscribers. He should be getting pretty decent views. What are his views? 3.6 thousand. 458 views. 1.1 thousand. This dude is getting basically the same numbers that I get. And it's, to some degree, I'm getting a little bit more views than he's getting. Because in my most recent set of videos, you don't see me getting 458 views. You see me getting at least 1,000 plus views. Or more. This dude's getting 3.6 thousand views. 458 views. 400. This guy is getting the same amount of views that a guy with 5,000 subscribers would get. A guy with 5,000 subscribers will get on average 500 views, 458 views. He'll get this kind of a number of views for his videos. That's how much Ted Cruz is getting with 468,000 subscribers. No one gives a damn about freaking Ted Cruz. Nobody. Zionism is a dying cult. It is a dying religion. People want to talk about Zionism and, oh, we're going to, what's the term? We're going to refute Zionism. We're going to debate against Zionism. Zionism is dying. It's literally on the deathbed right now. The whole thing is dying. The whole thing is dying. And who cares about freaking Ted Cruz? Look, he's talking with this sports commentator, Clay, or what, some guy named Clay. I've seen this dude before. He talks about sports. This dude should just stick with freaking sports. Why is he talking about politics? This sports commentator wants to talk to us about why we should go to war against Iran? Really? What kind of insanity is this? And then what? Nobody cares. But then if you look at, let's see, Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson has 5.55 million subscribers. He's got a lot of subs. He's one of the biggest things in political commentary right now. And he's getting pretty decent views. He's getting views that would be expected from a channel that has the amount of subscribers that he has. He has 209,000 views, and this came out 5 hours ago. That's pretty decent. 1.3 million views 1 day ago, 1.9 million views. So basically, this is over 2 million views easily. That came out 4 days ago, 1.6 million 7 days ago. I mean, he's getting pretty decent views, 1.3 million. He's getting pretty decent views. His sub to view ratio is pretty fitting for the number of subscribers that he has. He's doing pretty good. Let's look at Candace Owens. Candace Owens has 5.96 million subscribers. She's very anti-Israel. 1.6 million, 1.4 million, 2.4 million. So her view to sub ratio is pretty fitting given the number of subscribers that she has. She's doing a pretty good job. She's doing a very good job. No one cares about Ted Cruz's podcast. Again, I didn't know that this dude had a podcast until today. I didn't know this. And he's getting the types of viewership that you would get if you had 20,000 subscribers, 15,000 subscribers. That's the type of viewership he's getting. He is not getting the type of viewership that you should expect from a channel that has almost 500,000 subscribers. So this guy, as far as being an influencer goes, as far as social media goes, as far as just being a political commentator, this guy is failing. He is failing. He's going right down the toilet. He's already there. The only thing that needs to happen is someone just has to flush the toilet. And he's gone. I mean, this whole Zionism thing is dying. The whole movement, Christian Zionism, secular Zionism, the whole thing is dying. It's very close to death. And people see articles like this, and they read about how Donald Trump was convinced to do the war against Iran by the head of the Mossad, and they're reading about how Donald Trump did not sit at the head of the table where he traditionally would sit in a diplomatic meeting with the leader of a country. He is sitting across from Netanyahu as if he was an equal to Netanyahu, and Netanyahu was just giving him this big grandiose plan, and Donald Trump fell for it. People read this. I don't give a damn about what some of the arguments that some of these Zionists are going to utilize. They're going to say, well, you know, it's not really true because the president, and this is what that Mark Levine guy will say. Mark Tell Levine will say, well, the president made the decision. Yeah, we know the president made the decision, but he made the decision under the influence of a bunch of people like yourself, Mr. Mark Tell Levine. So it says here, hold up. It says here, absent from the meeting with the Israelis, with the Israeli entourage, was the Vice President J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance was in Azerbaijan. So he couldn't make it to the meeting. How convenient. How convenient for the Israelis. The guy who has been against the idea of going to war against Iran. The guy who has been supposedly, reportedly, against America doing wars in the Middle East was in Azerbaijan, and they just so happened to organize this meeting, to have this meeting when he couldn't make it to the meeting. How convenient for the Israelis. That was not on purpose. That this was obviously strategic. It's like when they wanted to crucify Christ and they wanted to conduct a mock trial, not a real trial, but a mock trial of Jesus Christ. And so instead of having the trial of Christ during the day, the Sanhedrin decided to capture Jesus and take him to the house of the high priest Annas. That was his name, Annas, or Hanan. That's how you really say his name, Hanan. They took him to the home of the high priest Hanan at night. Why at night? Because the Sanhedrin knew that if they took Christ to the home of Hanan during the day for a trial, that Gamaliel would have been present. And Gamaliel would have objected to wanting or conspiring to have Jesus Christ crucified. He would have objected to the conspiracy against Christ. So they didn't want Gamaliel there. Gamaliel was very influential. They didn't want him there. They said, no, we don't want Gamaliel there. We're going to have this mock trial at night because we know Gamaliel is sleeping. If we do it during the day, that means Gamaliel would be in the meeting, and we don't want him in the meeting because he would protest our conspiracy against Christ. So they had this meeting without Mr. Vance because they knew that Mr. Vance would have told the Israelis, wait, this is a bad idea. They wanted Trump separated from Vance, surrounded by yes men like Rubio, so they could just tell Trump, here's the evidence, here's our argument, and Donald Trump would say, well, I like that idea, because they played into Donald Trump's ego. They said, you were really successful against Maduro in Venezuela, Mr. Trump. We could do the same thing in Iran. We could do the same thing in Iran. So it says here, the reporting underscores how closely Mr. Trump's hawkish thinking aligned with Mr. Netanyahu's over many months, more so than even some of the president's key advisors recognized. In the end, even the more skeptical members of Mr. Trump's war cabinet, with the stark exception of Mr. Vance, the figure inside the White House most opposed to a full-scale war, deferred to the president's instincts. In other words, Donald Trump surrounded himself with yes men. Marco Rubio, as this article explains, as this article details, was also against the idea of going against Iran. He was against Marco Cain Rubio was against the idea of going to war against Iran because he knew that it would be politically damaging for the Republican Party. But Marco Rubio ultimately said yes to the president. Marco Rubio said, hey, it's your decision. I'm going to stand with you. And sadly enough, J.D. Vance did the same thing. He said, Mr. Trump, you know I'm against this. You know that I'm against this policy of doing wars in the Middle East. But you're going to make your decision, and whatever decision you're going to make, I'm going to stand with you. So even Vance fell through. But nonetheless, the Israelis did not want Vance in the meeting. That's why they met with Donald Trump when Vance was in Azerbaijan. They did not want Vance in the meeting because they knew that he was, as this article specifies, the most opposed to the idea of going to war against Iran. And they did not want any sort of risk of Donald Trump being swayed against the idea of joining the Israelis. So it says here, let's see. Mr. Netanyahu made a hard sell, suggesting that Iran was ripe for regime change and expressing the belief that a joint U.S.-Israeli mission could finally bring an end to the Islamic Republic. At one point, the Israelis played for Mr. Trump a brief video that included a montage of potential new leaders who could take over the country if the hardline government fell. So they had this whole montage. They had a whole video presentation ready for this guy. They said, here are all the potential candidates that we could pick from to rule Iran for us and blah, blah, blah. They had the whole thing ready to go. And of course, one of those candidates was Reza Pahlavi. Because it says here, among those featured was Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of Iran's last Shah. So the Israelis went to Trump and they said, well, here are all the potential leaders that we could choose from to rule over Iran. And one of them is Reza Pahlavi, this guy who lives in Los Angeles. He lives in Los Angeles, this guy. He lives this Kim Kardashian lifestyle in Los Angeles. And they're expecting this guy to go to Iran, to rule over Iran. Guys, it's a bullshit idea. Because for one thing, the Shah is still hated in Iran. The Shah is still hated by a massive portion of the Iranian population. They pushed his father out. Mr. Pahlavi, the Shah of Iran, Shah Pahlavi of Iran, he was pushed out by his own people. What makes you think they're going to just embrace his son? Like, it's not going to happen. Reza Pahlavi is better off just staying in Los Angeles, living his Sharuma Kim Kardashian lifestyle, his Middle Eastern car salesman lifestyle. He's better off. Because if he goes to Iran, he'll end up lynched. Or he'll be running for his life. He'll run over to, I don't know, Australia or somewhere to get refuge from the mobs who would go against him. So it says here, hold up. Mr. Netanyahu and his team outlined conditions they portrayed as pointing to near certain victory. Oh, the Israelis, they're so good at exaggerating. They are guys, you have not met master exaggerators until you have dealt with Israelis. Or, for that matter, any other Middle Eastern people. Middle Eastern people love to exaggerate. It's in our nature to exaggerate. Israelis are not exempt. They love to exaggerate. Oh, this is going to be a very, very swift operation. It's just going to take a few weeks, Mr. Trump. Just go there, bomb them. The people will rise up. They're going to take over the government. We'll kill the Ayatollah. We'll decapitate the region, the regime. Then we're going to arm the Kurds, and the people will rise up, and they will take over. It'll be just a few weeks. How come every superpower makes this mistake? I've read this numerous times in history. All these big geopolitical powerhouses in the world, all these regional powers or superpowers in the world make the mistake of underestimating their enemies and overestimating their abilities. We have seen this time and time again in history. Adolf Hitler said, we're going to invade the Soviet Union. It'll be a breeze. Those Soviets can't fight. They're all starving anyway. Who cares? So they sent in all of these soldiers into the Soviet Union, and the German soldiers were marching and marching and marching. And there is a letter that you can read from a Wehrmacht soldier in which he is telling his family back home, all we do is walk for miles and miles and miles on end, and we don't see any sign of humanity. He said, we will walk for miles and miles and miles for days and days and days, and we don't see anything. And he says in this letter, I have come to realize this will not be an easy mission, as our government has told us. Because they realized just how big the Soviet Union was, and they realized just how big Russia is. And it was a disaster for the Germans because millions of Germans were killed fighting against the Soviets. Even something as simple as going into Mogadishu to capture General Adid in Somalia. The Americans said, well, we're just going to go into Mogadishu. We're going to capture General Adid, this war criminal, this evil, murderous warlord. And it's going to take us 45 minutes. The Americans said this. They said it's going to take us 45 minutes to take General Adid. It's going to be a cakewalk. These American Special Forces soldiers, Delta Force and Rangers, they ended up getting stuck in Mogadishu for 2 days. Stuck in Mogadishu for 2 days, getting overwhelmed by just this huge number of militants. And yes, they did kill hundreds of Somalian combatants, but I want to say about 19 Americans were killed, and it didn't take 45 minutes. That's the whole point. It didn't take 45 minutes. The Americans thought it would be a breeze, and it wasn't. It ended up being a disaster. What other examples do we have like this in history? I mean, there was a battle that the British did against the Germans in World War II, and I think Winston Churchill said that the battle would only take a few days, and it ended up taking weeks, and the British were having difficulty understanding why the Germans were able to fight with so much tenacity and with so much endurance, because they were told that the battle was going to be easy, and they didn't realize that the German soldiers were all high on meth. They were all taking meth, and that methamphetamine gave them such a boost, such an adrenaline rush that these Germans were able to fight for weeks. And so all these powerful countries in history made the mistake of underestimating their enemy and overestimating their own abilities. And America is not exempt from this very famous mistake that past powers, former powers have made. America thought that it was going to be a breeze to do regime change. And it ended up being a 5-week-long war. The Strait of Hormuz was shut down by the Iranians. And before the war broke out, 100 ships were moving through the Strait of Hormuz every single day. And now, if you look at what's been happening lately in the Strait of Hormuz, only a handful of ships have been allowed to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Only a handful. So Trump could say, well, we have to get the thing open. Well, the damn thing was opened before you started this bullshit war. So what was the point? So not only does this attest to the miscalculation that was done by the United States, but it also attests to the utter recklessness of the American empire. And this recklessness is really just another step towards what will eventually come about, and that is the downfall of the American unipolar world and the downfall of America's global order. Let's see here. So I'll read your. No, I'm gonna keep reading this article. Hold up. Ted Cruz's podcast would be boring as shit. Agreed. I haven't even listened to it, and I already agree with you. I don't have to listen to it to know that you're right. So it says here, besides, Mossad's intelligence indicated that street protests inside Iran would begin again, and with the impetus of the Israeli spy agency helping to foment riots and rebellion, an intense bombing campaign could foster the conditions for the Iranian opposition to overthrow the regime. So, so America was using Israeli intelligence. When have we seen this before? When did we see this sort of thing before in the past? Oh, that's right, the Iraq War. We used Israeli intelligence, and we fell for Israeli intelligence. And you know what they say, right? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. You guys know the saying. You guys know the old cliche. Shame on me. Shame on me for being fooled for the second time. So we had this Iraq War. The Iraq War has been the biggest blemish on American reputation. It has been the biggest blemish on American foreign policy. Anytime America wants to get involved in some kind of a skirmish or some kind of a conflict, what do people always bring up to argue against such foreign policy? They always bring up the Iraq War. That's the go-to story that people bring up to argue against foreign meddling by the United States. They always say, no, let's not get involved in Ukraine, guys. We had Iraq. Let's not get involved in Ukraine because we could end up in a war with Russia and it'll be disastrous and millions of people will die. Let's not do this. Remember Iraq. Millions of people were killed in Iraq as a result of the war that we started over there. And we did the Iraq War based on Israeli intelligence. We justified the Iraq War by referencing Israeli intelligence. The Mossad, well, not in quotation mark, but Israeli intelligence told the Americans that Saddam Hussein was this massive threat and Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. So we trusted Israeli intelligence. And then it ended up being that Israeli intelligence was bullshit. It was just a way to get America to go to war against Iraq, to overthrow Saddam Hussein. So here we are, decades later, starting another bullshit war in the Middle East and justifying it with Israeli intelligence. And so Americans are so exhausted by this. They're so exhausted by all of this meddling in the Middle East. America is tired of the Middle East. They're tired of the Middle East. America is like Moses. Moses got sick and tired of dealing with the children of Israel. They were always bitching and complaining and moaning all the time. They said, Moses, where's the meat, Moses? We're hungry, Moses. Listen, and Moses is telling them, listen, I got you guys out of slavery. I've liberated you from slavery. I have liberated you from the tyranny of the Pharaoh. Yeah, that's great and all, Moses, but, you know, where's the food? We're hungry. Where's the steak? Where's the meat? So God gives them manna from heaven. Here is the food that angels feast upon. Manna from heaven. And so the Hebrews are eating the manna from heaven. And this is what angels feast upon. This is what angels eat. I give you the food of angels. Yeah, this is great and all, Moses, but where's the meat? Where's the steak? All right, fine. Here's some pigeons for you guys to eat. Oh, that's what we're talking about, Moses. And there is a story in the Bible wherein the Hebrews say something to Moses that was basically the last and final straw. A bunch of Hebrews walk up to Moses. This is in the Bible. They walk up to Moses and they say, is God going to set up a dinner table for us or what? They actually tell Moses this. They told Moses, will God set up a dinner table? Mocking God. Mocking Moses, mocking what he was saying, mocking God. And God just struck a bunch of them dead. I'm sick of this bullshit, right? So that exhaustion reached an apex. And they wanted water. Where's the water, Moses? We're thirsty. And the complaining, the kvetching was so unbearable, so insufferable that Moses was like, I'm going to hit this rock twice. And God told Moses, hit the rock once and I'll give you water. So he hits the rock once and water doesn't pour out. Water is not pouring forth from the rock. So God was testing Moses' patience. But he was also testing the patience of the Hebrews. And the Hebrews said, this is taking forever. When's this water going to come out? And Moses said, I had enough. And he hit the rock again and the water comes out. And it was just this utter exhaustion dealing with Israel. Moses was exhausted dealing with the Israelis. He was exhausted by them. They're kvetching, they're bitching, they're conspiring. I mean, he was gone for 30 days and they're already conspiring against him. They make this golden calf. They were probably planning on killing him if he showed up again. And he was just sick of them. So then you fast forward to our own time and you fast forward to 2003. Well, the Israelis are telling us to overthrow Saddam Hussein because they have this intelligence that justifies why we should go to war against Iraq. And then you rewind back to the 1990s. And you see Benjamin Netanyahu saying, well, if you overthrow Saddam, it's going to have very, very beneficial effects throughout the region. And it's going to be great for the whole region. You have to overthrow him, blah, blah, blah. So eventually America says, okay, we're going to do it. They overthrow Saddam. And now we have another war against Iran. There's a ceasefire. How long that's going to last, I don't know. But we have another war against Iran. And what's the evidence? What's the justification? Apparently, Donald Trump wanted to escalate this war to the point where ground troops would be sent. But Donald Trump couldn't do that. America could not do that because the war is so incredibly unpopular. So the unpopularity of the war, the unpopularity of this war is really what tethered and really it's really what tempered the United States and hindered the United States from unleashing a full-out conventional war against the Iranians. But people heard about another war in the Middle East. They heard about another war against Iran in late February of this year. And immediately, people were saying what? Oh, this is Israel. It's Israel. And people grew more exhausted as a result. Things were going okay. The price of gas was down. Things were going okay. Trump had a decent favorability rate in the United States. Things were going well. All of a sudden, on February 28th, 2026, we're hearing about another war. We are hearing about another war against Iran. And this time, the Americans joined forces with another country to attack Iran. What was the other country? No, don't tell me. You didn't say is, did you? It is. Not again. Yes, Israel. And that just confirmed everyone's belief. It confirmed everyone's hunch about Israel's undue influence on the government. And it really proved everyone's belief that America is way too attached to Israel, and that Israel is a chain and ball wrapped around America. And this chain and ball, as I've said, needs to be cut off before it drags us into the sea. So people are exhausted by the whole thing. They're exhausted by Israel. They're sick of it, just like Moses was exhausted by Israel. They're sick of it. And if you look at the statistics for the view towards Israel by the American people, when the war against Iran started, the negative view towards Israel amongst Americans went up from 50-something percent, 59% or so, to 60%. It jumped up. It increased. And now the vast majority, really, I'll just put it to you this way. The vast majority of Americans on both the Democrat side and the Republican side, under the age of 50, are against Israel. The majority of Americans on both the Republican faction and the Democrat faction, under the age of 50, are against Israel. So, if 80% of the American people loved Israel and supported Israel, the United States would have gone into a full-out, all-out conventional war against the Iranians. But because they saw the numbers, believe me, they see the numbers. They see 60% of Americans overall are against Israel. The vast majority of Americans are against this war. And it turns out that this war against Iran was the most unpopular war at its beginning in American history. So if you look at all of the wars in American history and how Americans saw those wars when they first began, the most unpopular war at its beginning in American history has been this war against Iran, if that makes any sense. So either way, no matter how you look at it, it is politically disadvantageous for the U.S. government to do a full-scale war against Iran. And it is politically disadvantageous to just continue and grind on with this war. You have the views against Israel increasing precipitously. You have the fact that this war is so tremendously unpopular. How is it politically viable to just go on and grind on with this war? It's not politically viable. So, of course, America had to get an off-ramp. It had to. Do you think Israel wanted America to go up the off-ramp and get out of this war? No, Israel wanted America to continue on with this war. And what did I say at the beginning of this war? I said this on the stream. I said, America is going to want to pull out. And when America pulls out, Israel will not be satisfied. I know that sounds wrong. I know. It's hilarious. But that's what I said. If America pulls out, Israel will not be satisfied. And Israel wants America to continue on with this war. But America doesn't want to continue it. America needed an off-ramp because it was a disaster. It was a disaster in regards to the big oil crisis that it caused. It was a disaster just given the fact that America could not take over the Strait of Hormuz. It was a disaster just given the fact that this war is so unpopular. And so by continuing this war, it would increase the resentment of the American people towards the U.S. government. So it's just not viable for America to continue on with this war. And remember what I said, America's most advanced and expensive naval ship, the USS Gerald Ford, I know, right? It's very ironic that it's called the Gerald Ford, went out of commission after a fire broke out in the laundry room of the Gerald Ford. The fire put the ship out of commission. That is at least the official narrative in regards to what happened to the Gerald Ford. The Iranians said, America, it looks like you guys had yourselves a mutiny. It looks like the sailors on board the Gerald Ford did a mutiny. They don't want to die for Israel. And who can blame them? Who the hell wants to die for Israel? Who wants to die for Sodom and Gomorrah? Who wants to die for the gayest country on earth? So they had a mutiny, and the ship was put out of commission. And so you see a story like that, and you think to yourself, America's most advanced naval ship got put out of commission because of a fire? And we're supposed to what? Go storm the beaches of Harg Island? We're supposed to go storm the beaches of Iran? We're expected to just go do this super sophisticated war against the oldest civilization in the world? It's just not a viable idea. It's not a reasonable, nor is it a realistic plan. It is a plan that if you were to go through with it, would just lead to the deaths of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. So the politicians were looking at the numbers and they're thinking, okay, if we continue on with this war, people are just going to hate us even more. It's just not a politically viable policy. So America did an off-ramp. And everyone knows, but I'll just say it here just to be accurate. Everyone knows that the midterms are coming. Everyone knows that the World Cup is going to be happening in the United States. Does America want to be in the midst of a war during those events? No, it doesn't. Plus, this war has been very unpopular amongst America's allies, the Gulf Arabs, the Europeans, the Turks. And so, if America just continues on with this war, that would mean the Gulf Arab states continuously being bombed. That would mean the Europeans having more and more resentment towards us and growing in their resentment against us. It just would not be good for America. So America does an off-ramp. And then the Israelis are thinking, well, you're leaving the war. We don't want to leave this war. We want to continue on with this war. But America leaving this war goes against Israel's interest. And Israel wants to continue to slaughter the people of Lebanon. Israel did a massacre recently. They did 100 airstrikes in 10 minutes, and they slaughtered 300 people in just 10 minutes. They did a massacre in Lebanon. They slaughtered civilians indiscriminately, just massacring people, butchering people. And so, according to anonymous reports, the Trump administration told Netanyahu to calm it down with the bombing because Iran told the Americans that if Israel continues to bomb Lebanon, Iran will have no choice but to really end the ceasefire and resume keeping the Strait of Hormuz shut down. America does not want this. So America pressured the Israelis to calm down with the strikes. Is America going to listen? Probably not. Is Israel going to comply with the Americans? I think it eventually will, but the Israelis, to a certain extent, I think it eventually will, but the Israelis will prove yet again how difficult they are to control and how difficult they are to put on a leash. And so it will lead to a deeper rift between the Americans and the Israelis. And the hatred towards Israel that has been brewing and growing in the world is only going to grow even more. And eventually Israel will be so toxic that even America will abandon Israel. And Israel will be the harlot abandoned by her lovers. I'll read to you guys some more of this article here. So it says here, sounds good to me, Mr. Trump told the... So Donald Trump tells Netanyahu, sounds good to me, Mr. Trump told the prime minister. To Mr. Netanyahu, this signaled a likely green light for a joint U.S.-Israeli operation. So Donald Trump tells the Israelis, yeah, sounds like a good idea, Mr. Netanyahu. Netanyahu said, yes, we got him. We got this guy. The president's advisors could see that he had been deeply impressed by the promise of what Mr. Netanyahu's military and intelligence services could do. So the president's advisors witnessed how Donald Trump was finessed and influenced by David Barnea, the head of Israeli intelligence, the head of the Mossad, and Netanyahu. And Netanyahu heard the bullshit of Netanyahu and Barnea, and he said, this sounds like a great idea, let's do it. So again, the point of me reading this to you guys is not just to illustrate the influence of the Israel lobby. You guys already know this. You guys already know about the undue influence of the Israeli lobby. That's not the only reason why I'm reading this. I am reading this because I want to show you guys why people are turning against Israel, but I also want to point out that people are going to read this, and people are referencing this. I saw this with Megyn Kelly already. People are already referencing this article to show how much undue influence Israel has on our foreign policy, and people are pointing out to this article. They're pointing to this article, and they're saying, you see, it's time to cut Israel off because Israel has way too much influence. And people saw this war against Iran and they said, well, how does this benefit America? And they tried to make up these arguments and they said, well, it benefits America because, there's China, there is Russia. And that's true, right? I mean, America has its own interests. I'm not here to deny that. But people, I think, sometimes you have these sophists who come along and they try to omit the fact that Israel has an influence in this foreign policy. And they try to downplay the Zionist element in policies like what was done to Iran recently. They try to downplay and they say, well, it's because of China, it's because of Russia. Yeah, that's true and all. But there is an Israeli element in all this. There is a Zionistic element in all of this. And politicians getting tremendous funds from AIPAC for their campaigns does play a role. You can't sit there and say, well, all of this money from all of these kosher donors doesn't play a role in what politicians do. You can't sit there and say, well, there's all this money that just so happens to be coming from AIPAC, but it has nothing to do with politicians being pro-Israel. It has nothing to do with politicians favoring policy that benefits Israel. Obviously, it does. Obviously. And when you look at, for example, Donald Trump's speech that he gave in Israel, in which he is addressing Miriam Adelson, the wife of Sheldon Adelson, who was Donald Trump's biggest funder. And Donald Trump says, oh, get up, Miriam, get up. And he tells the whole world, Donald Trump tells the whole world that Miriam Adelson and her late husband love Israel more than America. And that he had these long phone conversations with Sheldon Adelson, telling him that he was going to declare the Golan Heights to be Israeli territory, and that he was going to move the American embassy to Jerusalem, and he was going to do all these things. And he was telling his funder that he was going to be doing all these things for the sake of Israel. So it's very obvious that there is indeed a Zionistic influence behind these policies, behind America's foreign policy when it comes to the Middle East. And so people are pointing to articles like this one, the one that was published by the New York Times, and they're saying, yep, here is yet another piece of evidence that attests to this immense pro-Israel lobby having this very insidious influence over our politicians. And people are saying that they've had enough. People are saying that they are exhausted by Israel, just like Moses was exhausted by Israel, just like Jesus was exhausted and eventually killed, I should add, by Israel, just like the prophets were exhausted by Israel. Jeremiah, Isaiah, these prophets were exhausted by the evils of Israel. And today the American people see yet again, another war being done by America in the Middle East. And they're saying, okay, who influenced this war? Don't say it. Not again. Yep. It's Israel. It's Israel. Oh my God. Not again. Well, the Israelis, they gave us this intelligence that said that we would be able to do regime change very easily. Oh my God. This is just like Iraq. What are we doing? Israeli intelligence yet again. Israeli intelligence strikes again. And now the anti-Israel sentiment has increased precipitously. It's increased even more. And all of these events, all that these events do, the war against Iran, the genocide in Gaza, all of these politicians refusing to say whether or not they're America first or Israel first, all of these events are simply adding fuel to the hatred, the growing hatred against Israel. And all that these events do is get more and more people to hate Israel. That's all they do. And the more things that America does to the benefit of Israel, the more America is getting people to hate Israel. So, as I've said many times, it does not matter what Israel does. Israel could convince America to launch a war against Iran, as we have already seen. Israel could get America to do some evil stuff. People are going to just grow in their hatred. And some things have just got to give. Hatred and anger that just grows and grows and grows. It has to have an escape valve. There's a pressure valve. And when that pressure grows to the point where it needs an outlet by which to escape, you can't keep it contained forever. It eventually will erupt. It's like a pressure cooker. You can't keep the pressure building up and building up underneath the lid forever. It's like boiling water. You can boil water and the water is going through this rolling boil, and you could put a lid on top of it, but eventually the pressure under the lid from the heat is going to be so high to the point that the boiling water is going to just seep right through the crack between the pot and the lid. And the lid is going to rumble. And the water is going to pour out. It's going to boil over no matter how long you try to put the lid on top of the pot. So we're trying to do the same thing. We're thinking, okay, yeah, the hatred against Israel, it's growing. Okay, it's at what? It's at 53%? Oh, that's not a big deal. We still have a huge amount of the population who supports Israel. That's 53, it's nothing. Oh, what is it now? Pew Research? It's at 59? Oh, okay. Well, we still have a pretty big portion of the population who supports Israel. What is it now? It's at 60%? Oh, well, that means that we still have 40% of the country who supports Israel. It's not a big deal. What are you going to do when it hits 70%? What are you going to do when it hits 80, 85%? What are you going to do? You're just going to continue to just do these policies for Israel? Eventually, it's going to have to end. And if you think, well, Ted, popular opinion does not matter, you are 100% wrong. You're wrong. You're just wrong. Popular opinion does play a role. The vast majority of Americans supported the idea of invading Iraq. And the reason why they supported the invasion of Iraq was because of one reason and one reason alone, and that was 9/11. Sure, Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11, but that didn't matter. The perspective at that time was that Saddam Hussein and every freaking Muslim country had something to do with 9/11. All Muslims were being blamed. If your last name was, if your name had an Ibn in between it, you were a terrorist. If you looked Middle Eastern, you were suspected of being a terrorist. If you had some weird foreign name that had an H in the middle and a D in the end, you were considered a potential target. You were considered a potential terrorist. You couldn't go to the airport without being searched and being treated with suspicion. I mean, in those days, you see, people don't understand. And I wanted to talk to you guys about this. People sit there and they say, oh, look, okay, we're hitting Iran. This is just like Iraq. It's like Iraq to a certain extent. It's not exactly like Iraq. And the reason why I say this is because Iraq really was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Zionists and the neocons, they wanted a war against Iraq. They wanted to overthrow Saddam Hussein because they were Zionists and they were acolytes of Israel and they wanted to do the bidding of Israel. And so they wanted America to overthrow this leader in the Middle East. So they had Desert Storm in the 1990s. Now, Americans didn't really care about Desert Storm. No one talks about Desert Storm. Everyone talks about Iraq and World War II, Vietnam. No one talks about Desert Storm because Desert Storm was a success. America went in, they defeated Saddam Hussein, and they left. That was it. It was a very quick war. They went in, they destroyed, and they pulled out. America did not overthrow Saddam Hussein. And the reason for this was because America knew that if you overthrow Saddam Hussein, you're going to be doing nation building, and that takes a hell of a lot of money, a lot of time, and it takes a lot of manpower. And then you have a much higher risk of casualties amongst the American armed forces. So that was Desert Storm. And Desert Storm was not to the satisfaction of the Zionists. It wasn't to the satisfaction of all of the people at PNAC, Project for the New American Century, which was a major neocon Zionist organization that had been lobbying for the Iraq War. So they couldn't do what they wanted to do. They could not get the United States to do what they wanted the United States to do, which was to overthrow Saddam Hussein. PNAC wrote up this whole letter. They wrote actually 2 letters, I believe. You had people like Douglas Faith, and you had people like Elliot Abrams writing letters, lobbying the U.S. government to overthrow Saddam Hussein. The thing is that the idea of doing regime change in America at that time was not popular. Just like today, it's not popular. The difference between then and now is that now we have the internet, and now we have Twitter and Facebook and YouTube, and we have all these different voices that we can listen to learn about why this sort of foreign policy is insidious and disastrous, and why this foreign policy is really the result of some pretty bad influences and pretty bad and devastating ideas. And these voices, all of these alternative media outlets are really one of the major reasons as to why these types of policies are very unpopular. Back in the day, back in the 90s and even in the early 2000s, before 9/11, the idea of doing regime change in Iraq was very unpopular. The idea of going to war against Iraq was very unpopular. But again, people in those days, they didn't have all of this alternative media. Where they didn't have this alternative media that they could turn to hear arguments against this sort of foreign policy. They had the mainstream media. They were stuck with the New York Times. They were stuck with Fox News. They were stuck with all of these mainstream media outlets. And so their source of information was limited to mainstream outlets, which are greatly controlled by the U.S. government. And so if the New York Times said that possibly, if the New York Times said, and the New York Times did say this, that Mohammed Atta had been working with an Iraqi intelligence agent in Prague in the Czech Republic, people believed it. And the New York Times put out this article saying, well, and some other people put out this, I think it was the New York Times, I could be wrong, but there was this piece of information that was false, that was being pushed by people in the US government. They were being pushed, it was being pushed by various officials that Mohammed Atal, one of the 9/11 hijackers, was collaborating with a member of Iraqi intelligence. And so people were using that false story, that story that never happened, to try to connect Iraq with 9/11. People heard stuff like that and they believed it. And they did not have the immensity of alternative media that we have now to go to learn the truth, or to learn, or to at least read refutations of these arguments. And people believed it. And so when George Bush and Condoleezza Rice were just entering office, or even right before they entered office, they were saying things like, we have no interest in going to war. We have no interest in going to war against Iraq. Yes, Bush and his people before 9/11 were telling the American people that they were not planning on invading Iraq. And they knew that the idea of going to Iraq was unpopular. They knew that the idea of going into any war without a cause, going into any war of choice, would be unpopular. Then 9/11 happened. And 9/11 gave the neocons the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that they had been looking for. And that was to blame Iraq for a terrorist attack as destructive as 9/11, to get the American people to support regime change and to support a massive full-scale war against Iraq. The thing is that we don't have that sort of situation right now. Maybe the Americans and the Israelis, maybe the CIA and the Mossad will get together, and maybe they will orchestrate another 9/11 to try to get the American people to support a massive war against Iran. But I believe that even if the Americans and Israelis did that, even if they did a 9/11 style attack in the United States as a false flag attack and then blamed it on the Iranians in a Gladio style operation, I truly believe a massive portion of the American population will be saying, this is Israel. I truly believe that. And why do I say this? I say this because of what happened with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was murdered. How many people are talking about Mr. Robinson? How many people are talking about, oh, this evil Mr. Robinson guy murdered Charlie? Not as many people as they are talking about Erica Kirk. There are more people talking against Erica Kirk than they are against Robinson. Have you guys noticed that? Have you guys noticed that there are more people talking about possible connections between Charlie Kirk's murder and Israel than they are people talking about Robinson? There's a reason for this. It's because in our society right now, we are living in a time where for the first time since, I don't know, the mid-20th century, that people are speaking about Israel, and they're speaking about the synagogue, and they're speaking about the you-know-whos in a way that is very negative. And so the Israelis are trying to remedy this. The Israelis are very desperate right now. They are. They're very desperate right now. They're acting as if they're in control. They're acting as if everything is just going their way, but it's not. It's not going their way. So they're very desperate. And I'm telling you right now, even if the Israelis managed to do a false flag, Gladio-style attack on America, and then got the media and got the US government to blame it on the Iranians, people would still say Israel. Case in point, Charlie Kirk's murder. Are they talking about Robinson, Who's talking about Robinson? Almost nobody. They're talking more against Erica Kirk than they are against Robinson. That's how much things have changed from the early 2000s. That's how much things have changed. That's how much things have shifted. So it doesn't matter what Israel does. Charlie Kirk gets killed, people blame it on Israel. You have a false flag attack in the United States, people will blame it on Israel. People are blaming the murder of Kennedy on Israel. That's how big this anti-Israel shift has become. And the thing is that, well, going back to 9/11, because of, and this is why I say it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Because of 9/11, and only because of 9/11, the war against Iraq, the war to invade Iraq and do regime change was popular. But it was only because of 9/11, and it was only because enough of the American people believed the official narrative of 9/11. Nowadays, a huge portion of the country does not believe in official narratives. They don't believe in the official narrative of COVID. They don't believe in the official narrative of the 2020 election. They don't believe in the official narrative of the vaccine. They don't believe in the official narrative of Charlie Kirk. So they don't believe in the official narrative of the Iran war. They don't believe in the official narrative of the assassination of Kennedy. People don't believe official narratives. So what are you going to do now? Are you going to do another 9/11? We don't have another 9/11. We don't have a 9/11 that America and Israel can point to justify a regime change war in Iran. We don't have a 9/11 that could be used to muster the American people to support an American-Israeli war against Iran. They don't have that. So then where does that leave America? What does that leave America to do in this case? America, the American war hawks, people like Pete Hegseth and his ilk, they can't do what America did in Iraq. They can't. Well, we're gonna so that, for example, okay, so when they invaded Iraq, they talked about regime change. They said, okay, we're gonna overthrow Saddam Hussein. They defeated Saddam's military in no time, in a matter of what, weeks. Then eventually they hunted down Saddam Hussein. They found him in a hole somewhere, and the American people were clapping their hands and celebrating. And I remember when Saddam Hussein was hung, when they killed Saddam Hussein, and I remember being in this evangelical family's home when it happened. And I saw the video of Saddam Hussein being hung. And he was screaming, Allahu Akbar, God is great. Showing that even to death, the man was resilient. You have to give him credit for that. And I remember, and I still have this image in my mind to this day. I remember watching this evangelical woman, this boomer evangelical woman, throwing candy in the air. I kid you not. I saw this with my own eyes. She was throwing candy in the air and passing candy out to people to celebrate the execution of Saddam Hussein. The Ayatollah was killed by Israel and the United States. I didn't see Americans celebrating. At least not at that level, at least not with that same intensity. I did not see Americans celebrating because a huge portion, I'm going to say at least 50% of the American population, probably more, maybe 60, maybe 70% of the US population does not really care that we killed the Ayatollah. They don't give a damn. In fact, the majority of Americans, according to Pew Research, says that America has been way too hard on the Iranians, that America has been way too unrestrained on the Iranians, and it just really goes to show that this war is unpopular. Now, if you were to get the same energy that the American people had at the beginning of the Iraq war and infuse that energy into the minds of the American people right now, I guarantee you the US government already would have done a full-scale conventional war to invade Iran and do regime change. Guarantee it. I guarantee you the Americans would have already invaded Iran with 100,000, 200,000 troops, and they would have done regime change. They would have taken out the Ayatollah. They would have put the Reza Pahlavi. They would have flown him from LA, and they would have put him in. They would have installed him as the leader, or they would have installed some other Kim Kardashian Iranian to rule over Iran. They would have already done it, but they didn't do it. They limited the war to select strikes. They limited the war to airstrikes. The question is why? Why did the Americans not do what they did in Iraq to Iran? Why? The answer is very simple. Because it's not popular. The idea, so in Iraq, at least you see with Iraq, I remember being a high school student during the Iraq War. And you would meet these young white dudes in high school who dreamt about joining the military and fighting for America against evil terrorists. And if you talk to these guys, you would have quickly recognized that they had a cause in mind. They talked about fighting for their country. They talked about fighting for freedom. They talked about even helping the Iraqi people. They talked about all these things. They had a metaphysical reason why they wanted to fight for America. You don't have that nowadays. And the reason why you had that in the early 2000s was because of 9/11. They would say, well, look at 9/11. If we don't fight them over there, they're going to do that over here again. We don't want another 9/11. We have to prevent another 9/11 from happening. So there was, as absent of a foundation as those beliefs were, as much as those beliefs were vacuous of any serious foundation, and as much as those ideas were based on lies, at least they believed in something. And because they had that metaphysical desire to fight, there was an incentive for these guys to go to war. There was a desire. If your people do not have a desire to go to war, forget about it. You are sending slaves at that point. It's like that scene from 300 when Leonidas tells the Persians, you have many soldiers, you have many slaves, but few warriors. So America did not have the spiritual substance. It did not have the spiritual means, the metaphysical means, by which to launch a full-scale war. It is very difficult to conduct a long-term war that is extremely unpopular in the population, in the society. That's why they had to get an off-ramp. It's one of the reasons why they had to get an off-ramp. Gas prices going up, it was unpopular, it was bad for votes, it was politically disadvantageous, the whole thing. Did Israel want America to pull out of this war? No. If it was up to the Israelis, I wouldn't even be here talking to you. I wouldn't even be here. I would be in prison. Because I would have said, no, I'm not going to the draft. I'm F your draft. I'm not dying for Israel. And they would have thrown me in prison. Or I would be forced to be in a bunker somewhere, or forced to be in a trench in the middle of Isfahan somewhere, getting killed by an Iranian drone. I wouldn't be here talking to you. And you guys probably wouldn't be here listening to some random guy talking on a Friday night. So that's the thing. That's why they really had to pull out of this war. It's not viable. It's not popular. I'll continue reading through this article here. Let's see here. Call of Duty generation. That's a really good way to put it. Yep, absolutely. So it says here, when others in the room asked the Prime Minister about possible risks in the operation, Mr. Netanyahu acknowledged these, but made one central. Oh, I'm going to read this again. Oh my God. When others in the room asked the Prime Minister about possible risks in the operation, Mr. Netanyahu acknowledged these, but made one central point. In my view, the risks of inaction are greater than the risks of action. You have to have to make action. You have to really, really take action right now and go to war against Iran. But Mr. Prime Minister of Israel, Mr. Rabbi, it's not popular. How are we going to maintain popularity amongst our constituents and amongst our voters by doing this war? Well, don't worry about it, because the objective will be done so quickly that it won't really matter. The Americans will forget that it even happened. Oh, okay. Well, that was a bunch of nonsense, because the war ended up lasting for 5 weeks, and there was a stalemate, and the Iranians were not giving up. They weren't showing any signs that they were going to give up. They kept control over the Hormuz. They were only allowing allies and people that they favored to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and they were not allowing American tankers to go through the Strait of Hormuz. They were not allowing any tankers that were connected to America to go through the Strait of Hormuz. They were only allowing the tankers that belonged to allies or that belonged to countries that were nice to Iran to go through the Strait of Hormuz. And so there was really, I mean, if they had never done a ceasefire, there was no signs that this war was going to end. The Iranians were already in a strong position. They were already using the geography that they have as their advantage against the Americans. And the Americans were not able to liberate the Strait of Hormuz. They were not able to take the Strait of Hormuz away from Iranian grip. So the Americans had no choice but to do an off-ramp. And it says here, in his view, okay, I already read this. He argued that the price of action would only grow if they delayed striking and allowed Iran more time to accelerate its missile production and create a shield of immunity around its nuclear program. Everyone in the room understood that Iran had the capacity to build up its missile and drone stockpiles at a far lower cost and much more quickly than the United States could build and supply the much more expensive interceptors to protect American interest and allies in the region. So they all knew that America and Israel did not have sufficient numbers of interceptors to deal with a prolonged conflict with Iran. They all knew this. I'll read to you guys again. Everyone in the room understood that Iran had the capacity to build up its missile and drone stockpiles at a far lower cost and much more quickly than the United States could build and supply the much more expensive interceptors to protect American interest and allies in the region. They knew about the limited stockpile of interceptors. They didn't care. They went ahead with this war anyway. It's like, oh my God, what is this? They went ahead with this war anyway. They went ahead with this war. But they knew. Because what? They really believed that this war was going to be swift and clean and quick and fast. I don't know. Either they have another plan other than defeating Iran, or they really are mad and insane to agree to this. And if you look at this whole situation, you can see how this Iran war has exposed rifts between NATO members. You have all these NATO members who are saying, well, we are not going to go to war against Iran. And Donald Trump is pissed off at all these European countries. And he has been saying, well, these European countries are cowards and they're weaklings and they didn't help us. And we're not going to help the Europeans if they need help, blah, blah, blah. And so it has exposed this rift, this chasm between the Americans and the Europeans, and Donald Trump is exasperating this divide between the Americans and the Europeans by bashing the Europeans and calling them cowards and saying things like, oh, well, the next country that I'm going to invade is going to be Greenland. Donald Trump said this. Our next target is going to be Greenland. Again, threatening to invade Greenland and to steal Greenland from the Kingdom of Denmark, from the government of Denmark. And all this is doing is it's exasperating the already existing divide between the Americans and the Europeans. And maybe this is one of the reasons as to why they did this war. Have you guys ever thought about this? Maybe this is the reason. Because Israel wants NATO to be dismantled. And perhaps Israel wanted America to do this war to dismantle NATO. Perhaps the Israelis thought, listen, we'll have the Americans try to do regime change in Iran. If they don't succeed, we will still get another accomplishment. And that would be a deepening of the divides between NATO members so that we can further accelerate this idea, this policy of dismantling NATO. We can perhaps make this idea of dismantling NATO more plausible, more possible, because NATO does not help Israel. NATO, it does not really benefit Israel. And why do I say this? It's because Israel's biggest existential threat is not Iran, it's Turkey. I've said this many times. Turkey is Israel's biggest existential threat. And what is preventing other NATO countries from going against Turkey is the fact that these NATO countries and Turkey are members of NATO. So you can't get Greece, like the biggest enemy of Turkey other than Israel is probably Greece, right? I would say it's probably Greece. And Israel would love for the Greeks and the Turks to kill each other because that would mean Turkish soldiers being killed and the Goyim will be killing each other. And it doesn't really matter because Israelis wouldn't be killed in this conflict. It'll be Turks being killed. And yeah, Turkey would more than likely defeat Greece in a war because Greece has, 10 million people and Turkey has, 87 million people. So obviously Turkey would have the upper hand and the advantage in a war with Greece. But it wouldn't matter because it would mean more Turks being killed, and it would mean Turkey getting a little bit weaker in a war against the Greeks. It would mean Greeks killing Turks, and that would be considered an accomplishment for the Israelis. But they can't make that happen as long as Greece and Turkey are both members of NATO. Because if Greece and Turkey go to war against each other while being members of NATO at the same time, it would mean NATO destroying itself, and it would just be more difficult to actually spark such a conflict. Now, if you can dismantle NATO, then the idea of getting the Greeks and the Turks to go to war against each other just becomes a lot more likely. Well, they're not members of NATO. The NATO agreement is not preventing them, not hindering them from killing each other. There is no binding agreement that would prevent them from going to war. There is no social contract that would be preventing them from killing each other. If you take out NATO, then what you are left with is a bunch of historical animosity that is already there anyway. But NATO sort of acts as it acts as a rampart. It acts as a guard against bringing back old antagonisms that could lead to countries that are past enemies to go to war against each other again. So Greece and Turkey have a long history of going to war against each other, but they're both members of NATO. So what, are they going to go to war against each other as members of NATO? It's not really likely. But if you can dismantle NATO, then all of a sudden the idea of Greece and Turkey going to war becomes a lot more likely. And so perhaps this is the conspiracy. Perhaps the Israelis are thinking, we'll manipulate Trump. We will finesse and convince Donald Trump to go to war against Iran. If regime change is not accomplished, who cares? Because we know for a fact that such a war is only going to deepen further the divide between the Americans and the Europeans, because everyone knew that the Europeans had no interest in going to war against Iran in the first place. So they knew that the Europeans would have declined any sort of request by Donald Trump to help America in this conflict on the Strait of Hormuz. The Israelis knew this. The Americans knew this. The entire intelligence network between America and the Mossad and the British knew this. So they knew that the Europeans would refuse to go to war, and they knew that in turn would have exasperated, they knew that in turn was going to exasperate the chasm that already exists between America and Europe. And they knew that Donald Trump was going to start bashing NATO because he's been doing that since his first term as president. And so what is that leading to? It is leading to a further divide between America and other NATO countries. A further divide between America and Europe. And so now Donald Trump just said recently, oh, I'm really thinking about pulling out of NATO. And let's say that he's full of crap. Let's say he's not really intending to pull out of NATO. It doesn't matter, because what that does is it justifies the perspective that is very popular in the European Union now that says that the Americans cannot be trusted. So it makes for it makes for the idea of NATO being dismantled more possible. And this is what the Israelis want. If NATO gets dismantled, or if NATO, or let's say NATO is still there, but at this point there is so much antagonism that NATO will still be there, but it'll be just really only existing on paper and effectively non-existent, then still the idea of Turkey going to war against Greece becomes more possible. And maybe this is the reason as to why Israel did this war, because the Israelis are terrified of the Turks. They are absolutely horrified of the Turks. They know that Turkey can defeat the Israelis, but they also know that Turkey is a very strong ally of the United States and is the second biggest member of NATO. Is America going to go to war against Turkey for Israel? The answer is no. So perhaps the Israelis are thinking, well, if we can just sort of dismantle NATO, or if we can make NATO basically just a figurative and useless organization to the point where it effectively means nothing, then maybe we could convince the Americans to go to war for us against Turkey. Would America do this? The answer is no. America will not go to war against Turkey for the sake of Israel. Even if NATO is dismantled, America will not go to war against Turkey, because it would mean the number one most powerful country in NATO going to war against the second most powerful country in NATO. And what, are the Americans going to storm the beaches of the Dardanelles like the Anzacs in World War I for the sake of Israel? We can barely get Americans right now to go to war for Israel against Iran. A bunch of sailors burned a laundry room on a naval ship. You think we're going to go invade Turkey for Israel and storm the beaches of the Bosphorus Strait for Israel? It's not going to happen. So the Israelis are desperate. They know that their end is nigh. They know that the American people are growing in their hatred against Israel. They know that in the future, America being pro-Israel will be politically disadvantageous and thus not viable. And thus, Israel knows that Israel knows that it will not be able to maintain support forever from the United States. They all know this. So they're trying to get whatever they can get out of America as much as possible before it reaches that point. They know this. So they're trying to dismantle NATO. They're trying to convince America to go to war against Turkey. They're trying to do everything they can get. They're trying to squeeze everything they can get out of the Americans. But eventually it's going to reach a boiling point. And America's going to cut off Israel. Anyway. I was a little bit winded there. Let's see here. So it says here, overnight, analysts worked to assess the viability of what the Israeli team had told the president. So American intelligence started reviewing the stuff that the Israeli intelligence agents were telling Donald Trump. And it says here, the intelligence officials had deep expertise in U.S. military capabilities, and they knew the Iranian system and its players inside out. So America's intelligence armada, America's intelligence apparatus, has a very deep insight and knowledge on Iran's capabilities. And it says here that they, meaning America's intelligence officials, had broken down Mr. Netanyahu's presentation into 4 parts. First was decapitation, killing the Ayatollah. Second was crippling Iran's capacity to project power and threaten its neighbors. Third was a popular uprising inside Iran. And fourth was regime change, with a secular leader installed to govern the country. So the Israelis said, okay, we can decapitate the regime. We can do regime change. We can remove Iran's nuclear project. We can remove Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. We can do all these things, blah, blah, blah. America's intelligence officials reviewed this whole plan, and they said that some things in this plan are possible, but they said the rest is not possible. And it says here, When Mr. Trump joined the meeting, Mr. Ratcliffe, the head of America's intelligence, briefed him on the assessment. The CIA director used one word to describe the Israeli prime minister's regime change scenarios: farcical. Bullshit. It's a chimera. That's it. So here's the thing: is America's you see, this is why I think Joe Kent is doing what he's doing. Joe Kent was American intelligence. Supposedly he was. Maybe he still is. Maybe Joe Kent, leaving his position as director of counterintelligence, is part of some sort of psyop to get Americans to hate Israel. Because you look at stories like this. The head of the CIA, Mr. Ratcliffe, John Ratcliffe, is telling Donald Trump, listen, what Netanyahu is feeding to you is a chimera. It's chimerical. It's farcical. It's bullshit. It's nonsense. And then you look at Joe Kent. This guy was also an American intelligence agent, like Mr. Ratcliffe is right now. Joe Kent was the director of American counterintelligence, just like John Ratcliffe is the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. And Joe Kent is telling the whole world that Israel influenced Donald Trump to do this war. Joe Kent is telling the whole world that Israel has undue influence on America's foreign policy and that this undue influence needs to stop. And here you have the director of American intelligence, John Ratcliffe, telling Donald Trump that the Israelis are feeding you bullshit. So it seems to me that there is a faction, at least a faction, within the CIA that is exhausted with Israel. This is the impression that I'm getting. It seems as if there is an entire faction in the CIA that's saying, okay, this has to stop. This influence has to stop. Ratcliffe is telling Trump, it's bullshit. Joe Kent is telling Trump, it's bullshit. And it reminds me of a CIA document that I read to you guys a number of weeks ago. And it was written by a guy by the name of Hal Ford. Hal Ford was a major CIA analyst. And in the 1980s, he wrote a document for the CIA. And this document was declassified, I believe, in 2011. And Hal Ford said, America is too attached to Israel. America's foreign policy is way too tethered to Israel's policy. And we are way too tolerant of Israel's destructive behavior in the Middle East. And he said that eventually it's going to reach a point where American public opinion is going to be very negative towards Israel. It's going to reach a point where the world's opinion towards Israel is going to be extremely negative, to the point where America is going to receive that same hatred due to its very deep association with Israel. And Hal Ford said that for the sake of America's global image and for the sake of America's global security, America needs to relax with its policy with Israel. America needs to have at least a reformation in regards to its foreign policy with Israel, in regards to its alliance with Israel. It needs to stop with this extreme, indiscriminate alliance with the Israelis. And it needs to be a little bit more heavy-handed with the Israelis, and it needs to start restraining the Israelis. Because as Mr. Hal Ford argued, if America does not restrain the Israelis, if America doesn't change its policy when it comes to Israel in the sense that it starts to restrain Israel more and it becomes less tolerant towards the Israelis, then America will have a deeper negative reputation in the world, because everything evil that Israel will do will be associated with the United States. And every time Israel does something that is destructive and evil and reckless, America, due to its very deep ties to the Israelis, will be blamed for it. And so Hal Ford said, for the sake of America's image and for the sake of America's global security, America needs to relax with its extreme alliance with the Israelis. And Hal Ford was a CIA analyst. So we have Hal Ford, we have Joe Kent, we have John Ratcliffe, and we have other people who were a part of the CIA who have been very critical of very critical of the extreme nature of America's alliance with the Israelis. And then also you have John Kiriakou. John Kiriakou is a former CIA agent. And John Kiriakou has made it very clear that members of the CIA are not fans of Israel. He said this. He said members of the CIA do not like Israel. He said that CIA agents didn't mind working in the Gulf Arab states. They did not mind working in countries like Saudi Arabia or the UAE or Qatar or Bahrain, but they did not enjoy working in Israel because he said that the Mossad would always play these very cruel games, and they would always do these very cruel schemes to CIA agents. So, and I've told you guys the story before, but John Kiriakou has this story about this husband and wife who were both members of the CIA, and they were working in Israel as CIA agents. And the Mossad would break into their home when they were gone, and they would do things like they would take dumps in all the toilets of the house. They would rearrange the furniture just to show these American CIA agents that they could just break into their home anytime and rearrange the furniture and take shits in their toilets. And there was nothing they could do about it. It was basically a way to show that they were the ones in power, and that they had such power over them that they could invade their home anytime when they were gone and do whatever they wanted. And the straw that really broke the camel's back was when they went into this couple's house and chopped off the tail of their dog and then sewed the tail back on the dog. And when the two CIA agents came back home, they saw that the dog's tail had been restitched to its body, and they said, "What the F?" And they knew exactly who did it. They knew that it was the Mossad who did it. And so stories like this are just stories like these stories are just really examples as to why the CIA does not enjoy working in Israel, according to John Kiriakou. So the fact that John Kiriakou, who was a CIA agent himself, attests and he testifies that the CIA does not like Israel, really gives you an idea as to why people like Joe Kent have come out and they have criticized Israel. It really explains why Joe Kent resigned from his position as director of counterintelligence and is now speaking out against the Israel lobby. And it really, I think, explains why people like Ratcliffe told Donald Trump that what the Israelis were selling him was, to use his word, farcical. So it seems to me that there is a tension between the CIA and Israel. And in turn, it seems to me that there are tensions between the neocon faction of American politics and the CIA. So it says here, when Mr. Trump joined the meeting, Mr. Ratcliffe, okay, I've already read this. So he told Mr. Trump that what Netanyahu was telling him was bullshit. And then it says here, hold on a second. It says here, at that point, Mr. Rubio cut in. In other words, it's bullshit, he said. So Rubio told Donald Trump, it's bullshit. So the head of America's CIA, John Ratcliffe, told Trump it's bullshit. Rubio said, oh, okay, so he said it, which means it's bullshit. And it makes you wonder, all of this anti-Israel material being percolated heavy by the algorithms on YouTube. So you have John Ratcliffe, the head of the CIA, saying that the Israelis were feeding Donald Trump bullshit, and he told the president that what the Israelis were telling him was farcical and it was nonsense. And then you see Joe Kent coming out saying the Israelis have undue influence over our foreign policy and the Israelis dragged us into war. So you can see that there are members of the CIA who are against Israel. And for many years, we have been told that America is totally under the control of Israel. This is not really true. There is undue influence, don't get me wrong. There is excessive influence, don't get me wrong. The Israel lobby is very powerful, but it doesn't have complete control. Because if it did have complete control, then how do you explain the fact that anti-Israel material is being spread by the algorithm to more people than pro-Israel material? How do you explain the fact that anti-Israel material is more popular than pro-Israel material on the internet? Now you could say, well, Ted, it's because more and more people are anti-Israel. That is true. According to Pew Research, as of now, at least 60% of Americans are against Israel. That is true. Anti-Israel material is more popular than pro-Israel material. But my question is, if the Israeli lobby was as powerful as what some people make it out to be, how is it that the US government has not prevented companies like YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and X from allowing anti-Israel material to spread to the level that it has spread? How is it that the US government has not stopped these big social media platforms from spreading the anti-Israel material to so many people? If the pro-Israel lobby was so powerful, if it was so excessively powerful, if it had total control over the US government, then the US government would have already stepped in and prevented social media outlets from allowing anti-Israel videos from becoming so popular and so viral. Why is it that Tucker Carlson is more popular than Ted Cruz? Why is it? Why is it that Tucker Carlson's YouTube channel has more views than Ted Cruz's YouTube channel? Why is that? You would think that the algorithm would have prevented this from happening. You would think that the algorithm would have prevented Tucker Carlson and Joe Kent and Megyn Kelly and Candace Owens from becoming so viral and popular on YouTube. But the US government is not preventing this. The US government is not preventing anti-Israel videos from becoming viral. Why is this? And I truly believe it's because the CIA, the intelligence apparatus of America, has tensions with Israel. And they are members of the CIA who want to end the current alliance that we have with Israel. Or at least they want to end the type of alliance that we have with Israel right now. And they perhaps want to reform the alliance to the point where America would control Israel more. But I believe that there are people in the CIA who are really against Israel. They're tired of Israel having so much influence. And so they want anti-Israel material to spread. They want it to percolate to as many people to as many people as are watching these videos. They want for this to happen. And I think that Joe Kent going viral attests to this. I think Tucker Carlson being so popular attests to this. I think Candace Owens being so popular is evidence of this. Now you could say, well, Ted, we have freedom of speech. We have the First Amendment. We have the freedom of expression. So of course, the anti-Israel videos are going to be allowed to spread to as many people as they are being spread to because we have the First Amendment. Yeah, we have the First Amendment. But after the 2020 election, at least 50% of Americans questioned the 2020 election. And if you were to do a video in 2020 or 2021 questioning the 2020 election, YouTube would have penalized you immediately. They would have taken the video down and penalized you. I know because it happened to me. Now, I did not question the 2020 election. All I did was say, hey, half the country doesn't believe that the 2020 election results are legitimate. And just for saying that, just for pointing out that half of America questions the 2020 election, I got penalized and YouTube took the video down. During the COVID crisis, during the COVID pandemic, if you did videos questioning the COVID narrative, if you did videos questioning the vaccine, YouTube penalized you. They took your videos down. Google was not allowing its algorithm to spread material that questioned the COVID narrative, nor to spread material that questioned the official narrative of the 2020 election. When the Hunter laptop story came out, and people were talking about Hunter Biden's laptop, and people were wondering, well, what's in the laptop? The US government told X, don't allow profiles to post on Hunter Biden's laptop. And people who were talking about the Hunter Biden laptop story were getting censored. So the US government does have the power to prevent the algorithms of social media platforms from spreading out certain information and from spreading out certain narratives. Another example, people who were questioning the official narrative about the Ukraine war, people who were critical of NATO during the war between Ukraine and Russia, were also getting censored. They were getting censored on Google. They were getting censored on YouTube. They were getting censored on Twitter, which is now X. So if the US government wanted to, it could easily use its authority to prevent Google and to prevent social media outlets from allowing anti-Israel channels from going viral. The question is, why doesn't it do this? Why is it allowing YouTube to do this? Why is it allowing YouTube to use its algorithm to percolate anti-Israel videos? Why doesn't it prevent Facebook from allowing anti-Israel material to become popular? It doesn't. It's not stopping these videos from becoming popular. The question is why? And I truly believe that the CIA, the intelligence apparatus of the United States, is priming us for when they finally throw Israel under the bus. I think that they are priming us for when they finally abandon Israel, because they knew, before 2023, before 2024, 2025, the vast majority of Americans supported Israel. The Gaza slaughterhouse made Israel extremely unpopular, especially amongst Democrats. Now, Israel is becoming more and more unpopular amongst Republicans because of the Iran war. Because Republicans hate the idea of a foreign country dictating America's policy. So now, the idea of cutting Israel off would not be a political problem for anyone. If America were to cut Israel off in the midst of the vast majority of Americans being pro-Israel, it would be politically disadvantageous to do so. But because Israel is so unpopular now, it wouldn't be an issue at all. So I think that by allowing anti-Israel videos to go viral and not restrict them, it makes it so much easier for America to cut Israel off. And when America finally does abandon Israel, it won't be an issue at all. No one's going to care. In fact, whichever president finally cuts ties off with the Israelis will be extremely popular. That policy will be the most popular policy ever. No one's going to care. No one's going to sympathize with the Israelis. No one is going to be objecting to the idea of America cutting Israel off. The problem right now is you still have a very loud minority of Americans who are pro-Israel, and you still have a very strong voting bloc that is pro-Israel in the United States. Even though this voting bloc represents a minority, it is still a massive portion of the voting population. We're talking about the pro-Israel evangelicals. And right now, still 70% of evangelicals support Israel. So there's still some work to do when it comes to priming American society for throwing Israel under the bus. There's still some work to do. And that work is really removing that pro-Israel evangelical influence. Once that influence is purged out somehow, once that influence goes away by, old boomer evangelicals dying out, and or young evangelicals becoming anti-Israel. Then cutting Israel off will be just a downhill motion. It'll be very simple, because this very powerful voting bloc called pro-Israel evangelicals would no longer be an obstacle. So there's still some work to do. America is not going to cut Israel off yet. And I think it greatly has to do with that strong evangelical voting bloc. Once that is removed, it's all over for the Israelis. And that's why the Israelis did that really embarrassing stunt of gathering 1,000 pastors in Israel. And I think now they're talking about doing an even bigger conference in Israel where they're going to bring, I don't know, like 100,000 pastors or something like that. I'll try to look it up real quick. Let's see here. Israeli conference, pastors. I think they're planning this for 2026, I believe. Yeah, here it is. So this is the next stunt that Israel is planning. Israel Revival Conference features Pastor Shine Kim. Who has ever heard of a guy named Shine Kim? No one gives a shit. Pastor Shine Kim with sessions on God's promise to Israel. 2026 ProfCon featured a service focusing on the church in the Valley of Decision over Israel with Peter Tsukahira, some Japanese guy. No one's ever heard of this guy. No one's ever heard of Mr. Tsukahira. And how many people are going to be joining this conference? Oh, it's already happened. It's already happened. They've already done a big conference in early February. So the Israelis are still cultivating support from the evangelicals. And the reason why they're still cultivating support from the evangelicals is because they need that. That's their life support. Without that evangelical support, there is no longer any reason for a politician to say that he's pro-Israel. There's no longer any reason for him to do that. So once you remove the evangelicals, that's it for the Israelis. So it says here, let's see. So it says here that Mr. Ratcliffe added that given the unpredictability of events in any conflict, regime change could happen, but it should not be considered an achievable objective. Several others jumped in, including Mr. Vance, just back from Azerbaijan, who also expressed strong skepticism about the prospect of regime change. The president then turned to General Kane. Kane, what do you think? General Kane replied, "Sir, this is, in my experience, standard operating procedure for the Israelis. They oversell, and their plans are not always well developed. They know they need us, and that's why they're hard selling." He's telling Donald Trump these Israelis are exaggerators. They love to exaggerate, and they do. It's a part of Israeli culture to exaggerate everything. I mean, if you read the gospel, it says that they were calling Jesus a terrorist. They were telling Pontius Pilate, this Jesus is an enemy of the Caesar. And if you do not kill this man, then you will be an ally to this enemy of the Caesar. And we will go to the Caesar and we will tell him that you have shown mercy to this enemy of the Caesar. And anyone who is an enemy of Caesar is no friend of ours. And the whole thing was a ginormous exaggeration. They were trying to make it out as if Jesus Christ was this terrorist who was trying to overthrow the power of the Caesar in Judea. They exaggerated the whole thing. They made up a lie. They made up a lie and they blew it up to lobby for the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. And that's what Israel does. They lie, they exaggerate, they gaslight, they manipulate, they oversell, as Mr. General Kane says here. They oversell all the time. And here's the thing is, I worked with Zionists. I've been around Zionists. I know how they are. They love to exaggerate. Everything's a Hitler. Everything is another Holocaust. If you don't do this, it's another Holocaust. If you support Israel, you're Winston Churchill. If you don't support Israel, you are what's his name? Mr. Chamberlain. You're Mr. Chamberlain. You're the guy who appealed to Hitler. You're the guy who tried to appease Hitler. So that's how they see everything. Everything is 5 minutes to midnight. Everything is, well, if we don't do this, then we're all going to die. Everything is, well, if we don't go to war against Iran, then a nuke's going to drop on Washington, D.C., and the Iranian military is going to be storming the beaches of Manhattan or whatever. They're going to be storming the beaches of San Francisco. God forbid, Israel was Sodom, so they want to defend their fellow Sodom. That's how it is. So Mr. Kane knows exactly what it's like to work with the Israelis, and I agree with him because I've worked with Israelis. I know how they are. If you don't agree with the Zionist narrative, you are seen as a terrorist. If you say, listen, Israel, you're killing people in Gaza. You've killed way too many people. It's time to stop. The Israelis look at you, the Zios, the fanatics, the Third Templars, whatever you want to call them. They look at you and they say, you are a terrorist. You are doing the bidding of Hamas. That's what they said about Megyn Kelly. That's what they said about Megyn Kelly. And Charlie Kirk said this. Charlie Kirk was talking to Megyn Kelly, and he said, Megyn, I'm getting all these nasty texts from these Zionist donors of mine about you, and they're saying that you are doing the bidding of Hamas. You're doing the bidding of Hamas just because you disagree with Israel. So they lie all the time. If you criticize them, you're a terrorist. Just like when Jesus criticized the Sanhedrin and the Pharisees and the scribes and the Jewish Second Temple establishment, they were saying that he was an enemy of Caesar. They were accusing him of being a revolutionary trying to overthrow the Roman government. They were telling Pontius Pilate, if you don't kill this guy, we're going to go to Caesar and tell Caesar that you are a friend with the enemy of Caesar, Jesus, and you are going to be punished. We're going to get you killed, Pontius Pilate. So they framed Jesus. They then used false testimony to try to pressure Pontius Pilate to have Jesus killed. And then they framed this whole story that he was some sort of a terrorist. Was Jesus a terrorist? No. Who were the terrorists? The Pharisees were the terrorists. The mob who was crying, crucify him, they were the terrorists. In fact, they were such terrorists that when Pontius Pilate came along and said, okay, who do you want to live? Jesus Christ or Barabbas? Barabbas was a murderer. He was a literal terrorist. Barabbas murdered a Roman soldier because he was a terrorist who was trying to overthrow Roman rulership over Judea. He was a literal enemy of Caesar. And so the very mob that called Jesus an enemy of Caesar and tried to frame Jesus as a terrorist against Caesar was the same mob saying, we want to free the actual terrorist Barabbas who murdered a Roman soldier. So who were the terrorists? It wasn't Jesus. It was the people calling for the crucifixion of Jesus. So if you look at the Israeli lobby, they're very quick to call people terrorists. But then they will support Israel when it drops 100 bombs on Lebanon in 10 minutes and slaughters 300 people in 10 minutes. Who are the terrorists? You're the terrorists. So they did this hard sell to Donald Trump. Okay, and then it says here that Mr. Trump quickly weighed the assessment. He quickly weighed the assessment. And it says here, regime change, he said, would be their problem, meaning the Israelis' problem. It was unclear whether he was referring to the Israelis or the Iranian people, but the bottom line was that his decision on whether to go to war against Iran would not hinge on whether part 3 and 4 of Mr. Netanyahu's presentation were achievable. Mr. Trump appeared to remain very interested in accomplishing parts 1 and 2, killing the Ayatollah and Iran's top leaders and dismantling the Iranian military. That didn't happen. They did kill the Ayatollah, but the military is still there. So it says here, General Kane shared with Mr. Trump and others the alarming military assessment that a major campaign against Iran would drastically deplete stockpiles to American weaponry, including missile interceptors, whose supply had been strained after years of support for Ukraine and Israel. So they knew the missile interceptors are going to be depleted because of this war against the Iranians. Why did they decide to go through with it? Why did they decide to do this war? General Kane saw no clear path to quickly replenishing these stockpiles. So they all knew what was going to happen. They all knew what was going to happen. General Kane also flagged the enormous difficulty of securing the Strait of Hormuz and the risks of Iran blocking it. So they all knew, they all told the president, Mr. President, the missile interceptors are going to be depleted because of a war with Iran. Iran will take control over the Strait of Hormuz. Iran will block tankers on the Strait of Hormuz. They will choke the Strait of Hormuz. So they all got the warnings. They all knew this stuff. So why did Mr. Trump go through with this war? Well, people are going to look at this story and they're going to say, well, obviously it's because of Israel. All the facts were there. All the facts that said that this war would not be beneficial to the United States were there. So then why would America do this war when it was obvious that it would be detrimental to America's interest? It would be detrimental to our our stockpile of missile interceptors. It would be detrimental for our freedom of travel through the Strait of Hormuz. Why would we do this? It doesn't make any sense, right? It does not make any sense. And they're right. It doesn't make no damn sense. So then why do this war? I think it's very obvious as to why. People are going to look at this story and they're going to say, well, I know why. And they're going to say one word. Israel. They're going to say one term, the you-know-whos. They're going to say it's the temple. They're going to say it's the Sanhedrin. The bottom line is facts like this, facts like the one that is being reported right here on this New York Times article are being used and will continue to be used and will continue to grow in use to point to Israel as the culprit and to make the argument that America needs to cut Israel off. So you have this disastrous war. And maybe, if you think about it, maybe that's why they did this war. Maybe they did this war to set up the atmosphere, to set up the political climate in which it would be easier for the Americans to cut the Israelis off. So we have this war. Everyone knew it was bullshit. And Joe Kent all of a sudden resigns from his position as director of counterintelligence. John Kiriakou goes viral. He gets even more famous. He's this former CIA agent telling people about the evils of Israel and why America needs to cut the Israelis off and why the CIA actually doesn't like Israel. And then you see this article from the New York Times, and everyone from Megyn Kelly to Ann Coulter has been referencing this article. They've been referencing this article. And remember, the New York Times is under the control of who? Do not forget who controls the New York Times. The CIA controls the New York Times. They control the New York Times. And when an article like this gets published, it does not get published without first being reviewed by the CIA. This is a fact. You can look into this. Anytime it comes to articles that are of a sensitive nature, like this one, it gets reviewed by the CIA before it gets published. So the CIA, rest assured, read this article and said, take this out, you can put this in, maybe change this one thing here, and that's it. They dictate what can be said in articles like this. Why would they allow this article to be released? And who leaked out the information for this article to be written? Who leaked out the information that is specified in this article? Why would they allow it to get leaked out? Why would the CIA allow for this information to be known to the public? Because they want to create a perspective. They want to create a perception. And the perception is very simple. Israel needs to go. It has too much power. All of the signs were there that this war was going to be disastrous. The director of the CIA told Donald Trump that what the Israelis were telling him was bullshit. General Dan Kane told Donald Trump that the Iranians would choke the Strait of Hormuz, that they would shut down the Strait of Hormuz, and that they would stop tankers beneficial to the American economy from going through the Strait of Hormuz. They told Donald Trump that this war was going to deplete America of its interceptor missiles that would be necessary to protect not only American bases, but America's allies on the Gulf. So all the warnings were there. Why would they allow this war? And why would they allow this information to be known to the public? Because they want to create the perception that says everyone knew what the negative consequences were going to be as a result of this war. So then why did we do a war that was so obviously not to the interest of America? And then the elephant in the room becomes Israel. Then people say it's Israel. That's the perception. And that's what everyone is saying. Everyone is saying this article further proves the excessive influence of the Israelis. And this is the reason why we need to cut off the Israelis. That's what people are saying. So there is a perception that is being built up right now. We're seeing it being built up. And this perception that says Israel must be thrown under the bus, that Israel must be cut off, is now the dominating perspective in American political discourse on the internet, which is much bigger than mainstream media, much bigger than traditional media or traditional media outlets like newspapers. So it says here that Donald Trump dismissed that possibility. He dismissed the possibility. He dismissed the warning that Iran was going to close the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump had dismissed that possibility on the assumption that the regime would capitulate before it came to that. The president appeared to think it would be a very quick war, an impression that had been reinforced by the tepid response to the U.S. bombing of Iran's nuclear facilities in June. And remember what David Barnea, the head of the Mossad, told Donald Trump. Oh, Mr. Donald Trump, if you just bomb Iran, the people will rise up and they'll take over Iran. It'll be easy. So the Israeli influence further convinced Donald Trump that this was a good idea. So it says here that Donald Trump constantly... Okay, so Donald Trump would constantly ask, and then what? Oh, sorry. What is this talking about? Okay. Okay, so Donald Trump would constantly ask, and then what? But Mr. Trump would often seem to hear only what he wanted to hear. And it says here, at no point during the deliberations did the chairman directly tell the president that war with Iran was a terrible idea, though some of General Kane's colleagues believed that was exactly what he thought. Oh my God, why can't I read? This is so embarrassing. At no point during the deliberations did the chairman directly tell the president that the war with Iran was a terrible idea, though some of General Kane's colleagues believed that was exactly what he thought. Distrusted as Mr. Netanyahu was by many of the president's advisors, the prime minister's view of the situation was far closer to Mr. Trump's opinion than the anti-interventionist on the Trump team or in the broader America First movement liked to admit. This woman looks evil. Oh my gosh, she looks evil. Nobody in Mr. Trump's inner circle was more worried about the prospect of war with Iran or did more to try to stop it than the vice president, J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance wants no association with this war. He doesn't want to be associated with it. Because he wants to become the president. J.D. Vance wants to be elected as the president of the United States. And he knows that if he becomes associated with neoconservatism, that it'll be detrimental to his political campaign. So Mr. Vance wants no association with this war. And that's why he went against it. And it says here that Mr. Vance had built his political career opposing precisely the kind of military adventurism that was now under serious consideration. He had described a war with Iran as, quote, a huge distraction of resources and massively expensive. So this article is going to be used by Vance to help him. Because when J.D. Vance gets questioned about this war, he's going to say, well, as New York Times showed you, I was against this war. It wasn't my idea. Yes, I stood by the president because he's still my president, but I was against this war. I was firmly against it, and I told the president several times not to do it. And Mr. Vance is going to use this argument to defend himself. So it says here that Mr. Vance had built. Okay, I've already read this. Let's see. So it says here. He was not, however, a dove across the board. In January, when Mr. Trump publicly warned Iran to stop killing protesters and promised that help was on its way, Mr. Vance had privately encouraged the president to enforce his red line. But what the vice president pushed for was a limited, punitive strike, something closer to the model of Mr. Trump's missile attack against Syria in 2017 over the use of chemical weapons against civilians. So Mr. Vance is going to say, listen, I supported a war effort against Iran insofar as it would have just been a very quick and swift operation, and I would have supported, a strike against Iran if it was just a very fast operation. I did not support any sort of prolonged war against Iran. Mr. Vance is going to be using this argument to defend himself. And just like Joe Kent said, I supported Donald Trump's war against Iran because I thought that it was just going to be, it's hard to call it a war. It's hard to call that type of operation a war. But what Mr. Kent said was, I supported the idea of a military operation against Iran because I thought that it was going to be just a very fast operation like the 12-Day War. He said, once I saw that it was becoming a prolonged conflict, or it was really getting close to becoming a prolonged conflict, he said that I resigned from my position as director of counterintelligence. And so Mr. Vance is going to be using the same sort of argumentation to defend himself. So it says here, the vice president thought a regime change war with Iran would be a disaster. His preference was for no strikes at all, but knowing that Mr. Trump was likely to intervene in some fashion, he tried to steer toward more limited action. Later, when it seemed certain that the president was set on a large-scale campaign, Mr. Vance argued that he should do so with overwhelming force in the hope of achieving his objective quickly. So this is how Vance is going to defend himself. He's going to say, well, I told the president that it was a bad idea, and I told the president that if he wanted to do an operation against Iran, that he needed to make it overwhelming so as to make the mission quick, so as to make the objective quickly accomplished. In other words, Vance is going to say, I did not want a full-scale war with Iran. I simply wanted a quick military operation. This is how Vance is going to be defending himself. And so it says here, in front of his colleagues, Mr. Vance warned Mr. Trump that a war against Iran could cause regional chaos and untold numbers of casualties. It could also break apart Mr. Trump's political coalition and would be seen as a betrayal by many voters who had bought into the promise of no new war. So Mr. Vance told Trump, listen, this is going to be perceived as a betrayal by a lot of our voters. And he was right. He was absolutely right. So then the question is, why would Donald Trump do this? And so people are going to read this and they're going to say, okay, Mr. Vance was against the war. He was anti-war. He was only in favor of a swift operation. He was not in favor of any sort of prolonged conflict. He was not in favor of boots on the ground. And he warned Donald Trump that it would be politically disadvantageous, that it would be politically disastrous for him to do this, and that a lot of his voters would see it as a betrayal. And so people are going to see this and they're going to say, okay, Vance gave him the warnings. Why didn't Donald Trump listen to Mr. Vance? And then they're going to say, well, the conclusion is quite obvious. It's because Israel has undue influence over our foreign policy, and this needs to end. And this insanely fanatical alliance that we have with the Israelis needs to stop. That is the dominating perspective in American political discourse currently, and it's only going to grow, and it's not going anywhere. Mr. Vance raised other concerns too. As vice president, he was aware of the scope of America's munitions problem. So Vance told Donald Trump, listen, we have a limited stockpile. We are not going to be able to be intercepting all these missiles for a seriously long time, for a substantially long time. We will quickly deplete our missile interceptors. Don't do this. So the question then is, again, why would Donald Trump agree to do this war when the risks were so obvious, when the negative consequences were so obvious, when the negative future as a result of this war was so clearly foreseen? people are going to make the conclusion: Israel, Israel, Israel. And the Israelis know this, and the Israelis are desperate. They're desperate. So it says here, let's see. I already read this. A war against a regime with enormous will for survival could leave the United States in a far worse position to fight conflicts for some years. Beyond all of this was perhaps the biggest risk of all. Iran held the advantage when it came to the Strait of Hormuz. If this narrow waterway carrying vast quantities of oil and natural gas was choked off, the domestic consequences in the United States would be severe, starting with higher gasoline prices. So they all knew exactly what was going to happen. Vance knew it. John Ratcliffe knew it. General Dan Kane knew it. Marco Rubio knew it. All these guys knew it. Tucker Carlson knew it. All these guys knew it. Joe Kent knew it. All these people in American intelligence knew it. So the question then is, why would America do it? Why did Donald Trump agree to do this war? And people are going to look at this and they're going to say, well, look at Donald Trump's relationship with Miriam Adelson, the wife of Sheldon Adelson, the big kosher casino mogul, however you say the word, mogul, the big kosher casino mogul. Donald Trump got most of his campaign funds, or his biggest campaign donor was Miriam Adelson. She gave Donald Trump, $200 million in campaign funds? And Donald Trump has said nothing but nice things about Miriam Adelson. And Miriam Adelson and Sheldon Adelson told Donald Trump to tear apart the Iran deal, to get rid of the Iran deal. And Donald Trump complied. The Adelsons told Donald Trump to make it official that the Golan Heights belongs to Israel. Donald Trump complied. The Zionists wanted Donald Trump to make the capital of Israel into Jerusalem. Donald Trump complied. The Israelis wanted Donald Trump to go to war against Iran. And Donald Trump did exactly what the Israelis wanted. Now you could say, well, Ted, the president made the decision. Okay, he made the decision. Let's just say that. Okay, well, why didn't Obama make this decision? The Israelis told Obama to go to war against Iran. Obama didn't listen. He didn't do it. I think Bill Clinton was even told to go to war against Iran. That didn't happen. So the reality is that Donald Trump is basically a secular John Hagee. We're dealing with a secular John Hagee, I think, at this point. I don't know. But he apparently is under excessive influence from the Zio lobby. And that is going to be the conclusion of a lot of people. So people say that popular opinion doesn't matter. But if the idea of going to war against Iran was so immensely popular, we would have already commenced a full-scale conventional war against the Iranians, but we have not. We did a 5-week war, a 5-week skirmish involving airstrikes with no major number of ground troops being deployed. Maybe some special forces guys were sent to do a mission to take some uranium, and they failed. But there was no major deployment of ground troops. It was just airstrikes. That's all it was. It was airstrikes. 5 weeks of virtually all airstrikes. Why didn't America do a full-scale war? Because the idea of doing a full-scale war is unpopular. So because it's quite clear that public opinion does eventually have a toll on American foreign policy, and public opinion does act as a determining factor for much of our foreign policy, then eventually the public opinion against Israel is going to get so high, it's going to get so big and so unignorable and so massive that eventually America is going to have to pull out of this relationship with Israel, just like America had no choice but to pull out of this 5-week war with Iran. The Israelis, of course, want the Americans to just go on with this war, but America can't do it. America had no choice but to pull out. So it says here, let's see here, hold on. Tucker Carlson, the commentator who had emerged as another prominent skeptic of intervention on the right, had come to the Oval Office several times over the previous year to warn Mr. Trump that a war with Iran would destroy his presidency. A couple of weeks before the war began, Mr. Trump, who had known Mr. Carlson for years, tried to reassure him over the phone. Quote, I know you're worried. I know you're worried about it, but it's going to be okay, the president said. Mr. Carlson asked how he knew. Because it always is, Mr. Trump replied. So Mr. Trump was trying to appeal to Mr. Carlson. Why is that? Because politicians know that they have to influence these big political influencers to get to the people. They want to appease these big political influencers because they know that they have the ears of the people, and they're hoping that these influencers would be sympathetic towards this destructive American foreign policy, but it didn't work out. Tucker Carlson has been very critical of this war, as he should be, and the vast majority of Americans agree with Tucker Carlson. So America's political opinion, the public opinion of the United States against this war was so heavy that America had no choice but to pull out of this war. If 85% of Americans said, no, hoorah, we want war, America would have invaded Iran by now. America would have sent 100,000, 200,000 troops into Iran, and that would have been it. And we would be already in a massive war. But that didn't happen. Why? Public opinion. The president had effectively made up his mind weeks earlier, several of his advisors said, but he had not yet decided exactly when. Now, Mr. Netanyahu urged him to move fast. Yeah. So that's pretty much it. I don't think I need to read anymore. You guys get the idea. I've talked long enough on this article. I think I've talked way too long. I'll read some of your guys' comments. Hold up. Let's see here. I'll read your guys' comments. Hold on. A lot of comments tonight. Let's see here. Mark who? Mark Levine. Yup. Tel Levine. Trash Cruise. There you go. Let's see here. I see the Germany-Ukraine connection blowing this global conflict wide open. Yeah. Bro, can't believe you called Pakistan a shithole the other day. Man, it is my country, whatever it is, but it is definitely not a shithole. I support you, and I believe most Pakistanis will support you. Okay, okay. When did I call it a shithole? I don't know. I don't remember calling it. Okay, I probably did call it a shithole. I got nothing against Pakistani people. Gentile bride. What are you talking about? Hosea and Gomer being a Gentile bride. When will Congress Article 25 Trump? If they wait, it's not going to happen. Let's see here. I'm going to be honest. I doubt Congress will as much. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, and pulled out the chair for him like a valet. I saw that. Yep. Trump makes Joe Biden look like a genius. Laura Toomer, another Lewinsky. Honey walnut shrimp. That sounds good. I came the moment number 53 gets mentioned. What are you talking about? I did not give a shit about Israel before October the 7th. Now I despise the state. There you go. And this has been the case for a lot of people. A lot of people had no idea about Israel. They didn't even know what a Jewish person was. And now everyone's talking about Israel. Like everyone. Guys, this actually happened to me this week. I couldn't believe it. I was, let me see. I was running an errand and I was talking to this employee, and this employee told me that he was from Miami. And he said that he worked in Miami as a banker. He was working in a bank in Miami. And he said that anytime Jewish people. This is what I did not bring up Jews. I tell you, hand on the Bible, I was talking to this dude. I did not bring up Israel. I didn't bring up Jews. I don't bring up those topics with people in public. All right, I just don't, because in my opinion, I don't know. Sometimes I get the impression that, for the most part, people don't care about politics, so why talk about it unless someone else wants to talk about politics with you? Why initiate that conversation when you know that probably most people don't care about what you think about politics? But anyway, this guy tells me he's from Miami. He says, oh, I'm from Miami. I said, oh, what did you do in Miami? He said, I worked at a bank. I said, oh, shit, what were you doing in a bank? And he said, well, I was doing just banking stuff, regular banking stuff, regular banking work. And he tells me that, he said, when I lived in Miami, man, he's a Hispanic guy. And he said, when I lived in Miami, man, oh my God, man, like, there were Jews everywhere. I was like, oh my God, it's happening. It's happening, everyone. The great noticing can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. We got Hispanic dudes talking about this now. He's like, dude, there were like Jewish people everywhere, man. All over Miami. And like, bro, this is what he tells me. He's like, bro, Jewish people would come over to get a loan and they would say, okay, what's the interest rate? I would say, oh, it's like 12%. They'd pick up the phone, call up one of their friends or relatives and say, hey, the bank is saying the loan is at 12% interest. Can you give me a better deal? And then the relative or friend that they were talking to would say, I'll give you the same loan for 5%. Deal. So they would go to the bank to learn the interest rate, to learn the price of money, basically. And then they would call up a relative or friend and ask for a loan at a cheaper price. And he's like, dude, Jewish people in Miami never got loans from banks because they would just get the loans from relatives or friends at a cheaper interest rate. So I was like, okay. I did not initiate this conversation. I was talking to this guy, but I did not initiate this topic. Why are we talking about Jewish people in public? Why are we talking about interest rates and loans? Why are we talking about Jewish people never getting loans from banks in Miami? What's going on here? What's going on? So I'm sitting there acting like I'm just learning about this stuff. Like, really? Wow. Okay. Yeah, okay. And then we're talking about whatever, Florida stuff and this and that. And he says, I've been watching a lot of videos on YouTube about the Israel lobby. And I'm like, oh my God. First, we were talking about loans and interest rates and Jewish people. Now we're talking about the Israel lobby. Dude, the noticing. When you got Hispanic dudes from Miami randomly talking to you about loans and the you-know-whos and the Israel lobby, that the great noticing has broken all of the barriers and is no longer just a topic confined to one group of people. It's no longer this little niche topic that some people who are interested in politics talk about. It is now a household topic of discussion. That's what it is. Everyone's talking about this guy. I kid you not. Years ago, some of my cousins came to visit me, my Hispanic cousins, because my mother is from Mexico, so I got Hispanic cousins. And these Hispanic cousins came to visit me. And I was talking to them. And this was back in 2018, all right? This was the year that I was reading John Mearsheimer's masterpiece of a book entitled The Israel Lobby. And if you have not read Mearsheimer's The Israel Lobby, you need to read that book because it's a masterpiece. It's really good. So I had just got done reading the Israel Lobby. I was reading a lot about the Israel Lobby. I was watching all these debates on Israel and America's foreign policy in regards to Israel. I was sort of obsessing over this subject in 2018. I was doing YouTube videos on the topic, and I still have my old videos. I actually uploaded 2 of them on YouTube. I have not made them public. Guys, let me know if you want me to make those 2 videos public. I uploaded 2 videos from 2018 that I did on the Israel Lobby. If you want me to upload those old videos just to see my old stuff, just for the sake of, I don't know, nostalgia or whatever, let me know. So I'm at the mall with my cousins, and I start talking to them about Israel. They're a lot younger than me, very Zoomers. So at this time, I was 28 years old. One of them was 18, one was, I think, 17, one was 15, and one was maybe, I don't know, 11 years old. And I'm talking to them about Israel. They had no idea what Israel was. They didn't know what the hell in Israel, what's in Israel? What is that? Is that a food or something? They had no idea what Israel was. Never heard of it. They never heard of Israel. 2018, they didn't know anything about Israel. Nothing. Now everyone's talking about Israel. I'll give you guys another story. This is going to sound even more unbelievable, but it's the truth. It is the truth, guys. Oh my God, this is the truth. It's so crazy you can't make this up. I'm telling you guys the truth. This actually happened. Last year, pretty certain it was last year, we were talking to the son of a guy that we know in our family. This guy is from Mexico. The son was born here, but he's Hispanic. And we've known these people for years. And last year, we were talking to the son. He's young, right? At this time, he was maybe like 19 years old. And we're talking to him about Israel. Do you know what he asked us? I kid you not, this actually happened. He said, "What's a Jew?" He said, "What's a Jew?" He actually asked this question. This year, we're talking to him. And we're talking about the war with Iran. And do you know what he told us? He said, "I'm not dying for Israel." So you went from not even knowing what a Jewish person was. You went from never hearing about Jews and not knowing what a Jew is to crying out, "I'm not dying for Israel." Do you see how this whole phenomenon is unfolding? Do you see how more and more people are learning about Israel? Do you see how this whole trend is expanding to the point where you have Zoomers who just a year ago didn't even know what a Jewish person was, and now they're saying, "Fuck Israel"? Like, this is not stopping. Israel thinks, "Well, we just buy TikTok. You know, we just buy the TikTok. How much does it cost for the TikTok? $100 million. Give it money, nothing. 100 million. Here you go. Take it. TikTok now belongs to us. We own TikTok. You can't influence young people anymore. We're going to get beautiful Israeli women with the big titties, okay, with the IDF uniform, and we're going to spread the videos everywhere. People are going to love Israel. People are going to know about the glories of Israel. They're going to know about the wonders and the amazing things, all the great things about Israel. We're going to buy the TikTok. Now the young people will love us." Has that changed? Has buying TikTok helped you out, Mr. Israel? Did Mr. Eliason purchasing the American branch of TikTok help Israel at all? It didn't do anything for Israel. The hatred is still growing. The numbers still keep increasing. The number of percentage points of Americans hating on Israel keeps going up every month, according to Pew Research. I don't see those numbers going down. It was at 53% of Americans hating Israel in April of last year. And people thought, well, it's a trend, guys. It's a trend. They're just young. They're youngins, you know. They're just watching these liberals like Cenk Uyghur and whoever on YouTube, and they're rotting their brains out with that liberal left-wing anti-American stuff, unlike us boomers who have been rotting our brains with Fox News for decades. You know, these young people, they're going to get over it because, you know, as they get older, they wise up. And it's like the hippies. You know, we were hippies, and we were going to Haight-Ashbury, we were taking drugs, but then we grew out of it and we started going to the Calvary Chapel Evangelical Church. So we went from getting high off of weed and crack and LSD to getting high off of heresy and going to some bullshit evangelical church called Calvary Chapel, where the pastors tell us to support Israel. And so we grew out of it. You see, we grew out of it. This is just a phase. I don't see those numbers going down. And the reason why those numbers are not going down, here's the reason why, guys. Here is the reason why. It does not matter how much money Israel pours into social media. They can bring in 1 billion pastors to tell the whole world to kiss Israel's ass. They can bring in 1 billion pastors to tell the whole world to worship Israel. The rest of the world is still not going to worship Israel. It won't work. Because as much money as these kosher mobsters have, as much money as the synagogue possesses, as many billionaire donors as they have, you cannot alter the human soul. When you see children being cut to pieces in Gaza, when you see a Palestinian child picking up the body parts of his mother, when you see a father crying over the corpse of his son after his son just got shot and murdered by an Israeli sniper, when you see a grandmother holding the hand of her little grandson, and then she gets shot in the head and drops dead in the middle of the street, even though she was holding a white flag, you don't unsee those things. Israel can try to gaslight you and say, well, no, actually, what you saw really wasn't what you saw. They can try to lie and manipulate and muddy the waters all they want. You cannot unsee those things. When you read about how Lebanon fires 100 bombs on Lebanon, when you read about how Israel fired 100 bombs on Lebanon in 10 minutes and slaughtered 300 people in 10 minutes, that's something that you just don't unlearn. You begin to see, you've already been seeing it, but you see more and more the depths of depravity that Israel is in. And you see that there is no moral limit that Israel will not break. They'll get a dog, have the dog hump a naked Palestinian guy. They'll get a guy, they'll shove a blade up his ass. They will tear apart his anus. They'll puncture his lungs. They don't care. They don't care. There is no moral... There is no moral limit that Israel will not break. And so people cannot unsee that. You can tell them, well, Israel is so great. It's wonderful. It's a democracy. It's not going to change anything. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. And the numbers are going to continue to increase. The numbers will continue to increase. Here are the numbers right here, guys. Let me show you guys this. Okay, leave me alone with your cookie stuff. I'll read some of your guys' comments. Hold on. Fox was calling him Your Highness. Plans never survived contact with the enemy. True. Was it Operation Market Garden? Maybe. I don't think so. I've heard the Argentinian soldiers are coked up. I didn't know that. Are they even at war? Are they still fighting over that island? Are they still fighting over that island with England? I don't know. Afghanistan totally run out and fouled up big time. Israeli intelligence is the fast food of intel. Typically ends in regret. Kvetching, yup. Where's the smalts? Yup. Let's see here. They got rocks they had to ground up into bread, maybe because they even had problems then. I don't even know. What are you referring to? They managed to fatigue God. Yup. Let's see here. How late am I? I don't know. Probably not that late. I'll be here for a while. Let's see here. Let's see here. I can't convince anyone over 50 of these things. That's true, but under 50s are going to eventually take over the world, so it doesn't really matter. I wonder what the approval rating was for the revolution. I have no idea. Those over 50 understand the history. Try Riyadh. I don't even know. Wait, what are you referring to? Try Riyadh? I don't know what you're referring to. Was part of India. Okay, I don't care. Let's see. Pakistan. Got it. Okay. Let's see here. What's the deal with Lebanon? They want to take over southern Lebanon and they want to go all the way up until the Litani River. That's the policy of Israel. Let's see here. Hold up. Happy Harrowing of Hell from Georgia. Hello, Mr. Carrera. Let's see here. Ted Cruz and Mike Huckabee podcast would be the most anti-Christ podcast ever. True. Embolden Iran. True. At the time, most Israelis saw Iran as potentially the bigger threat, but blah, blah, blah. The fact... Okay, I'm not going to even... Hold on. Hold on 1 second. How come I can't sign into my own chat? It doesn't let me do it for some reason. Okay, here are Maldives. Upload the old videos? Okay, I will. Nostalgia is fantastic. Absolutely. Yes, I love your old stuff. Yeah, I'll upload them. You should have more viewers. Appreciate that, Matthew. You're very good. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. I read that book back when it was a new release. Awesome. Must have been back in 2007 when it came out. The Silent Generation are rolling over. That's when you know it's a psyop. Yeah, there's some kind of a psyop going on. I think what they want to do is prime us for when America just cuts Israel off. Let's see here. Vance could be a shapeshifter. I don't trust JD Vance at all. I don't. I think he's part of that. What do you call it? He's part of that Silicon Valley world. I know he has ties with Peter Thiel. I mean, Vance is obviously evil. I don't trust him at all. Third Secret of Fatima. Don't care. Don't care about the Third Secret of Fatima. Don't care about Zagreb. Don't care about Majagori. Don't care about any of this stuff. I was in that world, been there, done that. Don't care. Could you throw up a link to the article? I don't know which one this is. Thanks. It's the New York Times article that everyone's talking about. I'll see if I can put the link in. It has a paywall anyway. I don't know if you have an account with the New York Times. Here, I'll put the link up. Hold on. There you go. Let's see. The chat is so chill. Except for all of the angry Indian people. But yeah, overall, pretty chill. Turkish-Israel war will be interesting. The U.S. loyalty will be tested. Yep, it will be. I don't think America will go to war against Turkey, though. I don't see it happening. Let's see here. You know, everyone in Asia, dude. This is not Asia, man. It's a different. America is a different world from Asia and Europe. America is a country where you have a lot of these people who worship Israel, and it was once the dominating trend amongst American conservatives to revere Israel. It was a huge, huge thing. It was like it represented 85, 86% of evangelicals in America. It was massive. It was massive. And the Europeans would come to America and they would see Americans acting like that and they would just find it so bizarre. But again, America is a bizarre country. It is. America is a country full of extremisms. And it's always been that way since the beginning. Going all the way back to the Puritans, America has been a country of extremes. And so when we supported Israel, we did so extremely. We extremely supported Israel. And now that the shift is moving against Israel, I think that we are going to extremely be against Israel to the point where it could become very dangerous. And by that, I mean we could be entering an era wherein more and more Americans are going to revere and romanticize Adolf Hitler. Upload those 2 videos? Okay, I will. They're already uploaded. I just have to make them public. That's all I have to do. Theo was way in advance on the Turkey-Israel conflict. My friends think I'm a geopolitical genius. Thanks to Theo. Well, I appreciate that, sir. I'm happy to help you. Yeah, I don't trust Vance at all. Let's see here. Okay, I'm going to show you guys some more stuff here. Hold up. Let's look at the numbers, shall we? Let's look at the numbers. Negative views of Israel. Netanyahu continues to rise among Americans. Negative views of Israel. Netanyahu continue to rise among Americans, especially young people. And it says here, 60% of U.S. adults have an unfavorable, not favorable, unfavorable view of Israel, up from 53% last year. So actually, it's not exactly 53%. It was 53% in April of last year. But in October of last year, it went up to 59%. So now it's at 60%. I think it's a lot more because we went from 53 to 59 from April to October. And you're telling me now it's just at 60. It's much higher. I think it's at least in the 70s. At least in the 70s. 59% have little or no confidence in Netanyahu to do the right thing regarding world affairs, up from 52% last year. In both political parties, majorities of adults under the age of 50 now rate Israel and Netanyahu negatively. In both political parties, the majorities of adults under the age of 50. Doesn't matter if it's at the Democrat side or the Republican side. The majority of adults under the age of 50 do not like Israel or Netanyahu. So that means that the only bulwark left standing between America's alliance with Israel and America ending that alliance are the boomers. The boomers and the Gen Xers who support Israel. That's it. Once that element is no more, America's entire policy towards the Middle East is going to change. The survey was conducted March 23rd to 29 among 3,507 U.S. adults. It was fielded about a month into the U.S. and Israeli-led war in Iran. So we can see how the numbers changed during the war. And it says here, 6 in 10 Americans have a very or somewhat unfavorable view of Israel, up from 7 percentage points since last year and nearly 20 points since 2022. The share of U.S. adults with a very unfavorable view of Israel, 28%. So 28% of U.S. adults have a very unfavorable view of Israel. 60% of Americans have either a very unfavorable view towards Israel or just an unfavorable view towards Israel. But still, if you look at the number of people who have a very unfavorable view towards Israel, it's 28%. And that has been an increase by 9 points since last year. So the numbers keep going up. And this 28%, this statistic of 28% really is a major increase from 2022 when it was just at 10%. So in 2022, 10% of Americans had a very unfavorable view towards Israel. Just 10%. That's it. Just 10%. Now it's at 28%. 8 in 10 Democrats and Democratic-leaning independents currently have an unfavorable view of Israel, up from 69% last year and 53% in 2022. So last year, the number of Democrats who held an unfavorable view towards Israel was at 8 out of 10 Democrats. So last year, 8 out of every 10 Democrats had an unfavorable... Sorry. Last year, 69% of Democrats had an unfavorable view towards Israel. And this year, 8 out of every 10 Democrats have an unfavorable view towards Israel. So they have lost the Democrats. And they're losing the Republicans big time. So it says here, more Republicans and Republican leaners have a favorable than unfavorable view of Israel, 58% versus 41%. So 41% of Republicans have an unfavorable view towards Israel, and 58% have a favorable view towards Israel. So still, the majority of Republicans hold a favorable view towards Israel. That is changing. That is changing. Because it says here, still, the share of Republicans with a negative view has ticked up since last year, driven by those under the age of 50. Today, 57% of Republicans aged 18 to 49 have an unfavorable opinion of Israel. So if you look at Republicans who are from the ages of 18 to 49, 57% of those people do not like Israel. Up from 50% last year. So last year, it was just 50%, just half of Republicans aged 18 to 49 who had a negative view towards Israel. Now it's up to 57%. The numbers keep ticking up. The clock keeps on ticking. The hourglass keeps emptying. And Israel's time is running short. Because when these people fully dominate the political landscape of the United States, it's going to be over for the Israelis. Large majorities of Republicans 50 and older continue to view Israel positively. So the boomers and the Gen Xers are the biggest supporters of the Israelis. Once they are no longer dominating politics and it's just the under 50s, the entire political landscape in regards to Israel is going to shift. It's going to go through a massive reformation. In at least 5 years, Ben Shapiro will become completely irrelevant. Mark Levine will be forgotten. People will not even remember who Mark Levine was. Nobody's going to care. The dominating political discourse will continue to still be anti-Israel. And eventually the political landscape for Israel will have to go through a shift. And people say, well, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Israel's still going to dominate everything. You really believe that? You really believe that? If the Israelis get whatever they want, no matter what, as you argue, then why haven't we entered into a full-scale conventional war with ground troops against the Iranians? Why haven't we sent 100 to 200,000 troops to invade Iran yet? Why haven't we done that? Why have we not done that? Why haven't we done that? Because we know that it's unpopular. So the policy is already shifting to a certain extent. I mean, if the Israelis just got whatever they wanted, if the Israelis could get whatever they wanted, they would have had the United States already sending hundreds of thousands of troops to invade Iran, but they haven't been able to do that. They have not been able to do that because of the public outcry against this war. So that public outcry eventually broke America's foreign policy, and America had to pull out of this war. To the ire of the Israelis, of course. So it says here, Jewish Americans and white evangelical Protestants have mostly positive views of Israel, 64 and 65% respectively. So 65% of white evangelicals support Israel. That's a massive number. And the thing is that while the majority of Americans are against Israel, the thing is that the majority of Americans don't vote. Whereas white evangelicals are a major portion of the voting bloc in this country. They are a major portion of the population of Americans who do vote. So evangelicals make up about, I want to say 25% of the American population, which is huge. That's a quarter. That's a quarter of the American population are evangelicals. Now, if you look at the amount of Americans who actually vote, it's not the majority of Americans who are voting. Maybe it's at least half of Americans who are voting. So then when you take that number, how many of the Americans who vote are evangelical. You're looking at a massive portion. You're looking at definitely over 25%. You're looking at maybe 45%, maybe a little bit less, maybe 35%. What's the percentage of American voters who are evangelical? How many American voters are evangelical Christian? Let's just get the number right here, okay? Let's see here. How many American voters are evangelical Christian? How many American voters are evangelical Christian? Let's see. I'm not getting my answer, but I'm just going to say that a massive portion of the American population who actually does vote are evangelicals. So the evangelical voting bloc is still very, very powerful. It's still very influential, which is why we are in the situation that we are in. So once you remove that voting bloc, then you remove the last bulwark for the Israelis. And that's why the Israelis are so desperately working to further cultivate their relation with the evangelicals. That's why the Israeli government still works very deeply with the evangelical world. So yeah, there you go. 60% of Americans, according to Pew Research, are against Israel. So it means that really the future is going to be quite grim for the Israelis. Hold on a second. Terminal. Okay, anyway. So it says here, Netanyahu could have learned his lesson the last time he took Trump to war with Iran. And it says here, America is a thing you can move very easily. This is what Netanyahu said in 2001. And he really had that mentality when he visited Donald Trump in the White House and convinced him to join the war, to join with Israel in a war against Iran. And it says here, but Trump started looking for a way out almost as soon as the fighting began. And Israel's strategic objectives are of little concern to him. And it says here, on the final day of the 12-day war last June, just as a ceasefire went into effect, U.S. President Donald Trump said he forced Israeli jets to turn around mid-flight on their way to Iran. So, on the last day of the 12-day war between the Israelis and the Iranians, Donald Trump told the Israelis to move their air force back to Israel, to get their air force out of Iran. And it says here that an Iranian ballistic missile had directly hit the southern city of Beersheba that day, and Israeli officials were vowing that their country would respond forcefully. So it's the last day of the 12-day war in June of last year. The Israeli Air Force is still in Iran. Why are they still in Iran? To bomb Iran. Donald Trump tells the Israelis, hey, get your Air Force out of Iran. The Iranians see the Air Force in Iran. They see the Israeli Air Force in their skies, and they say, okay, the Israelis want to play that game. They want to continue to bomb us. We're going to hit Beersheba. And I remember that. I remember seeing the video of the big, massive Iranian bomb landing in Beersheba. And the Israelis said, we're going to respond to the Iranians. And Donald Trump said, nope. He said, Israel is not going to attack Iran. That's what he said. It says it right here. Israel is not going to attack Iran. He posted on social media, all planes will turn home, and while doing a friendly plane wave to Iran. And so what happened? Before the Israelis left, they said, oh, well, there's a little loophole in the ceasefire agreement. It says that the ceasefire will not be in effect until this time of the day. So before that time actually comes, we're just going to bomb Iran again. And I think they did bomb Iran after they already made a ceasefire agreement, and the Israelis said, well, you said that the ceasefire will not be operational until this time in the day, so we have some time left to bomb them again. And Donald Trump was pissed off, and he dropped the infamous F-bomb on the Israelis, and he said that the Israelis don't know what the fuck they're doing. And I'm sitting here, I'm just waiting for the next F-bomb. That's what I'm waiting for. I am waiting for the next F-bomb to drop, because I know it's going to drop. And it says here, for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, this should have been a lesson. The price of military dependence on the United States is obeisance to the dictates of its president, however erratic they may be, and even when those dictates conflict with what are perceived as Israeli interests. So in other words, America will turn on Israel if it means having an advantageous position. If it means fulfilling American interest, America will throw Israel under the bus. And the thing is that everyone knows that America's deep ties with the Israelis is bad for America's position, bad for America's reputation on the global scene. And so anytime Israel acts unrestrained, anytime Israel does something evil, violent, murderous, destructive, bloody, America gets blamed for it. And so America knows that the world's opinion on Israel is very negative. America knows that the vast majority of people on earth are against Israel. So America cannot afford to just be in bed with Israel every single time that it wants to be in bed. America knows that it has to restrain Israel to a certain extent, or else it's going to be looking very bad for the Americans. And as I've said, America knew that it needed to pull out of this conflict because the public opinion in the United States in regards to this war is so negative, it's so disagreeable, that the Americans know that they cannot prolong this war for very long without being in a politically disadvantageous position. So America could not allow for this war to be a very long conflict. That's why at the beginning, the Americans were saying, well, this is going to be a 4 to 5 week long conflict. And it ended after 5 weeks. The Israelis hate this. They want the Americans to continue on with this war. But the Americans tell the Israelis, we can't continue on with this. We cannot sit here and do a forever war with you and for you. And so we learn our lesson. We see what the Americans did last year. They had the 12-day war. America said, nope, Israel, you have to stop. That's it. You have to stop. And they restrained the Israelis. Not without challenges. Not without belligerence from the Israelis. The Israelis bombed Iran even after the ceasefire was agreed upon. That pissed off Donald Trump. And so you could say, well, Trump is still a lackey for the Israelis. You can say, well, Trump is still a slave of the Israelis. Trump is still getting cucked, blah, blah, blah. Even if you are correct, even if you are right, Donald Trump, the Trump administration, the U.S. government, nonetheless, still needs to restrain Israel to some extent. Because if it does not, it will look badly on the Americans. And if it doesn't restrain the Israelis, it's bad for the American empire. It is detrimental to America's alliances with the Gulf Arab states. It becomes detrimental for America's alliances with the Europeans. And so America has no choice but to restrain the Israelis. The Israelis have their own interest. They will act as if they are obedient to the American empire, but really, how long is that going to last? Israel will act obedient, and then Israel will turn around and then just do more reckless stuff. And then America has to reprimand Israel again and restrain Israel again. The question then is, how long can this last? Well, it's been going on for a long time. But eventually, something has just got to give. Eventually, there's going to be a boiling point. And you guys know the rest of the story. Eventually, America is going to have to cut ties off with the Israelis and abandon Israel. And when that happens, Israel will be left to fend for itself, and it'll be really... that will spell the end of Israel. So it says here, for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, this should have been a lesson. The price... Okay, I've already read this. Let's see. Now, as Trump seeks to end the U.S.-Israeli war, the cost of Israel's utter reliance on American firepower is its failure to achieve the objective Israel's leader set out at the start. Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. Can you guys see this? I'll make it a little bit bigger. Hold on. Now, as Trump seeks to end the U.S.-Israeli war, the cost of Israel's utter reliance on American firepower is its failure to achieve the objectives Israel's leaders set out at the start of the fighting. The long-term ceasefire being negotiated is poised to leave Israel without the grandiose victory, the historic remaking of the Middle East that Netanyahu and his right-wing allies had promised. So the Israelis said, well, we're going to change the regime, and we're going to defeat the Iranian military. We're going to destroy Iran's ballistic missile capabilities, and we're going to destroy Iran's nuclear project. We're going to do all these things. And the Israelis had this all planned out. They had the pinpoint plan, and they presented it to Donald Trump, and they said, well, here's the plan. We can do this very easily. All you got to do is join us, bomb the Iranians, and then the Iranian people will rise up and take over. And they had this whole plan made out. And none of the objectives were accomplished. Not one of the objectives got accomplished. There has been no regime change. The ballistic missiles are still in Iran. Iran can still strike ballistic missiles. Iran can still kill people with drones. Iran can still hit tankers with drones. Iran could still place mines in the Strait of Hormuz. The regime is still there. The enriched uranium is still in Iran. Iran still has uranium underneath the earth. It's still there. So none of the objectives have been accomplished. And even so, after all of this, after all of the bombings and the killings, after all of the destruction that America and Israel inflicted upon Iran, the Americans have said, okay, we got to pull out now. And the Israelis could say, well, we haven't accomplished anything yet. We have to pull out. That's it. Done. Why? Because the weight of public opinion and the weight of the energy crisis that this conflict has caused was way too heavy for America to bear. And it says here, the Islamic Republic not only remains standing, its power in the region has increased. And we are seeing the rise of Persia. That's what we're seeing. We are seeing the revival of Persia as a power. And now the whole world is going to have to respect Persia. They control one of the most important chokeholds, one of the most important choke points, transit points, one of the most important trade routes on Earth, the Strait of Hormuz, through which, I want to say, 40%, 20% of the world's shipped oil goes through. I think it's 40% of the world's shipped oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz. You can't beat that. You can't beat that. And the whole world watched as this Middle Eastern country was able to defy the United States and was able to prevent the United States from accomplishing all of its goals, and was able to prevent Israel, the most powerful country in the Middle East, from accomplishing its objectives. People are looking at Iran with reverence. They're not looking at Iran with disdain. The whole world respects Iran. Iran is now popular at a global level. And so it says here, its control of the Strait of Hormuz means it holds the fate of the entire global economy in its hands. So now Iran is rising up, not just as a regional power, but as a world power. Iran is rising up as a world power. Now people have to respect Iran. And people are going to be buying Iranian oil with what? The Chinese yuan. They can use the Chinese yuan. So China is rising, Iran is rising, and the era of America dominating the world is pretty much over. Now America has to respect Iran. America had to pull out of a conflict against Iran after just 5 weeks of fighting. The whole world sees that and says, glory be to Iran. Hail Iran. And Israel? Damn Israel. To hell with Israel. That's what people are saying. Let's see here. Iran's 440 kilograms, 970 pounds of highly enriched uranium, enough for a small number of bombs, remains unaccounted for. Where's the enriched uranium? And did not Donald Trump say last year that that Iran's nuclear program was obliterated? Didn't he say, well, we obliterated Iran's nuclear program, but now they're still talking about this enriched uranium? Because they never destroyed Iran's nuclear program. It's still there because Iran has its nuclear facilities hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of meters underneath the earth, underneath mountains. They're not destroying it. In Lebanon, Israel is also likely to fall short of its war aims. So it looks like the Israelis are going to be losing in Lebanon, as pretty much everyone has expected, because the Israelis can't beat Hezbollah. Contrary to the claims that Hezbollah was decimated in Israel's offensive in the fall of 2024, Hezbollah retains the ability to pound Israel's north with rocket fire and anti-tank missiles. So Israel has been bombing southern Lebanon, killing, slaughtering civilians indiscriminately, not giving a damn about morals and principles and laws. No, to hell with all that stuff. We're the most moral army in the world. We can just slaughter people indiscriminately. Who gives a damn? And it looks like Israel is going to be held back in Lebanon. Because what happened? The United States told the Israelis, calm down with all the bombs. You're not making us look good. And the Iranians are putting their balls on the table. The Iranians are really capitalizing on this newfound leverage that they have. Newfound leverage that has been recognized internationally, and that is the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians have said, okay, America, we know that you're pissing blood because of our choking, our strangling of the Strait of Hormuz. So if you want this ceasefire to remain, and if you want to have any sort of negotiation with us over the Strait of Hormuz, you better get your dog to stop biting my ally, Hezbollah. You better put a leash on your dog, Israel, because it keeps biting my ally. And if we just ignore the fact, and this is what the Iranians are saying, if we just ignore the fact that Israel is bombing Hezbollah and we look the other way and act as if and pretend as if Israel is not slaughtering Lebanese civilians, then we will have lost our reputation as a reliable ally. That's what the Iranians are saying. And we will not lose that reputation. So the Iranians have made it very clear to the Americans, if you don't put a leash on your bitch, Israel, we will resume from where we left off in the Strait of Hormuz. So the Americans have told the Israelis, okay, you have to calm down with the strikes. So this article is saying Israel is also likely to fall short of its war aims. Contrary to the claims that Hezbollah was decimated in Israel's offensive in the fall of 2024, Hezbollah retains the ability to pound Israel's north with rocket fire and anti-tank missiles. And IDF soldiers are being slaughtered. Just the other day, I heard about 11 IDF soldiers being killed in combat. The Hezbollah guys are no joke. Those guys are tough. They're tougher than the Iranians. Have you guys ever seen these pictures of these Hezbollah fighters? They look much more battle-hardened and warlike than those IRGC guys do. They're very tough people. And they're up in the mountains, and they know how to do guerrilla warfare. And the thing is that it's very difficult for the Israelis to go to war against Hezbollah. Listen, I know a guy who was in the IDF. He was in the IDF years ago. And he told me, he said, listen, when I was in the IDF, the thing that they were training us the most for was to fight Hezbollah. He says, that's what we were training the most for. We were training mainly to fight Hezbollah because Hezbollah has been seen as the most threatening faction out of all of the factions against Israel. Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis. Out of all these factions, the one that is seen as the most dangerous is Hezbollah. Because the Hezbollah fighters are the toughest out of all of the paramilitary groups that are against Israel. And the Hezbollah faction is also probably the most well-armed out of all of the paramilitary organizations in the Middle East against Israel. And so he told me, he said that when we were training for fighting Hezbollah, he says, the one thing that we were absolutely terrified of was being deployed into southern Lebanon. That's what this dude told me. He said the one thing, we weren't scared about fighting Hamas. We were not scared about fighting the PLO or the Palestinian resistance. He said the one thing that made us terrified more than anything else was fighting Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. That is Israel's Vietnam. Because the last time Israel had a major war against the Lebanese was what? Back in 2006, I believe. They had their big offensive against Hezbollah. And then what happened? 200 IDF were slaughtered, and the Israelis were not even able to make it to the Litani River. So if you look at a map of Lebanon, okay, if you look at a map of Israel and Lebanon, you will see there's Israel. Okay, up in the north is Lebanon. Southern Lebanon is north of Israel. It borders with northern Israel. Does it border with northern? No. Hold on. Yes, I'm correct. Yes, it borders with northern Israel. So if you look at a map of Lebanon, you'll see it has its border with northern Israel. And then if you continue to go north, eventually you will reach what is called the Litani River, which is Lebanon's biggest river. It is a highly valued river because it has a lot of water and it provides a huge amount of the electricity for the Lebanese people. The Israelis want that river. And this has been the goal and the dream and the vision of Zionism going all the way back as far as 1919 with Ben-Gurion and Menachem Begin. They wanted southern Lebanon. That has been the goal of the Israelis for many, many decades, even before the establishment of the State of Israel. That has been the goal of the Zionists. And so the Israelis in 1948 wanted to take Lebanon. They eventually went into Lebanon. They went into a village called Hula and they did a massacre. And the Israelis were massacring Lebanese people decades before Hezbollah even existed. When the Israelis entered Lebanon in the 1970s to fight the PLO, they were joined by the Shiites. The Shiites also did not like the PLO because the PLO, let's be real here. The PLO was a mafia. All right, the PLO, they were not good people. I know that you have people on here who will say the PLO are the good guys and all that stuff. Listen, there's no good guys here. There's no good guys here. There's no good guys here. Let's be real here. There are no good guys. Now, do I agree with Israel invading Lebanon? No, absolutely not. Fuck Israel. I can't stand Israel. But they are no good guys. The PLO were not good guys. My father was a member of the PLO. He was told to put a bomb in a bank to kill civilians. And the reason why the PLO wanted my dad to put a bomb in a bank was because they wanted to hinder the peace talks that were supposed to be done between the Israeli government and the Egyptian government. So the Egyptians and the Israelis had agreed to have peace talks in, in Jerusalem somewhere. And it was around Christmas time. So the Palestinian resistance, they didn't want peace talks between the Israelis and the Egyptians. They wanted to hinder any, or really impede and disrupt any sort of peace talks between the Israelis and the Egyptians. So these Palestinian resistance fighters, they recruited my father when he was in jail. My father was he was a member of the anti-Israeli occupation resistance movement. And my father eventually went to prison for doing some illegal demonstrating against the Israeli government. I think my father's crime was waving the Palestinian flag or something. I don't remember exactly. I think it was because he was waving the Palestinian flag or something like that. He hoisted up the Palestinian flag in this demonstration, and that was considered illegal, I guess. And so the Israelis arrested my dad. They put him in prison. They put him in the, I think it was called the Muscovia prison in Israel, somewhere in Israel, or the West Bank. I don't remember. Jerusalem, somewhere there. And my father was recruited when he was in jail. And after my dad got out of jail, this recruiter met up with him and said, okay, here's the mission, here's a bomb. And my dad got the bomb, and okay, the mission was to put the bomb inside of a bank. And I think it was called the Bank Leumi Bank. And my father freaked out in the last second, and he tossed the bomb up in the air, and the bomb landed on the roof of the bank and blew up. And my father felt very guilty. He was guilt-ridden by this thing that he did, and he was guilty. He was sick to his stomach because he was so riddled with guilt, and that sickness lasted for about 3 days. And it only ended because a friend of his visited his home and said, "Hey, did you hear there was a bombing? Somebody threw a bomb at the bank." And my dad said, he didn't want to tell the guy that it was him, but he said, "Did anybody die?" And the guy said, "No, no one died." And my father was like, "Oh, thank God." So that was Palestinian resistance. They didn't mind killing civilians. These were not good people. They were mafia. They went to Lebanon. They acted like a fucking mafia. And they were charging people money. They were extorting people. They were killing people too. They were not really good people. Now, at the same time, I understand that the PLO was popular amongst Palestinians because the PLO represented the interest of the Palestinians in Lebanon, and the Palestinian people, Palestinian refugees in Lebanon, were heavily disenfranchised by Lebanese society, and so that disenfranchisement led to a lot of Palestinians embracing the PLO. But I also understand that the PLO acted like a mafia, and when the Israelis invaded Lebanon in the 70s, a lot of the Shiites welcomed the Israelis. Were they foolish? Sure. But at the same time, they didn't like the PLO. And so they were welcoming the IDF with rice and flowers. This is a fact. You can go look this up. The Shiites in Lebanon initially welcomed the Israelis. There was no Hezbollah. There was no Amal. There was no Shiite resistance. There was no Iranian-backed resistance at this time. The Israelis entered. They were embraced by the Shiites. There was no Hezbollah. Israel fought the PLO, eventually pushed the PLO out of Lebanon. And then the Israelis said, okay, we're sticking around. And they started erecting checkpoints in Lebanon. The Shiites didn't like this. They began to realize that the Israelis had other aims other than just defeating the PLO. The Israelis wanted to take over southern Lebanon, as has been the vision of Zionism since at least 1919 with Ben Gurion. One day, IDF soldiers broke into a Shiite mosque in Lebanon, and they started searching the whole place during the service, during the Islamic religious service. And the Shiites said, hey, we're in the middle of a religious service. Can you calm down? And the Israelis were very belligerent. They were very lambastic. They were very nasty with the Shiites. And so the Shiites, being the religious people that they are, began to throw rocks at the IDF soldiers. They began to pelt rocks at the IDF soldiers. These IDF soldiers then proceeded to open fire on civilians inside of the mosque. This led to more resentment against the Israeli occupation in southern Lebanon. And so the Shiites began to see eye to eye with the PLO. And the Shiites said, hey, we fought the PLO and we joined the Israelis. We embraced the Israelis. And now the Israelis are making it very obvious that they want to subjugate us. They want to occupy us, even though we were their allies and we welcomed them with open arms. So thus began the birth of the Shiite resistance against Israel. And thus began the beginning of Amal. And there was basically there was this rise of Shiite militancy, Shiite resistance against Israeli occupation in southern Lebanon. And there was a battle that broke out in southern Lebanon between the Israelis and Amal. Amal was the first real Shiite resistance organization against the IDF. Amal eventually became what is known as Hezbollah. And there was a battle. And IDF soldiers were firing at these Amal resistance fighters. And these Amal resistance fighters They were firing back at the Israelis. It was hell. It was loud. It was scary. And the Israelis came along and they said, well, we have our tanks. Surely these tanks will terrify these Shiite resistance fighters. And then one day, in the middle of a battle, in the midst of gunfire and gunpowder and smoke billowing into the air, one Amel fighter, one Shiite resistance fighter, took a bandana. And it had, I believe, the sign of Bismillah on the banner. And he wrapped the banner around his forehead. He wrapped it around his forehead. And he saw from a distance this Israeli tank. And people thought, surely these Shiites will run away from this tank. Surely the very presence of this tank is instilling fear into the hearts of these Amel fighters. But this one Amel fighter who wrapped the bandana around his forehead, he rose up and he ran towards the tank. And he put a bomb on the tank. He slapped a bomb on the tank. And the whole tank blew up. And all of the IDF guys inside the tank died. And thus began the fame of Amel. Thus commenced the fame of Amel. And that story inspired other people to join the Shiite resistance. That story inspired more Shiites to join the resistance. And the resistance grew. And there was another battle that took place between the IDF and Amel. And the IDF soldiers were firing on these Amel Shiite resistance fighters. And the Amel guys were firing back. And it was a fierce battle. Fierce, adrenaline-filled battle. And the Amel guys fought with such ferocity and with such overwhelming numbers that these IDF soldiers ran into a building and hid inside of the building. So the reputation of the Shiite fighters terrifying the Israelis grew, and it became internationally known. And Amel grew to the point where now you have Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is by far the most armed paramilitary organization on earth. So that was the birth of Amel, and that's more or less how Hezbollah rose up as a very powerful paramilitary and resistance organization against Israel. So it says here that in Lebanon, Israel is also likely to fall short of its war aims, contrary to the claims that Hezbollah was decimated in Israel. Okay, I've already read this. Even as Israeli forces have pressed far into Lebanon. Okay, hold on. Even as Israeli forces have pressed far into Lebanon, the Iranian-backed Shiite militia group has demonstrated the ability to keep hundreds of thousands of Israelis running to bomb shelters. Trump is pressuring Netanyahu to wrap up the fighting and enter negotiations with the Lebanese government, all while Hezbollah appears unbowed and unlikely to be disarmed. Do you see what's going on? This is amazing. So Israel's saying, well, we're in Lebanon. We're going to crush Hezbollah. We're going to crush the Shiite resistance. And Israel is doing ethnic cleansing on the Shiite population. They're doing ethnic cleansing on the Shiite population. They are telling the Maronite Christians and the Druze Lebanese, if any Shiites are hiding in your neighborhoods, you need to push them out or else you're going to get punished. And the Maronite Christians, the Maronite Catholics in Lebanon are saying that they are pushing the Shiites out of their neighborhoods because they are terrified of Israel bombing Shiite neighborhoods. That is what the Maronites are saying. They're saying, well, we're afraid that if we don't push these Shiites out of our neighborhoods, we're going to get bombed by the Israelis. That's what the Shiites are saying. Well, hold on. Sorry, that's what the Maronite Christians are saying. Well, hold on a second now. These Israeli Zios, these, what do you call them? These Hasbarats who love to make apologetics for the state of Israel, They love to talk about how, well, the Maronites are our friends and the Lebanese Catholics are our ally. Well, if they are your ally, then why are you threatening them with bombs? If you are truly their ally against Hezbollah and against terrorism, then why in the hell are they terrified of you guys, you, the Israelis, bombing their towns and their villages and their neighborhoods if they don't acquiesce to your demands? Because listen, some Maronite people, I know this from experience, and I know this from my own research on Maronites, some Maronite people are fascist. Some Maronite people are very racist people. They don't like Palestinians. They don't like Syrians. Some of them are very, very fascist and nationalistic and tribalistic. And those Maronites tend to be pro-Israel from my experience. The thing is that they are Maronites who are good people. And they are Maronites who want to help Shiite refugees. And they are Maronites who don't mind giving housing to Shiite refugees. The Israelis are trying to utilize nationalistic elements amongst the Maronites against the Shiites. So the Israelis are saying, well, we are allies to the Maronites. Well, if a Maronite person or if a Maronite community decides to defy Israel and to give housing to Shiite refugees, are you going to bomb them? Are you going to bomb Maronite towns? Are you going to bomb Christian towns? Look at what happened when the Israelis killed a Maronite priest recently. A number of weeks ago, the Israelis murdered a Maronite priest. They bombed a house and they killed the priest. Look at what happened. There was international outrage over it. There was international outrage. And just imagine if there was international outrage over the Israelis killing one priest. Imagine the outrage if the Israelis decide to bomb an entire Christian village because they refuse to push out fleeing, brutalized Shiite refugees. Could you imagine the story? Could you imagine the international headlines? Israel murders Christians for refusing to push out Shiite refugees and letting them die. Israel murders Lebanese Catholics, Lebanese Christians, for refusing to allow Shiites to die, to be killed by Israeli bombs. Could you imagine the international story? Could you imagine the headlines? So now this is coming out, and people are knowing, wait, Israel is actually willing to kill Christians for refusing to acquiesce to their demands? What would happen if the Israelis took over Lebanon, as they would love to do? They would persecute not just the Shiites, not just the Sunnis. They would persecute the Christians. They would persecute the Orthodox Christians. They would persecute the Maronite Christians. Look at what they have been doing in the West Bank. Persecuting Christians in the West Bank. Pushing Palestinian Christians out of the Christian areas of the West Bank. You have Jewish settlers who are beginning to build settlements in the most Christian region of the West Bank, the Beit Sahura region. They're beginning to build settlements inside Beit Sahura, around Beit Sahura. They want to push the Christians out. That's what they want to do. So imagine if they take over Lebanon. What will they do? The Maronites think, oh, well, they're going to treat us very nicely. They will? Then why are they willing to bomb Maronite neighborhoods? For refusing to submit to Israeli demands. So Israel has been doing ethnic cleansing, religious cleansing in Lebanon. They have displaced over 1 million people in Lebanon. 10% of Lebanon's population has been displaced by Israel. And they have been doing this in the name of fighting Hezbollah. Meanwhile, Hezbollah has been slaughtering IDF soldiers. And Hezbollah has been bombing Israel. And on top of all of this, The Americans tell the Israelis, you need to have peace talks with Lebanon. Yeah, you're being bombed by Hezbollah. Yeah, you haven't accomplished anything in Lebanon. You haven't. You haven't defeated Hezbollah. Hezbollah is still there, and they're getting stronger, and they're getting more famous internationally because now the world reveres Hezbollah as a resistance group against Zionist occupation and expansionism. You haven't won anything. You have casualties. Members of your armed forces have been killed. So what have you accomplished? And on top of that, the United States tells Israel, you need to do peace talks with Lebanon. So the Israelis are now trying to save face, and they're saying, well, we're going to have peace talks with the Lebanese government. What does that mean? It means nothing. The Lebanese government can't beat Hezbollah. The Lebanese government is scared of Hezbollah. Hezbollah's got the guns. Hezbollah could beat the Lebanese government. It could beat the Lebanese military. So you're telling me, oh, we're going to have peace talks with the Lebanese government? That's not happening without Hezbollah at least having a seat at the table to some extent or another. So it looks like the Israelis are going to fail in Lebanon, and the Americans are going to tell the Israelis to be restrained. Because, oh, I don't know, massacring people indiscriminately does not look good for the United States. And as Hal Ford, the CIA analyst, said back in the 1960s, Israel's reckless and destructive policy is always associated with the United States, given America's deep ties with the Israelis. And so every time Israel does something evil, murderous and destructive, America gets blamed for it. And America really doesn't want to just keep that up for long. America one day is going to have... America always has to restrain Israel in the end. And America doesn't want to be blamed for every evil that Israel does. America doesn't want to be associated with all the evils that Israel does. So how long is that going to last? How long is America going to have to restrain the Israelis? How long is America going to have to play this song and dance game with the Israelis where the Israelis do something reckless, the Americans have to restrain the Israelis, and then the Israelis say sorry, and then they go out and do another reckless action? And then America has to repeat the same process over and over again. How long is this going to last? Eventually, there will be a boiling point, and the Americans will have to abandon Israel. And it says here, even as Israeli forces have pressed far into Lebanon, I already read this. Trump is pressuring Netanyahu to wrap up the fighting and enter negotiations with the Lebanese government, all while Hezbollah, I already read this. So while Israel cannot accomplish its objectives in Lebanon, while Hezbollah bombs Israel, and while IDF soldiers are getting killed by Hezbollah, America is telling the Israelis to stand down. All the while, Hezbollah appears as victorious. The Israelis couldn't accomplish any of their goals. Hezbollah kills IDF soldiers. Hezbollah bombs Israel. And America, at the same time, is telling the Israelis to calm down with the strikes. As Hezbollah looks victorious, and Israel looks weak and murderous. And so that's bad for Israel's image, obviously. It's also bad for America's image because of America's deep ties with the Israelis. But it just gets more and more people to hate the Israelis. And so it says here, almost as soon as the war began, Trump started looking for a way out. Why did Trump look for a way out? Because it's not popular. Bottom line, it's not popular. The war was immediately unpopular, provoking a small but vocal segment of his MAGA base to decry what it saw as a betrayal of Trump's promise to end wars, not start them. As gasoline prices rose with midterm elections looming in November, it quickly became clear that the assassination of Iran's leadership would not bring down the regime. So again, like I said, public opinion at the end has the ultimate weight. Public opinion at the end has a say-so. And you could ignore public opinion, but like I've said, that's like putting a lid on a pot of water that is boiling. Yeah, sure, when the water is just simmering at a lower temperature, the lid, you're not going to see the lid shake. But once that water enters a boiling, Once that water begins to go through a rolling boil, that lid will not be able to contain that heat. And that heat will eventually seep right through the cracks. And the lid will begin to rumble and shake. And the water eventually will pour out of the pot. So it's like that. Yeah, sure, America can ignore popular opinion, but for how long? How long can you actually ignore popular opinion? Eventually, you will not be able to ignore popular opinion. Eventually, you have to factor in public opinion because that's where your votes come in. That's where your money comes in. That's where your cohesion comes in. You can't have cohesion without a population. And if the population says, listen, we voted for no wars, and now you're giving us a war, eventually you're going to have to factor that in. Eventually, you're going to have to pay attention to that. Because if you continue to ignore that opinion, the people are going to say, well, what is the point of our vote? And then your entire democratic system will fall apart because democratic systems rely on trust. If the people trust the system, if they trust the political process, then the political process will remain intact. The political process will continue to exist. If the people lose trust in the political process, that means they lose trust in voting, they lose trust in democracy, and then they will say, well, voting is apparently pointless. There is no point in voting. Politicians don't listen to us. And then you enter a very dangerous realm of politics, and that is where people begin to think that the only way to get what they want is through violence. And then that's when you have the absence of cohesion. That's when you have disarray. That's when you have chaos. And that's when you eventually have violence. And I don't want that to happen. And so you have to take into account a political opinion because at the end of the day, there are more voters than there are politicians. And there are more voters than there are billionaires. And so you have to take that into account. And like I've said, if 85% of the American population said that they wanted war with Iran, then immediately the United States would have invaded Iran with a massive army. But that didn't happen. The war was pretty much done through airstrikes, bombing campaigns, because the idea of just sending in tons of troops into a country in a massive scale war is so unpopular that Donald Trump would have basically, he would have been committing political suicide if he had done that. So the weight of political opinion matters. It can't be ignored. It cannot be ignored. Same thing with this Israel stuff. Yeah, you can sit there and use this evangelical vote all you want. The evangelical favor towards Israel is eroding every single year. Even the evangelicals are starting to get sick and tired of Israel. Now you could say, well, 70% of or 65% of white American evangelicals are pro-Israel. Okay, yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm not going to deny that. But that number is going down. It was much higher years ago. Now it's at 65%. Pretty soon it's going to be down to 50%. Pretty soon it's going to be down to 45%. What are you going to do then? You're going to just continue to just vote for Israel every single time? Some things have, everything eventually has to submit to rising political pressure. Everything. And you just can't ignore boiling points. So let's see what else. Is there anything more to read here? Let's see. It is no surprise then that Trump jumped at the opportunity presented by the talks mediated by Pakistan in Islamabad. Donald Trump took the off-ramp. That is the bottom line. If Donald Trump was so confident in this whole plan of the Israelis to take out the government and do this regime change, we're going to do this, we're going to take the Strait of Hormuz, why did he jump in the opportunity to have talks with the Iranians and to have a 2-week ceasefire? He could have said, no, F you guys. We're not going to agree to a ceasefire. No, we're going to fight. Why didn't he do that? Because he knew if he did that, he would have done that if the public was very pro-war. But the public is not pro-war. He instead said, okay, let's have a peace. Let's have peace talks. Let's have a ceasefire. Because the pressure was too much to bear. After threatening that a whole civilization will die tonight, Trump will frame whatever deal gets signed as a victory. So basically, the way I look at it is like this. Donald Trump jumped at the opportunity to have a ceasefire with the Iranians very quickly. Why did he jump at that opportunity? He first, well, we all know why, right? Because of the pressure, right? The energy crisis and the lack of political popularity for this war, obviously. But he also jumped at the opportunity after making a massive threat to genocide the Iranians. He wanted to take the off-ramp, but he wanted to do so while at the same time looking strong. So Donald Trump says, well, if you guys don't make a deal, if you don't have a deal, I'm going to destroy everything. I'm going to destroy your bridges, and I'm going to destroy all of your electricity. I'm going to kill everybody. I'm going to end the whole Persian civilization. Darius the Great ain't going to be great no more. It's going to be Trump the Great. He did that, in my opinion, to look strong. He knew that he was going to take the off-ramp anyway. Because, again, the energy crisis was getting really heavy. The political outrage was getting too much. Tucker Carlson was going against him. Alex Jones going against him. All these big voices going against him. Yeah, Mark Talavine supports him, but who gives a shit about Mark Talavine? He's irrelevant. Ben Shapiro supported him, sure. Still supports this idea of going to war. I mean, Ben Shapiro would send 100 million people to invade Iran if he had to, as long as they're all goyim, of course. But that didn't happen because Ben Shapiro is irrelevant. No one gives a shit about Ben Shapiro. No one gives a shit about Mark Talavine. No one gives a shit about Josh Hammerstein. No one gives a shit about any of these people. They're irrelevant. And in 5 years, we're going to forget about them. Who cares? So he had to. He was going to take an off-ramp anyway. But he, of course, being the leader of the most powerful country in the world, needed to look strong. Well, how do you do that? You say, I'm going to bomb you, Iran. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And then he takes the off-ramp. He takes the off-ramp. Well, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, last I checked. Only a handful of tankers have been allowed to go through. So the Iranians are still controlling the Strait of Hormuz. And the Iranians are also looking strong. They want to also appear strong. And they're doing that, for one thing, by saying, hey, America, if you don't put a leash on your bitch dog, Israel, and stop them from attacking our ally Hezbollah in Lebanon, we're going to go right back to resuming from where this war left off. So Iran is also giving the appearance of strength. Now, let me get a little bit into conspiratorial land here, all right? I'm going to get a little bit into conspiracy theory land here, but I do have a reason as to why I'm doing this, all right? And I'm going to explain everything. So America and Israel, sorry. I got a little bit distracted there. I'm sorry, guys. So America and Iran have a history of pretending to be enemies while doing deals behind closed doors. Really? When has this ever happened? I'll explain it to you guys. It happened during the Iranian hostage crisis. That's when it began. That's when it happened. It was going on during the Iranian hostage crisis. The Shah of Iran was overthrown. He eventually died. The Ayatollah Khomeini took over Iran, and you had the Islamic Revolution of Iran in 1979. Then, not too long after that, the Iranians took control of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, and they took American hostages. So this was the biggest crisis on earth at the time. How is America going to free these hostages? So Jimmy Carter was the president at this time, and he was trying to have a deal. He was trying to negotiate a deal with the Iranians to have the hostages released. So the whole world was watching this situation take place, and there was Jimmy Carter, and he was negotiating with the Iranians, and he had his negotiating team. And the Iranians would tell the Americans, okay, I think we can come to an agreement. I think, Mr. Carter, you have presented a proposal to us that we like. We actually may accept this. We can't promise anything 100% right now. We can't promise anything emphatically right now, but I think we can really work with what you're giving us here. And the Iranians would play this psychological game wherein they would pretend as if they were coming close to agreeing to a deal with Carter to release the hostages, and then they would rescind. They would cancel whatever they would back off from whatever they said about the deal that was presented to them. And they did that repeatedly. They would act as if they were going to agree to a deal, then they would back off. They would act as if they were about to agree to a deal, they would back off. They would act as if they were on the verge of coming to a deal with Carter's administration, and then they would back off. And this made Jimmy Carter look weak. And so the Americans, the American people, the American populace was watching this, and they were thinking, man, that Carter looks weak. Look at the Iranians dominating Carter. He can't even make a deal with the Iranians. And there was Ronald Reagan campaigning against Carter, acting like he was going to be strong against the Iranians. I'm going to be tough against the Iranians, unlike this Carter guy. And while all this was happening, it ended up being the case that the whole thing was theater. Theater done by the Iranians and by the Americans. Because as these negotiations were taking place between the Carter administration and the Ayatollah Khomeini government, the CIA was making arms deals with the Iranians. The CIA and the Israelis were making arms deals with the Iranians. And they were telling the Iranians, keep the American hostages and don't release them until Ronald Reagan has entered office as the president of the United States. And the reason why the CIA wanted the Iranians to do this was because the CIA wanted to project this image of Ronald Reagan as a strong leader against America's enemies. Oh, did you see Ronald Reagan? As soon as he entered office, the Iranians released the hostages. And so that happened. And the Iranians said, okay, what do we get in return? And the CIA said, you get arms deals with the Americans and the Israelis. You will be able to buy American weapons and Israeli weapons. And if you look at the people who were involved in these meetings, it was Bill Casey, who was the head of the CIA at that time. It was George Bush Sr., who was also a part of the CIA. It was Adi Ben-Menashe, who was a major Israeli arms dealer. And you also had Iranian arms dealers who were involved. So while all this was happening, oh, can Carter solidify a deal to release the hostages? Oh my God, is Carter strong enough? He's weak. The Iranians are playing with Carter. Oh my God, what's going on? America's weak. What's going on? While all of this was happening, the Americans, the Israelis, and the Iranians were having backroom deals behind the curtains. And Adi Ben-Menashe, this Israeli arms dealer, told the Iranians, we will sell you weapons. We will sell you Israeli weapons. So then you look at that, right? You look at that story. And for years, people were saying, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. It's bullshit. Oh, this is all lies. No, it's not. It's all true. For years, they were saying it was all just a big conspiracy theory. It was a lie and all that stuff. Go look at what the Los Angeles Times wrote about this story years ago. We now have a record that Bill Casey was in a hotel in Madrid at the time that Adi Ben-Menashe said these meetings took place. Well, where did these meetings take place? In a hotel in Madrid And where was the head of the CIA at the time that these meetings allegedly took place? In a hotel in Madrid. And Adi Ben Menashe years later came out and said it's all true. It all happened. So you look at that story, right? And you have to ask yourself, what is that? Are you meaning to tell me that during this whole hoopla, during this whole quagmire of American hostages and Iranian captivity, and they're holding our boys, the Iranians are our enemies, you're meaning to tell me while all that was happening, America and Israel and the Iranians were making backroom deals? Yes. Yes. And they were using those American hostages as props. They didn't care about the fact that they were suffering. They didn't give a damn about the fact that they were terrified for their lives. They didn't give a shit that they were putting all of this unnecessary stress on the families of the hostages. They didn't give a shit. They wanted the arms deals. Because they wanted Iran to buy American and Israeli arms deals, to buy American and Israeli weapons to fight against Iraq. And we armed the Iraqis. And we armed the Iranians. And then we watched as the Iranians and the Iraqis killed each other by the millions. And we laughed. The Israelis laughed. And we wanted Saddam Hussein to invade Iran. And 1 million Iranians were killed fighting against the Iraqi invaders who we backed. And we say, oh, look, Saddam, he used chemical weapons. Who gave Saddam those chemical weapons? We did. So and who invaded Iran? Who was the aggressor? Iraq was. At the behest of who? The Americans and the Israelis. So we pushed for Saddam Hussein. We green-lighted Saddam Hussein to invade Iran, and 1 million Iranians were killed. And we're supposed to sit here and act as if we're the saints. And the Iranians are the bad guys. And you have assholes like Ben Ferguson telling you guys on the Piers Morgan show, are you going to look these American families who lost siblings and they lost relatives and they lost members of their own families in Iraq because Iranian-backed fighters killed U.S. soldiers. Are you going to look at their families in the eyes and tell them that we shouldn't go to war against Iran? Yes. Yes, I damn well will. Because who the fuck are we to place ourselves on any moral high ground? We got Iraq to invade Iran, and 1 million Iranians were killed with chemical weapons and bullets and American weapons and Israeli weapons. And we want to sit here and say, oh, Iran sent proxies. Of course Iran sent proxies when America invaded Iraq. We're the ones who got the Iraqis to kill 1 million Iranians. And we're supposed to sit here and say, oh, well, no. They used proxies against our boys in Iraq. What do you expect? Yeah. Those American soldiers should not have been there in the first place. But that's beside the point. My point is, you look at that story that happened in the 80s with these arms deals that were being done during the American hostage crisis in Tehran. And then you wonder to yourself, how much are we watching is theater? How much of what we are watching is theater? How much of it is real? And how much of it is just show and theatrics? What's really going on behind the curtains? I can guarantee you there's all sorts of stuff being said and agreed upon behind the curtains that we don't know about. What's being said? I don't know. We really don't know the full truth. We can sit here and read articles and read the news and this and that. We really don't know the full picture. But what I do know is that the hatred against Israel is massive. And it's not going away. It's not going away. And so to the public, politicians will say, oh, we have to support Israel, have to help the Israelis. But what's being said by the CIA? Because during the Iran hostage crisis, the public was seeing Carter trying to fight for the hostages. That was what the public was seeing. That was what was given to the public view. But what was the CIA doing? The CIA was doing arms deals with the Iranians. So what is the CIA doing right now? What's the intelligence apparatus of America doing right now? Well, look at what's happening with all these former CIA guys, these former intelligence officials. You look at Joe Kent, former director of American counterintelligence. He's against Israel. And he is helping to sway public opinion against the Israelis. John Kiriakou, former CIA agent, swaying public opinion against Israel. Tucker Carlson, the son of a CIA agent, further swaying public opinion against Israel. And you look at this whole situation, then you see the director of the CIA, John Ratcliffe, and he's telling Donald Trump, hey, the Israelis are bullshitting you. So I think there is some kind of a tension going on. There's a battle that's happening behind closed doors that we can't see, but we can sort of get some signs here and there that there are signs here and there, I think, that really bespeak of this contention between the American intelligence sector and the Israelis. And perhaps the CIA is pushing for these former CIA guys or people like Tucker Carlson who had associations with the CIA through his father to percolate information against Israel to further sway the American public's view against Israel. I suspect that that's what's happening. I can't 100% prove it, but when I see Joe Kent, former intelligence agent, Tucker Carlson, son of a CIA agent, Kiriakou, former CIA agent, John Ratcliffe, director of the CIA, and they're all doing something against Israel's interest. I don't know. I think there's something going on here. I think they're really preparing us because they know, hey, 70% of white evangelicals are pro-Israel. So we gotta, do you know how they say, like, when you're in a battle, armies will do something called sweeping, right? They'll do sweeping operations. It's basically when you defeat an enemy, but you still have little factions of the enemy here and there in a particular area, in a city or in some sort of region. And so the victorious army will do sweeping operations. They will go through the area that they are fighting in, and they will comb through the streets, or they will comb through the various regions, various plots of land, villages, and so on, to remove the remnant of enemy factions that are present. They're doing sweeping operations. And I suspect that what's happening right now is CIA, the powers that be, that are enabling all of these social media outlets to allow for anti-Israel videos to go viral, are doing a sweeping campaign of whatever is left of the pro-Israel demographic in the United States. So right now, the majority of Americans are against Israel, 60% at least, according to Pew Research. I think it's more. But you have some factions here and there that are very strong, that are pro-Israel in American society. And these are the evangelicals, pro-Israel evangelicals. Well, we have to sweep those away. Figuratively speaking, ideologically speaking, I think what's happening is the forces that want America to turn against Israel, people like Joe Kent, people like Kiriakou, they are doing a sweeping operation. Tucker Carlson is doing this. Candace Owens is doing this. Megyn Kelly is doing this. They're doing a sweeping operation. The last faction in this ideological war, in this case, is the evangelical faction. Well, we have to sweep that faction in the sense of we have to sway their opinion against the Israelis. Has that campaign been successful? The answer is yes. Because right now, 65% of evangelicals are pro-Israel. Well, that means that a good portion, 35% of evangelicals, are against Israel. That's huge. 35% is massive. So now you just have to get that 65%. How do you do that? Don't worry about it. Israel will do the work for you. All that the anti-Israel media outlets have to do is simply report the news. Because the Israelis, they murdered a priest in Lebanon. They're attacking Christians, persecuting Christians in the West Bank. Settlers are attacking Christians. They're doing sexual violence on Palestinians. They took some poor Palestinian guy and zip-tied his penis, for crying out loud. And people are surprised when Lebanese people are resisting against Israeli incursion. I mean, you're talking about a government. You're talking about a country where soldiers sodomized a Palestinian man, and then the Israeli government pardoned all of the sodomizers. You're talking about a country where Jewish fanatics stripped down a man's pants and then zip-tied his penis. And the Israeli government is doing nothing about this. So the Israelis are now invading Lebanon, and you expect people to just, what, embrace them? Embrace these sodomizers? Embrace these sick bastards? No, it's not going to happen. But going back to what I was saying, it's going to be very easy to convince the rest, or at least the majority of the rest of those evangelicals, to go against Israel. It's not going to be difficult. It's not going to be difficult. It's not. Because all we have to do is just wait for Israel to do more evils. Killing Christians, persecuting Christians, prohibiting Christians from celebrating Easter, prohibiting Christians from celebrating Christmas, as they have done since last year. All of these evils. And all we have to do is just report the news. That's all we have to do. All Tucker has to do, all that people like Tucker and Candace and Kiriakou and Kent, all these guys have to do is just report the news. And the algorithms are on their side. Have you guys ever thought about this? Have you guys ever wondered about this? The algorithms are on their side. YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, X. On all these websites, the algorithm is not on the side of the pro-Israel people. It's on the side of the anti-Israel voices. And it makes you wonder, how did the American government allow for this to happen? Because the American government censored voices that questioned the official COVID narrative. The US government had no problem with getting these social media outlets to censor people who were questioning the vaccine narrative and the 2020 election narrative. The US government had no issue with preventing Twitter from allowing people to post on Hunter Biden's laptop. Twitter was told by the US government to censor accounts that were posting on Hunter Biden's laptop. There was an article that was published by the New York Post on Hunter Biden's laptop, and the US government told Twitter, you better censor that article from going viral on Twitter. And Twitter complied. Well, how come the US government hasn't gone to X, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and told these social media outlets, hey, manipulate your algorithms and shadow ban all the channels that are spreading all this anti-Israel sentiment? Now you could say, well, Ted, because the anti-Israel sentiment is very popular, so you can't really stop it. That's a good point. That's a valid point. But at least 50% of the American population questioned the 2020 election. That's pretty popular. When a position is 50%, when 50% of a population agree to a certain position, that position automatically is influential. And that position will go viral when expressed through videos on social media platforms like YouTube. You don't think if people were allowed to do videos questioning the vaccine, questioning the 2020 election, that those videos wouldn't get a lot of views? Of course, they would get tons of views. But they weren't allowed to go viral, at least not at that time, because of US government censorship. So why is the US government not utilizing its authority to force these social media platforms to censor anti-Israel videos that go viral when they're not censored? And the only conclusion that I can come up with, given the fact that you have former CIA agent John Kiriakou becoming famous online, you have Joe Kent, former director of counterintelligence, going viral online. For what reason? For going against Israel? He's not going viral online because, he did a podcast talking about his war stories. Now he killed some Arabs over there in Iraq. That's not why he's become famous. He didn't become one of these And I have to give him credit for this. He didn't become one of these, former special forces bros doing a podcast talking about how he killed bad guys over there in Ramadi. He became famous for going against Israel. Tucker Carlson, the son of a CIA agent, became famous for what? Tucker Carlson has been around for a very long time. He's been around for a very long time in the media. I think he had a show on MSNBC, if I'm not mistaken. Tucker Carlson became famous for one reason: for going against Israel. So all of the reasons for these guys going viral is them going against Israel. Why hasn't the government, if it's so controlled by the Zionist lobby, why has not the government moved forward with forcing these social media platforms to censor these videos and to prevent these videos from going viral? It hasn't done that. Because the fact that you see all these former intelligence guys going viral for going against Israel tells me that there is an intelligence psyop involved in this. And they are priming us. This is my suspicion. I could be wrong. But they are priming us for the day when America throws Israel under the bus and abandons Israel. And they know that they have the majority of the country. They know 60% at least of the country is against Israel. They know. But I think they're focusing on getting that last powerful faction, which is the evangelicals, to go against Israel. And I think when that happens, I think when the pro-Israel evangelical fortress finally collapses and the siege is finally successful, I think the American-Israeli alliance will shift to the point where America is going to abandon Israel. That's my position. That's my position. So it says here, no matter what the deal means for Israel, Netanyahu will have no choice but to comply with it. It was Netanyahu and his intelligence chief who persuaded Trump to strike Iran against the advice of some of Trump's closest advisors, including the head of the CIA, John Ratcliffe. John Ratcliffe told Trump, it's bullshit. His exact word to describe Israel's plan, according to the New York Times, was farcical. It's a farce. It's bullshit. And Marco Rubio said, oh, it's bullshit. He heard what the director of the CIA, John Ratcliffe, said. He said, oh, it's bullshit. So I think that story, for one thing, they're not giving us the full story. There's way more to the story than what they're showing us. But I think that story is a data point that shows, that bespeaks of tensions between the CIA and the Israelis. And I think that the CIA has an interest in cutting Israel off because the CIA is thinking, man, this Israel thing, it's ruining our relations with other countries. It's ruining our relations with the Gulf states. Israel is constantly trying to pull us into wars. This has to stop. This needs to end. It's not, Israel is making us look bad on the world stage. This whole thing needs to stop. This whole thing needs to stop. And so that's why I think you have Joe Kent becoming famous. I think Joe Kent is part of the PSYOP. And when I say PSYOP, I don't say that in a pejorative way. I think it's a PSYOP in the sense that this is a psychological operation to further sway the public against Israel. I think that's what's going on. And so this war against Iran is getting the American people to hate Israel even more. It's not helping Israel's cause at all. It's hurting Israel's cause. Israel doing massacres in Lebanon, Israel bombing people in Iran, America bombing people in Iran. All of these actions are getting people to hate Israel even more. And they're saying, oh my God, they duped our president. That's what people are saying. They're saying they duped our president and they treated our president like a child. We hate Israel even more. So while Israel thinks it's succeeding by influencing America to do certain things, as Netanyahu said back in 2001, America is something that's easy to move. The rage against Israel is growing, and eventually it's like a pressure cooker. That rage is going to reach a point, and it's going to be bad for the Israelis because the Americans are going to say, sorry, Israel, goodbye. Goodbye. And it's going to be like that story in the Bible. You know, there's an amazing story in the Bible the story of King Ahab's war against the king of Syria. King Ahab wanted to go to war against Syria. And Ahab said, I am going to go to war against the king of Syria, and I will defeat the king of Syria who was with me. And Ahab had all these prophets who were around him. And almost all these prophets were yes men. And God looked down and he said, look at King Ahab, this arrogant fool, talking about going to war against the king of Syria. And God didn't like Ahab. Ahab was evil. He murdered God's prophets. He persecuted the prophet Elijah. King Ahab was evil. He harloted himself to Queen Jezebel, who was this Lebanese Phoenician queen who wanted to dominate all of Israel. And she was the one who brought in the prophets of Baal into Israel, and then she began to kill, alongside King Ahab, she began to murder the prophets of God, and then replace them with the prophets of Baal. And God hated Ahab. And when Ahab said, I'm going to go to war against Syria, God said, this is my opportunity to get rid of this guy, because he's such an evil person. He's so bad. So God went to his army of angels and he said, who among you will go down to Ahab and influence his prophets to tell him to go to war? And one angel stepped up and said, I will, Lord, send me. And this angel went down to earth and he began to influence the prophets of Ahab. And Ahab said, I want to go to war against Syria. What do you prophets think? Is God on my side? And the prophets all said, yes, King Ahab, the prophets are on your side. They are with you. God is with you, King Ahab. You will be victorious against the Syrians. And King Ahab said, that's exactly what I want to hear. But God is merciful. And God, at the same time, as much as he hated Ahab, he wanted to give a chance to Ahab to finally tread upon the correct path. And so God allowed for just one prophet to not be influenced by this deceiving spirit. And this prophet said, Ahab, God is not with you, and you're going to lose. I think his name was Micaiah. And Micaiah said, God is not with you, and you will lose. And God allowed for Micaiah to say that, because God, as much as he hated Ahab, and as much as he wanted Ahab to go die in battle, he still gave Ahab a chance. Here's this one prophet who's going to tell you the truth. No, Ahab, you're not going to win. You're going to die. You're going to die in the battlefield. And King Ahab was so upset that he said, put this Micaiah, put this prophet behind bars. And they threw the prophet into prison. Going back to what Christ said, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, how you persecute the prophets. So Ahab goes to war against the king of the Syrians. He goes to war against the king of the Syrians. And the Syrians had a strategy. And the strategy was to just kill the king of Israel. Just kill the king of Israel. Don't waste your time fighting the other Israeli soldiers. Just find the king, kill the king, strike the shepherd, and the sheep will scatter. This was the strategy of the Syrians. The Syrians said, why waste manpower and risk having casualties fighting these Israelis, fighting these Israelites? Just go find the king of Israel and kill him. And that's it. You're done. They're going to scatter. Ahab knew this strategy. And so what Ahab did was he disguised himself as just a regular soldier. Because he knew he knew that if the Syrians recognized him as the king of Israel, they were going to strike. They were going to aim their arrows at him. So he said, I'll disguise myself as a regular soldier. That way the Syrians will never find me. So here was King Ahab dressed up, disguised as a normal soldier. He was on the chariot. He had a chariot rider riding the chariot for him. And they're riding on the chariot. And the Syrians, they start riding their chariots towards King Ahab. And they said, is that the king? Is that the king? Is that the king? And then they got close enough and they said, oh, that's not the king. He's just a regular soldier. Okay, withdraw. So the Syrians began to withdraw away from King Ahab. And they said, let's go look for the real king. And there was one Syrian archer who saw Ahab, and he said, no, you guys are wrong. That's King Ahab. Are you sure? Yes, that's him. And the man drew his bow, and he released the bow, and he fired his arrow, and the arrow hit Ahab right in the body. And Ahab said, drive your chariot faster, for I am dying. I have been struck. And a puddle of blood began to form underneath him on the floor of his chariot. And by the time the chariot got back to headquarters, he was dead. And they took Ahab's body and they placed it at a bathhouse for prostitutes. This is what the Bible tells us. They placed it at the bathhouse of prostitutes because Ahab was a prostitute. Ahab prostituted himself to Jezebel. He was a prostitute. And so his body was laid at a bathhouse for prostitutes. So then you fast forward to today, to the modern day state of Israel, that these evangelicals revere and worship and all this stuff. And you see the Israelis talking about going to war against Turkey. Now, what is Turkey in regards to Syria? Because Ahab declared war on the king of the Syrians, declared war on the king of Syria. Who is the king of Syria right now? Is it not Turkey? Does not Turkey run Damascus, the capital city of Syria? Does not Turkey rule Syria? The supposed leader of Syria, Mr. Ahmed al-Shara, is totally under the control of the Turks. Ahmed al-Shara cannot do a media interview without permission from Turkish intelligence. Turkish intelligence agents are roaming about throughout the city of Damascus. They are running Damascus. Ahmed al-Shara is not the ruler of Syria. I don't care how much cologne Trump sprayed on his neck. And yes, this actually happened. I don't care how many times Donald Trump described Mr. Ahmed al-Shara as a tough and handsome tall guy, and yes, he did say this. Ahmed al-Shara is not the ruler of Syria. Turkey is the ruler of Syria. And even Donald Trump admitted this. He said that Turkey did what no one else could do, and that is he took over Syria. Turkey rules Syria. So who is the king of the Syrians? Turkey. Turkey is the king of the Syrians. Turkey rules Syria. And what is Israel doing? Israel is like Ahab. We're going to go to war against the king of the Syrians. We're going to war against the king of the Syrians. Who's the king of Syria? Erdogan is the current king of Syria. Israel wants to go to war against the king of the Syrians. Turkey is the king of the Syrians. And even if Erdogan is toppled, even if Erdogan dies or if he retires from politics, Turkey's still going to run Syria because that's the NATO plan. That's the NATO project. So Israel, just like Ahab, is saying, we're going to go to war against the Syrians. And eventually Israel will embark on that war. And just as Ahab was defeated, Israel will be crushed. And the Israelis are saying, oh, well, we're going to get the Americans to help us. No, you're not. Because by then, the anti-Israel rage and animosity will be so big, it'll be so intense, that the Americans will not agree to a war against Turkey. And besides, what? America can barely fight the Iranians. We can't fight the Iranians without Americans protesting against the war. We can't have a war against Iran without massive public opinion being against the war. We can't have a war without our most advanced naval ship being out of commission. And people thought we were going to storm the beaches of Harg Island. We're going to go storm the beaches of Iran. We're going to invade Esfahan. We're going to send ground troops into Tehran. And these American sailors were like, fuck that. We're burning the laundromat. They burned the whole laundry room, put the boat out of commission. And so what? Israel thinks what? We're going to storm the beaches of the Dardanelles like we're back in World War I, and we're going to get the Anzacs back from New Zealand and invade the Dardanelles and have another battle of Jolly Polly for Israel. What? All these American boys are going to be in their little ROTC uniforms stuck in the trenches of the Dardanelles. They're going to be saying, "Sir, why the hell are we here? For Israel, sir. We're fighting Turkey, the most powerful country in NATO, the biggest military in NATO, population 87 million, a country that could literally amass a military of millions of young men who are more tenacious than Americans. Believe me, they are. They're tougher than Americans. And when you're dealing with the Turkish military, you're actually dealing with an army of people who really believe in a cause. Americans do not have a cause to believe in. They could be given a cause maybe in the future. Maybe in the future they will have a cause to believe in. But right now, the Americans don't have a cause. They don't have a cause. What, we're going to go in Iran. Why? So Iranian girls can work in strip clubs and casinos and get cocked. Oh, I have something to really believe in, guys. Why are we going to Iran again? Because so Iranians can have pride rallies in Tehran. Oh, great idea. Yeah, okay. That's something that I really want to die for. Whereas in Turkey, you got these young Turkish guys, and they're listening to this very intense, rhythmic Sufi music, and they're talking about Fana. Have you guys ever heard of Fana? It's a popular concept in Sufi Islam. The dominating form of Islam in Turkey is Sufism. A lot of Turks are Sufis. A lot of Turks are Sufis, and Turks love Sufi music. And if you have not heard Sufi music, go try it out. Go listen to some Sufi music on YouTube. It's very mesmerizing. It grabs your mind. It makes you have elated thoughts. It makes your thoughts ascend above this compulsive, materialistic world, and you start thinking about God. Yes, I know. I've listened to Sufi music for many years. I've been listening to Sufi music since I was in high school. One thing I know about Sufi music is it can put you to shame. You may be a Christian, but you're living in sin. And then one day you start listening to that Sufi music, and they're singing about haram and avoiding sin and avoiding haram and preparing the soul for the day of judgment. And you're thinking, man, these people are bigger believers than I am. They have more of a stronger sense of spirituality than I do. They're talking about transcending our compulsive, impulsive, fleshy ways. And they're talking about, they're saying, hey, don't think about just this life. Think about the day of judgment. Think about your death. Your death is inevitable. Death is coming. Think about, are you practicing haram, which is sin? What are you doing with your life? You don't get that with most American music. You don't get that with any American music, in my opinion. You don't get that with country music. You don't get that with rock and rap, and you don't even get that with Baroque music. You don't get it. You don't even get it with like old school Protestant hymns. You do get it with Orthodox chant. You do get it with Ambrosian chant, which is real Christian music, not this bullshit that we have now. This Starbucks music that we have now. But when you listen to Sufi music, even if you're not a Muslim, even if you don't understand Turkish or if you don't understand Farsi, when you listen to Sufi music, just by listening to it, you immediately know this music is spiritual. And these Turkish people are listening to that stuff all the time. All the time they're listening to that stuff. So here they are, they're listening to Sufi music, and they're being told all the time, listen, the Israelis are coming after us. Ahmed Davutoglu, who was a very influential voice in Turkish politics, recently said, the Israelis are coming after us. We're next. And the Israelis have made it very obvious that Turkey is next. This is what they're saying. Turkey is next. Naftali Bennett said the biggest threat to Israel is not Iran, it's Turkey. They are priming the Israeli society for a war against Turkey. That's what they're preparing the Israeli society for. And so they're saying Turkey's next. And so the Turks see, okay, the Israelis bombed Qatar, they slaughtered the Gazans, they're butchering the Lebanese, they bombed the hell out of the Iranians, they've killed civilians, even in the midst of peace talks. Why should we be peaceful with these people? We need to prepare for war with these people. And the Turks are preparing for a war with the Israelis, make no mistake about it. So you got these Turkish guys, and Turkey has a very young population. Unlike the West, they have a very youthful population. They have millions of young men. And so you have these young Turkish guys, they're listening to Sufi music. Maybe they're praying all the time. Maybe they're religious. Maybe they're not. But they do have a belief in something that's greater than them. And then they're being told by the Israelis, you guys are next. They're hearing the Israelis say, Turkey's next. What are these young men supposed to do? They're going to prepare for war. And when that war happens, guess what, guys? They're going to be believing in it. They're going to be fighting in a war for a cause that they will believe in. And that cause is going to be protecting Turkey from these Israeli invaders. Protecting Turkey from these reprobates from Jerusalem who rape men, and then the government pardons the rapist. Now, is Turkey a saintly, righteous country? Hell no. They did a freaking ethnic cleansing campaign in Armenia back in 2020 and 2022 and 2023. I'm not pro-Turkey. I'm just giving you guys the reality. This is the reality. So the Israelis, I mean, do they really believe in what they're fighting for? Maybe some of them do. Most of them don't. The IDF is exhausted. I don't know if you guys have been reading up on this, but the IDF has been absolutely exhausted. They're drained. They're tired. They're not fighting in a cause that they actually believe in. A lot of them have PTSD. A lot of them have mental illnesses because of these wars. A lot of them have mental illness because of what they did in Gaza. They killed children in Gaza. They're losing their minds. They're literally seeing the ghost of the people they killed in front of them. They can't sleep. They're pissing the bed. I mean, I've read these stories. This is from the Israeli media, not from Al Jazeera. So what? Israel expects for what? America to go to war against Turkey for little old Israel? That's not going to happen. We're going to go storm the beaches of the Dardanelles like it's World War I and we're in Jolly Polly and we're going to bring the Anzacs back from the New Zealand. It's not going to happen. The Israelis are dreaming. Just like the Israelis dreamt about, doing a quick operation to overthrow the regime in Iran. And we're going to have this successful war in Iran. And after 5 weeks of fighting, America already pulled out. But we're going to go invade Turkey for Israel. That's really going to happen. No, what's going to happen is the Israelis are going to get fucked by the Turks. That's what's going to happen. And the Americans are going to watch. And we're not going to give a damn. That's what's going to happen. I'm not saying it's going to be a good thing. I don't want to see people suffer. I don't. So don't penalize me for this, YouTube. But that's what's going to happen. It's not going to be pretty for the Israelis. And the Israelis think, okay, well, we can get the Americans to do this, and we can maybe dismantle NATO. We can dismantle NATO. Have you guys ever looked into this? Joe Kent came out, and he recently said that all of this talk about dismantling NATO is an Israeli conspiracy. This is what Joe Kent said. He said all this talk is an Israeli conspiracy. Is he right? I don't know. But it's very interesting to hear what he had to say. What he said was that the Israelis want America to leave NATO because, as he says, that would dismantle NATO. I mean, if America leaves NATO, there is no NATO. Like, oh, we're going to leave NATO. There's no such thing as leaving NATO. It's either you keep NATO intact or you dismantle NATO, right? There's no other option here. That's all there is, because NATO is America. What does NATO stand for? North American Treaty Organization, whatever. North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Okay. Who created NATO? America did. It's the American Empire. That's what NATO is. So if America leaves NATO, are these Germans and these Dutch and these Flemish and Walloonians and these Frenchies and Swedes and Finns, are they all going to come together and say, okay, we're NATO, guys? No. The Germans are going to say, step aside. Make way for the Fourth Reich, guys. That's what's going to happen. Guarantee it. I guarantee that's what's going to happen. But Joe Kent came out and he said, Israel wants America to dismantle NATO because this is what he says. Israel's strategy, according to Joe Kent, is to get America to leave NATO. And that way, it would be easier to have America go to war against Turkey. This is what Joe Kent said. Now, maybe that's true. Maybe the Israelis are and they are delusional. I mean, the Israelis are delusional. I don't know if you guys have ever worked with Zionists, but they are delusional people. A lot of them are crazy. They have all sorts of weird ideas, and I can give you guys stories, but they're crazy. They're delusional. And so let's say that this happens, right? Let's say that America leaves NATO and there is no NATO. So then all you have left are just separate countries. And then eventually these separate countries will form into different blocks of power, and each block will be led by the most powerful country amongst them. Each block will be led by the most powerful country based on its region. So Turkey will have its own block, Japan will have its own block, China, Germany will have its own block, America will have its own block. All these countries, all of these regional superpowers will have their own blocks of power to lead. Okay, so let's say NATO is dismantled, and then the Turks say, okay, there's no NATO, so who's going to restrain us? Who's going to restrain us? Israel is thinking, if Joe Kent is correct, Israel is thinking, well, America is restraining Turkey from America is restraining us from attacking Turkey, and America doesn't want to attack Turkey because Turkey is a member of NATO, and they don't want for NATO countries to kill each other. So if we just get rid of NATO, then we can tell America, hey, America, Turkey's an enemy. Maybe they're getting a little too close to the Russians. I think you should deal with them, America. You should go to war against Turkey. But really, if NATO is dismantled, people are just going to look at the Israelis and they're going to say, NATO was not only restraining America, NATO was also restraining Turkey. And now you just unleashed the most powerful Islamic country in the entirety of the Islamic world, and now they want to go to war against you because you have been talking shit about them for years, and for years you've been talking about going to war against them, and for years you have been disrespecting their sphere of influence in Syria. So now, by dismantling NATO, you have removed the leash that was placed by NATO on Turkey. Oh, but America can go to war against Turkey because now there's no NATO. America's not going to go to war against Turkey. You think America is going to go to war against the second most powerful country that's currently in NATO? It's not going to happen. American soldiers would be butchered by the storm of Bayraktars, just like the Armenians were. They don't want to deal with that. Americans would much rather watch cat videos than go into the trenches of the Dardanelles or the Bosphorus to go face random strikes from Bayraktar 5.0. So what's going to happen? All you will be doing, if this is Israel's plan, all that Israel will be doing is taking away the leash that NATO has put on Turkey. And then Turkey's going to say, okay, there's no NATO. There's no America. There's no America to restrain you, nor me. So what's stopping you, Israel? Let's go to war. You want to mess with us in Syria? You want to mess with us in Lebanon? You want to mess with our ally Iran? Let's go to war. And Iran and Turkey are just going to tag team on Israel. And America will watch. And if you look at what Israel has been doing right now, it's very interesting. The Israelis have been selling a lot of missiles to the Greeks. They've been selling a lot of Elbit missile systems to the Greeks. Yeah. Turns out that the Orthodox country of Greece is in bed with the Zionist state. Isn't that ironic? Right? These Greek Orthodox Christians who supposedly are against Israel, their government is in bed with the Israelis. Now, I'm sure that the majority of Greeks don't agree with this, but the reality is that the Greek government is in bed with the Israelis, buying all sorts of weapons from the Israelis because the Greeks are terrified of the Turks. So the Israelis are saying, hey, Greece, we're also scared of the Turks, so buy our weapons. And the Serbs have also been buying Israeli weapons. They have been buying a lot of Israeli drones. That's correct. They're planning on buying more Israeli drones. And they're planning on joining the Israelis in producing drones to use those drones in a war. A war with who? Well, who's Serbia's biggest enemy other than America? Croatia, yeah, that's a big enemy for Serbia. But there's also Turkey, and Turkey has ambitions in the Balkans. So Serbia and Greece, these two big Orthodox countries in the Balkans, they are in bed with Israel. And the Turks have told the Greeks, hey, Greece, you put these Israeli Elbit missile systems on the, what's it called? It's I think it's called the, what's the river between Greece and Turkey? Between Greece and Turkey, I think is it called? Let me think. Evros. So the Greeks have parked, and I've talked about this before, but the Greeks have parked all these Israeli missile systems on the Evros River, which runs through Turkey and Greece. So the Greeks are pointing all these Israeli missiles at the Turks, and the Turks are saying, hey, you're pointing all these Israeli missiles at us, Greece. This is an act of aggression. Now the Serbs made a deal recently with the Israelis to have a joint effort to produce Israeli drones. So the Turks are looking at this whole situation. They're saying, okay, we got this aggressive Israel that's talking about going to war against us. They want to lobby the Americans to go to war against us. They have attacked our neighboring ally, Iran, numerous times, unprovoked. They are attacking our brothers in Lebanon. They are massacring our brothers in Lebanon. They slaughtered our Palestinian brothers and sisters in Gaza. They are trying to encroach upon our sphere of influence within Syria. They attacked one of our air bases in Syria. We have had enough. And now, to make things worse, they are working with the Serbs against us, and they are working with the Greeks against us, and they're selling Elbit missile systems to the Greeks, and the Greeks are pointing these Israeli weapons at us at the Evros River. And at the same time, the Israelis are talking about going to war against us. And they're also working with the Cypriots, and half of Cyprus is ran by Turkey. Half of Cyprus is a Turkish enclave. Cyprus is not fully Greek. Half of the country is Turkic or Turkish. They're really just Islamized Greeks, let's be real here, but technically they're Turks. So the Turks are thinking, and the Israelis are working with the Greeks in Cyprus. And of course they want to go against the Turks in Cyprus. So the Turks are thinking, man, this Israel is acting very aggressively towards us. And now they're selling all these weapons to Serbia and Greece. And we do have imperial interests in the Balkans. Serbia and Greece, you are going to pay for this. And the Greeks and the Serbs are going to pay for this. They're going to be punished by the Turks. Just like the Iranians punished the Gulf Arab states for allowing for US bases and weapons to be stationed in their countries, and for allowing American interceptor missiles to be stationed within the borders of the Gulf Arab states. And the Iranians told the Arabs, you have US bases in your countries, and those US bases are against us, and they're being used to attack us. So now you have to be punished. You're going to have to pay for this. And I believe that the Turks will do the same thing to the Serbs and the Greeks for being in cahoots with the Israelis against Ankara, against Turkey. So just as the Iranians punished the Gulf Arabs for working with the Israelis and the Americans, I think the Turks are going to punish the Greeks and the Serbs for working with the Israelis. The whole thing's going down, guys, really. The Israeli power, the Israeli empire, the whole thing's going down. And we are seeing the entire system really just being dismantled. That's what we're seeing. The American public, the American population is going against Israel. That is going to rise to the point where no politician will be able to ignore it. America could not withstand a prolonged conflict with the Iranians because of the oil crisis and because of all the pressure from the outrage of the American population, the Americans have had to tell the Israelis to calm down with the strikes in Lebanon. Every year that goes by, I just see the whole Israeli situation and I say the whole thing is going to come crashing down. The entire kosher real law mafia, the entire Third Templar mafia is going to go down, guys. The whole thing's going to go down. Will Israel ever use a nuke? I have no idea. You're a machine man. Appreciate that, sir. Cats are cool. I agree. I like cat videos, absolutely. So do I. Isn't Cyprus a part of the Commonwealth? Commonwealth of what? The British Commonwealth? To invest in other things? Israel can defend itself. Ben Shapiro. That's correct. Ben Shapiro did say that, so we're going to live up to what Ben Shapiro said and said, hey, we're going to say, hey, Israel, defend yourself. We don't care. The League of Nations preceded NATO, which Woodrow Wilson was the main benefactor of, but actually ended up walking away from because the U.S. Congress voted against the U.S. being in it after its creation. That's a really good point. Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good point. Yep. And remember, empires go through this stage in their existence. They go through this stage where they just get tired of dealing with all their territories and they just leave. I mean, the Roman Empire did this with England. They controlled England, and England kept getting invaded by savage invaders. And then the Romans said, you know what? We're done with trying to protect this region, and they've left. And then England, not too long afterwards, got invaded by the Anglo-Saxons. NATO without America are a bunch of Austrian painter-loving goon. That's correct. That's right. That's exactly what animals do. What do animals do? France once left it. Build-ups to the year 2027. That's correct. That's scary. Yep. No Trump hotels in Tehran. Maybe. Who knows? Let's say that. All right. Let's say that the Americans and the Israelis succeed, and they do have regime change in Iran. Let's say let's say, for argument's sake, that happens. Israel's still going to get screwed over in the end because the Iranians hate the Israelis. The Iranians aren't going to forget the fact that Israelis have massacred their people. And so they're not going to like the Israelis. And so let's say you have a secular government, or let's say you have a government that's friendly towards the West in Iran. They're not going to like the Israelis. So what are they going to do? They're going to have access to Western markets. They're going to have access to the purchasing of Western arms and military technology, and they're going to get stronger. Their what's the term? Their currency will get stronger, and Iran will get stronger, and then you're going to have a Western influenced, you're going to have a Western style, technologically advanced Iran, and it's still going to be against Israel, and Israel will still lose if there is no regime change in Iran. And I've said this many times. This is on the record on my YouTube channel, but if there is no regime change in Iran, then Israel will still have to face a hostile Iran that will have control over the Strait of Hormuz, and that will have tremendous international leverage over the shipping and the exportation of oil globally. And the Israelis will still have to face that ascending powerful Iran, and the Israelis will still be screwed. So no matter what Israel does, Israel is going to be screwed. That has been my position since really the beginning of this whole quagmire. You made God sound like some powerless schemer. I mean, it's not actually. God wanted Ahab. It's in the Bible, so it didn't come from me. But God wanted Ahab gone, and God took advantage of Ahab's hubris and Ahab's arrogance and said, "Okay, you want to go to war? Go." And I think God will do the same thing to the modern day state of Israel. You want to go to war? Go to war. Just got back from riding my dirt bike. Well, I hope you had fun. Glad to have you back. Hexeth would make a great name for a whiskey. Hexeth Select. True. That's true. Theo, do you have an X account? I do. Yeah, Theodore Shubat. No one reads it. Why do they need to prime us? This makes no sense. What we think is irrelevant. They didn't need our consent at any point. Well, you just ignored everything that I said, so I'm not going to respond to that. Carlson had a show on Fox. Yes, he did, but he also, I think he had a show on MSNBC before that. Seeing Pete Hegseth always give a chill, not in a good way. Yep, true. The guy's a creep. Waza, yep. You think they want to dissolve the relationship or slide in a new objective? I don't know. What the Iranians did was rational. Yeah, the Iranians did what any other country would have done. Let's see here. I'm just sad Carter did not live long enough. Carter was the fall guy. Absolutely. Sup? What's up, Rusty Shackleford? Everyone having a good Friday? Yup. Ben, eyebrows disgusting. Yup. When I listen to, look at my eyebrows, right? I mean, we're also kind of bushy. When I listen to Ben Shilpiro, I get a headache. Does not matter who votes, but who counts the votes. I really enjoyed the conversation with your father. Appreciate that. Need to stop sending weapons to Israel. Or ultra-Orthodox Jews hate Christians. What's up, my guy? What's up, Mr. Shocker? Your father is proud of you. Appreciate that. The difference is Palestinians are responding to Israeli brutality. It's not wanton violence. It's a fight for self-determination. I mean, I understand that they were responding to Israeli brutality, but at the same time, it doesn't excuse just the bombing of a bank. I mean, that just doesn't excuse that. Only good guys are the Maronites. Well, were they good guys when they raped and butchered Palestinian civilians in the Sabra and Shatila refugee camps? Don't threaten me with a good time. Yeah. The bullies have not met their match yet. Wasn't your dad PLO? Yep. He was PLO. He was part of the Iranian. He was the Iranian. He's part of the Palestinian resistance. Your IDF friend must be disappointed that you make this live right now. No, not really. I'm not giving out any names, but he told me that his biggest fear was to go to war against Hezbollah. That was his biggest fear. Long live the resistance. So after the rise of Persia comes the rise of Greece, aka Turkey? I think so, yeah. My video was at the beginning. Ignore the comments. The church fathers are great. The Chinese make everything Iran wants and ship it in using this new Silk Road. I saw the road in Xinjiang just 10 years ago. Wow. So that's the reason why they want to destabilize Xinjiang region, to disrupt the flow of Chinese munitions and weapons to Iran. Why are there no laws forbidding the use of these weapons on innocent people? There are laws against using weapons against innocent people, but no one follows these rules, and they're not really enforceable. Wondering the stats of donor class to Democrats, though. It's not disproportionately those loyal to the cause. I'm not sure. Need to go to work, Ted. All right, see you later. Enjoy yourself. Let's see here. The Maldives. Do you think the economy will collapse? How much do prophecies play a part of your analysis? A lot. I think the Bible even has a verse in Isaiah. It says, Elam, go to war. I mean, it talks about the rise of Iran. In Zechariah, it talks about the destruction of Jerusalem. The differences are there, don't get me wrong, but as someone who studies Russian history, I see America going through its own perestroika and glasnost only on a Christian nationalist level with America. I think that there will be we are seeing the downfall of the U.S. empire. Like, that is absolutely true. 100%. Do you think Israel's planning to build the third temple? Yes, I do. I think they're planning on building the third temple. I think there are enough fanatics, I call them Third Templars, in Israel to dictate policy to make that happen. Guys, I have to take a piss, all right? I've been holding it for a while. I really gotta go. I'll be right back, okay? Give me a break. Give me a moment here. I'm gonna take a piss, and then I'm gonna get myself some water. So just give me a moment here, guys, all right? I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am here. You can enjoy a smoke with you guys to conclude the stream. Maybe I'll talk to you guys about video games. I don't know. I don't know about 7 hours. Maybe close to 7 hours. Are you fasting? Well, I haven't really eaten much today, so I guess so. Right now I am smoking Christmas Blend, which was given to me as a gift by Mr. Sweet, and I really appreciate it, sir. Great stuff. Good music, yeah, I agree. You know, I just uh I just got done finishing the game Resident Evil 9. I just got done finishing this game, Resident Evil 9. And I don't know. I've been really wanting to do a review for the game for you guys, but the whole Iran thing just takes everyone's attention. So who's going to talk about video games in the middle of a war? But I really wanted to talk to you guys about this game because I think that, see, Resident Evil 9 has gotten a lot of positive reviews. A lot of people have loved this game, and rightfully so. It is a really good game. There have been some mixed reviews on the game. And so, I finally played it and I finished playing it. I played the game for about 15 hours. And I played it on classic mode, which is the hardest difficulty option that you have for your first playthrough. I've been trying to play the game on insanity mode, but it's just way too difficult. But I'll give you guys my thoughts on this game. For one thing, is the game worth playing? The answer is yes. Is the game a 10 out of 10? The answer is no. I would give the game a 9 out of 10. And a lot of other people have given this game a 9 out of 10, and I think that is a fair and deserved rating. First, I'm going to tell you guys what I really like about Resident Evil 9. So what do I like about Resident Evil 9? What I really like about Resident Evil 9 is that, for one, it's a creepy game. And I would say that out of all the Resident Evil games that I have played, I think RE9 has gotten more on my nerves than any other Resident Evil game. The closest that I've been to playing a Resident Evil game that really got on my nerves as much as this one was when I played the RE2 remake. I think the RE2 remake was really good. I think the RE2 remake was really good at just building up intensity, but not just building up intensity, but also maintaining a lot of intensity. Because when you played RE2, hot damn, like every corner you heard rah, rah, all these zombies, rah, rah, rah. Like every time you walked in Resident Evil 2 or the Resident Evil 2 remake, you heard zombies growling, or you heard Mr. X walking. And hearing Mr. X walking from a distance always got under my skin. You would be in a room and you could hear from the hallway this constant walking. You would be in the bottom floor of a building and you could hear from the upper floor or the floor above you Mr. X walking. And it was just really creepy. And the sound design in the RE2 remake was so good that it really got your brain to think, oh my goodness, we're getting chased. But playing Resident Evil 9, I got similar feelings and I got a similar experience, but I would say that Resident Evil 9 got more underneath my skin because especially, and this was especially the case in the first half of the game when playing as Grace Ashcroft. So in the game of Resident Evil 9, you play as two characters. You play as Grace Ashcroft and you play as Leon Kennedy. Now, Leon Kennedy, by far, is the most famous out of all the Resident Evil characters. Like, you have Leon Kennedy, Jill Valentine, and you have Chris Redfield. Right, you have all these various different characters in the Resident Evil universe. But the most famous out of all of them is obviously Leon Kennedy because of Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 is the greatest Resident Evil game ever made. It is also one of the most revolutionary games ever designed because of the playing style, because of the graphic design of that game, and also just given the fact that it really is the first third person shooter ever made where you have this over the shoulder camera angle for the entirety of the game. And that's really what made Resident Evil 4 so revolutionary. Plus, the enemies of Resident Evil 4 are really original. The zombies of RE4 are really original. So because of Resident Evil 4, Leon Kennedy is the most popular out of all the Resident Evil characters. So you're playing as Leon Kennedy, but you're also playing as Grace Ashcroft. And Grace Ashcroft is a timid, autistic FBI agent who stutters all the time. And I can sympathize with that because I also sometimes stutter, as you guys already know. But I think that Grace Ashcroft is a really good character. I really liked her personality. I found her stutter to be somewhat endearing, although one of the criticisms towards Resident Evil 9 is that Grace Ashcroft's stutter is a little bit overly done, and I can see why people say that, but I never really got that impression when I was playing the game. And when you're playing a game and when you're seeing a character's personality, if the personality feels real enough to you, then that's all that really matters. If it feels fake, then it's going to feel fake. So when I was playing Grace Ashcroft, I never really got the impression that the voice acting was overly done or not authentic. And I really like how they made Grace Ashcroft super weak. They didn't make her into a girl boss. They didn't make her tough. They didn't make her into this super badass chick who can do backflips and roundhouse kicks and spinning hook kicks and axe kicks. And they didn't make her into this female character that can do super hard punches and can take out men and male villains that are a lot stronger and a lot bigger than her. They made her really weak. You can't do roundhouse kicks with Grace Ashcroft like you can do with Leon Kennedy. The only melee moves that Grace Ashcroft can do is a push, and she can do a simple push kick, but that's only when the zombie falls on its knees. Then you can do a push kick with Grace Ashcroft. Grace Ashcroft is very limited to the number of weapons that she has. She's very limited to the diversity of weapons that she has. She can only really use 3 weapons in the game. And that is there's 2 different types of regular hand pistols. Then there's a very powerful revolver called the Requiem, which is what the game Resident Evil 9 is named after. It's called Resident Evil Requiem. It's named after this revolver that Grace Ashcroft can use in the game. And the Requiem is the most powerful pistol that you get in the game. It can easily kill most of the zombies in just one shot. And then she can use a machine gun, a submachine gun called Freya's Needle, which is a pretty weak pistol. It's really an Uzi. I really wouldn't recommend it. The regular hand pistol that she has is the most decent hand pistol that she owns in the game. And I understand why they made the diversity of weapons for Grace Ashcroft so limited. It's because they want to make her as weak as possible. And the reason why they want to make Grace Ashcroft so weak is because they want the player to feel weak. And I think that Capcom did a really good job in getting the player to feel as weak as Grace Ashcroft, because you feel so harmless as you're playing Grace Ashcroft. You feel so harmless, you feel so vulnerable, and that's really all by design. They didn't want you to feel powerful as Grace Ashcroft. They wanted you to feel vulnerable, because by making you feel vulnerable, they make you feel scared. That's what makes Resident Evil 9 scary, is the vulnerability that you feel as you're playing Grace Ashcroft. And for the majority of Resident Evil 9, you're playing as Grace Ashcroft. So for the majority of the game, you are playing the horror side of the game. Whereas with Leon Kennedy, you don't really feel any fear when you're playing Leon Kennedy. You feel empowered because Leon Kennedy can throw super hard strikes. He can throw super hard roundhouse kicks. He has an axe. He has a hatchet that he can one-shot kill zombies with. He has a lot of powerful weapons. He has a huge arsenal. He has multiple shotguns at his disposal. He has multiple different types of machine guns at his disposal. He has 2 different pistols at his disposal. And then plus he has the very powerful revolver, the Requiem, that he can use to kill most zombies, most villains with just one shot. He also has grenades. So when you play Leon Kennedy, you feel really powerful, as opposed to when you play as Grace Ashcroft, you feel super weak and vulnerable, and you feel terrified. And so the reason why Capcom did this is because they want to give you they they designed the game in a way where for most of the game you're supposed to be scared. So you're walking around as Grace Ashcroft. She has a flashlight, and the flashlight's shaking because she's so terrified. She has this really weak 9mm pistol, and when she points it, the pistol shakes, so it's difficult to aim with her. And so you're supposed to feel all that as you're playing it. You're supposed to see that fear, and that fear is conveyed to the player through the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of Grace Ashcroft. And so they make you play as Grace Ashcroft for so long that you're just continuously feeling fearful, and you're continuously feeling vulnerable and scared. And you can't upgrade weapons with Grace. You can't upgrade weapons. There's no grenades. You're just stuck with these weak ass weapons. Then, after so many hours of you playing as Grace Ashcroft, then they finally let you play as Leon Kennedy. And they say, here's all the weapons. You can upgrade the weapons. You got grenades. You got a hatchet. You got roundhouse kicks. You got a bulletproof vest. You are freaking John Wick. So you go from super weak, timid, FBI analyst, autistic girl to the video game Capcom version of John Wick. And so now you feel empowered. So what Capcom does is starve you. It starves you of your feeling of empowerment. It starves you of a feeling of being strong and secure and fortified. It starves you of that. It deprives you of that. And it just constantly, for hours, makes you feel vulnerable, that you could be killed at any turn. Plus, what makes the Grace Ashcroft playthrough more difficult is the fact that, now, if you're playing in easy mode, this is not the case. But if you're playing on classic mode, which is what I did, you can only save if you have these little items called ink ribbons. And those ink ribbons are limited in the game. So you have to be very careful on how you use your ink ribbons. So if you want to say, so let's say you've gotten really far in the game as Grace Ashcroft, and you've killed a number of zombies, you've gotten really, you've progressed really well into the game, and you haven't saved the game yet. Well, you can't save the game when you're playing in classic mode unless you have a little ink ribbon. And those ink ribbons, the amount of ink ribbons that you have are limited. So you have to be very strategic on how you save, when you save. And that's what makes the game more scary, because let's say you've used your last ink ribbon and then you move forward in the game and you don't have any ink ribbons left, and you have to wait until you find an ink ribbon, or you have to wait until you have the resources to create an ink ribbon. And so you have to go through so much of the game before you find the next ink ribbon. And until you find that next ink ribbon, you will not be able to save the game, which means that if you die, all of the progress that you did since your last save will be lost. And you will have to start over back to the very spot that you were in when you did your last save. That's annoying, but at the same time, as you're playing the game and as you're moving through the crazy house, because you play as Grace Ashcroft, and you're literally just moving through a crazy house full of crazy zombies, and the insane zombies are scary. I mean, they get under your skin, and a lot of the parts of this building are super dark. The only way that you can see what's in front of you or what's around you is by turning on a flashlight, and you're going through all that stress, and you're going through this super stressful situation while at the same time knowing that if you died at this moment, all of your progress will be lost and you'll have to start over from your last save. And that really sucks, but it makes the playthrough more intense, because as you're going through the playthrough, now you're being very careful about how you move. You're being very careful about how much ammo you use. You're being very careful about how you shoot the zombies. If you have to shoot the zombies, if you are going to shoot the zombies, you have to shoot the zombie in the leg, because if you try to shoot the body in the chest, if you try to shoot the zombie in the chest, chest shot is not going to do very much. Because these zombies are huge bullet sponges. If you shoot the zombie in the knee, then you can get the zombie to fall on its knees, and then you can run away. Or you can shoot the zombie in the head, stagger the zombie long enough to run away and move to a different location. You don't want to be shooting zombies in the chest, because you're going to be wasting ammo. The chances of you killing a zombie with chest strikes, I mean, the chances of you killing a zombie by shooting it in the chest with just a few bullets is almost zero. You have to shoot the zombie in the chest like 10 times before it dies. You have to shoot the zombie in the head 3, 4, 5 times until it dies. So your best option is just to shoot it in the head, stagger it, or shoot it in the knees and stagger it, and then run away. And so then you become super strategic on how you use your bullets, because you don't want to waste bullets because you don't have an ink ribbon yet to save the game. So you're trying to conserve as much resources as you can until your next opportunity to save the game comes about. So you go through all of that vulnerability as Grace Ashcroft, and then you finally get to play as Leon. And you get to play as Leon for hours. So for hours, you're John Wick. You're roundhouse kicking. You're killing these zombies with your hatchet. You're blowing these zombies' heads out, blowing their heads to pieces. You're using grenades, shotgun, machine gun. You're using in my opinion, the coolest weapon that you get in your first playthrough is a weapon. I think it's called the sharpshooter. And to me, I think it's the coolest rifle. It's not as powerful as the bolt action rifle that you get early on in the game, but it's a cooler weapon because it just sounds really cool. It looks a lot cooler. It has a nice little silencer on it, and when you fire it, it makes a really sharp, crunchy sound, and you can hear the little bullet cap drop on the floor every time, and it just feels like you're in a movie. And it feels really cool to be as Leon. And so when you get to finally play as Leon Kennedy, you really, really appreciate your time playing as Leon Kennedy, because for so many hours, you've been playing as this autistic FBI analyst who's terrified of her own shadow, and now you get to play as John Wick, the Capcom version of John Wick, Leon Kennedy, the hero from Resident Evil 4. And Leon Kennedy's personality is a little bit different in this game. He's a lot more nonchalant than he was in RE4. In RE2, Leon Kennedy was super naive and he was super innocent, and I really appreciate that about Capcom. I really appreciate that they show you the character progression of Leon Kennedy. So in Resident Evil 2, when you first see Leon Kennedy is like super naive. He's a police officer. It's his first day on the job. He really wants to do well for society. He really wants to help the people of Raccoon City. And you have this zombie outbreak in Raccoon City, and he's trying to do his best. He's trying to help people. And he doesn't realize that this entire zombie outbreak was done by this ginormous corporation called Umbrella. And it's not just a zombie apocalypse. It's literally bioterrorism that is being implemented on the civilian population of Raccoon City by the Umbrella Corporation. And I guess the US government is working directly with the Umbrella Corporation. And so Leon Kennedy has to go through all that. And at first he's very naive. He's saying, who's behind this? We have to get to who's behind this. He's working with his police captain. He's trying to do the right thing, but it actually turns out that the police captain is in on it, and he's evil and corrupt and a weirdo. And so Leon Kennedy goes through that experience, and he becomes a tougher person. He begins to grow more of a thick skin. And by Resident Evil 4, you see a different Leon Kennedy. You see a Leon Kennedy that's more cool. By cool, I mean he's a little bit more detached. He's a little bit more detached. He's a little bit more cynical, and he's more nonchalant about things. He's also really not that surprised about what he sees. So by the time he gets to Resident Evil 4, Leon Kennedy sees a bunch of zombies, and he's not super shocked because he's already seen this sort of thing. And then when you finally get to Resident Evil 6, you see Leon Kennedy just being super detached and super cool and really just super cynical. And a lot of people hated on Resident Evil 6, and I understand why. It's because Resident Evil 6 just wasn't scary. It was just an action game. But nonetheless, I mean, even though that criticism is valid, Resident Evil 6 was a very fun game. I played Resident Evil 6. I enjoyed it a lot when it came out years ago. And one thing that I really appreciated about Resident Evil 6 was that the game was super long. Like, Resident Evil 6 was a super long game. It was like watching a very long movie. But then you have Resident Evil 7, which was just a total shift from the typical narrative of Resident Evil. Resident Evil 7 had you pretty much in a confined space. I mean, for the entirety of the game, you are on one single property, which is a house and property in the middle of Louisiana in the bayou, and you're being chased by some bayou hillbilly zombies. And I think that Resident Evil 7 was a big change in the Resident Evil world. I think it was great. I think it was creepy and unsettling. And I think Resident Evil 7 overall was an amazing game. Then Resident Evil 8 came out. Resident Evil 8, again, was very different from much of the rest of Resident Evil. The only traditional character in Resident Evil 8 was Chris Redfield, who doesn't pop up until the end of the game. But Resident Evil 8 was an amazing game. I played a little bit of Resident Evil 8 on this stream years ago. It's beautiful. It's aesthetically a pleasing game. I love the medieval castle in Resident Evil 8. I love the fact that you're in Romania, and a lot of the villains have kind of Romanian names, or at least one of the villains does. It's Lady Dimitrescu. And you have Romanian zombies, or yeah, Romanian vampire zombies in the game, and there's a lot of cool weapons. And I love the merchant in Resident Evil 8. And I think Resident Evil 8 is just by far, I think it's on my top 5 list of best RE games. A lot of people hated on it. I don't know why. I loved Resident Evil 8. I loved it. It was such a fun game. I like how you play as Ethan Winters, and Ethan Winters also is kind of a weak person in the beginning. He's very vulnerable, but he gets stronger as you play, and then you can find all these different weapons and then upgrade the weapons and then feel more powerful as you progress in the game. I really enjoyed that. So then you have Resident Evil 9, and Resident Evil 9, if I had to compare Resident Evil 9 to former Resident Evil games, I would say that Resident Evil 9, I would describe Resident Evil 9 as really an amalgamation between Resident Evil 6 and Resident Evil 7. That's how I would describe it. And also I would say that it has a lot of elements from Resident Evil 2, in the sense that the zombies in Resident Evil 9 are more akin to the traditional Resident Evil zombies that people fought against in the old school 1990s Resident Evil games. They're slower, but they're man, if they get close enough to you, they're super dangerous. They're bullet sponges. Whereas in Resident Evil 4, you could take out a zombie in 2 shots if you had a red 9. And in Resident Evil 9, it takes a lot of bullets to kill a zombie. So Capcom went back to the traditional horror elements. Capcom more so went back to the traditional horror elements of its roots back in the late 90s with the OG Resident Evil games. So in that sense, it has an influence from Resident Evil 2. I definitely got the impression that it was influenced by the Resident Evil 2 remake, 100% actually. There are actually cutscenes in the game that show you different scenes from Resident Evil 2. There's a lot of nostalgia in this game. There's a lot of harkening back to the old school Resident Evils. There's actually a cutscene in the game where Leon Kennedy is thinking about his past, and as he's thinking, you go back on memory lane and you actually see cutscenes from the Resident Evil 2 remake. I thought that was pretty cool. There's even a part of the game where you hear old school sort of 1990s Resident Evil music playing in the back. I thought that was pretty cool. So it's a nostalgia trip. And I heard Maximilian Dude, when he did his review on Resident Evil 9, I like what he said. He said that Resident Evil 9 was basically a love letter to Resident Evil fans. It was a love letter of appreciation to RE9 fans. And that's why there's so much of a nostalgia trip in Resident Evil 9. Like, the game is a nostalgia trip. And like I said, there's a lot of influences from RE2, but there's also a lot of influences from Resident Evil 6, which I find to be interesting, because Resident Evil 6, out of all of the Resident Evil games that are a part of the numbered series of Resident Evil, Resident Evil 6 is by far the most hated game. And I can see why. Like, that's not my opinion. I would say Resident Evil 6 is my second least favorite Resident Evil game. I enjoyed all of them. There's not a single Resident Evil game that I have played that I did not enjoy. I've enjoyed all of them. But really, my opinion is that Resident Evil 5 is the least good Resident Evil game. Even though I really enjoyed Resident Evil 5, out of all the Resident Evil games that I played, out of all the numbered Resident Evil games that I played, RE5 is my least favorite. I did play Operation Raccoon City. I would say that's probably the worst Resident Evil game I've ever played. But out of all of the numbered series, RE5 is definitely my least favorite. But there's definitely elements of RE6 in Resident Evil 9 in the sense that Leon Kennedy in Resident Evil 9 looks very close to the Leon Kennedy of Resident Evil 6. His hairstyle, his clothes are very similar to RE6 Leon, as opposed to RE2 or RE4 Leon. Also, the fight mechanics in Resident Evil 9 are very similar to the fight mechanics in RE6. So in RE6, you do have the function of being able to do uh, basically quick time melee moves on zombies when you stagger them, and you can do the same thing in RE9. Only except that the cutscene, the quick time fight moves that you can do in RE9 are just a lot better. But definitely there's influences. There are influences from RE6. Also, Leon Kennedy's part of the game, it reminded me so much of RE6. It didn't even really remind me of RE4. It really did. Like, I know that a lot of people want to talk about Resident Evil 4 because Resident Evil 4 has the over-the-shoulder camera angle, and you can definitely see that in Resident Evil 9. But really, like Leon's combat in Resident Evil 9 reminded me so much of RE6 Leon combat. It just reminded me so much of RE6. Like just the quick time melee strikes, and also the way that the zombies look reminded me so much of RE6. In RE9, some of the zombies have guns, and you can see that in RE6. And also just the way that Leon looks in RE9 is very similar to the RE6 Leon. And of course, definitely you have RE7 influence on this game, especially when you get to Grace Ashcroft's part of the game. Her style, her playthrough is very much like RE7. You're in this building for hours, you're running away from these zombies, and so also I will say that the graphic design of Grace Ashcroft's part of the game is very similar to the graphic design of Resident Evil 7. I will say I really enjoyed how in the first half of the game, when you're playing as Grace Ashcroft, each zombie has its own personality. That was something that I thought was very original, and that's something that I've never seen before in any video game, and especially in any Capcom game for that matter. You have, for example, a zombie who sings, and she is by far the most dangerous out of all the zombies. She's the biggest bullet sponge. It takes like 12 bullets to take her out. When she grabs you, she can kill you very easily, and she sings. And so the scary thing about her, what makes her so unsettling, is that you can actually hear her singing from a far distance. And so you'll be walking down a hallway, and you'll hear this, ooh, and it's very unsettling. And I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that from Capcom. They really tried to scare us, and I think Capcom really tried hard to scare us in this game. And I appreciate that because the Resident Evil fan base has been asking for a scary Resident Evil game for a long time. Now, they gave us RE7, which was unsettling, and a lot of people loved it for that reason. But then RE8 came out, and RE8 was not as unsettling as RE7 was, but RE8 was still creepy. I mean, it got under my skin, especially with the giant baby monster. That shit was creepy. But a lot of people complained that RE8 was too much like RE4, and it wasn't as creepy as RE7 was. And so I'm guessing that a bunch of Japanese dudes at Capcom were like, okay, they want scary, we give them scary, make it scary! And so they really tried their damnedest to make this creepy. And this game is creepy. You have the singing zombie, you have a zombie who's obsessed with cleaning, and she is walking around going, oh, look at this spot on the wall, oh, make a mess, look what you... And you'll get close enough to her and you can overhear her sentences, and she'll say things like, look what you did, look what you did, and it's very unsettling. And then if she sees you, I mean, she starts coming after you, and if she grabs you, she tries to clean your face, like, it needs to be cleaned, and she kills you in the process. And so it's all very unsettling, and yeah, it's all very unsettling. And you know, anytime you have to walk through a super dark corridor and you can only use your flashlight to see what's in front of you and what's around you, and you can hear these zombies talking from a distance, and you have limited ammo, and you don't have any ink ribbons left, so you can't save until you find the next ink ribbon, and you have to make all this progress while at the same time taking the risk that you may die at any moment and then lose all the progress that you had since your last save. All of that makes Grace Ashcroft's playthrough very tense. And Capcom did a really good job in making the game as tense as possible. And then And then the game gives you a sense of relief when it finally lets you play as Leon. It says, okay, now you're going to play as Leon. Here's a bunch of guns. Here's a bunch of ammo. Almost unlimited ammo. Do what you want. And you can, and so all of that fear that you built up over the hours of you playing as Grace, you can now unleash by playing Leon, and you could just tear these zombies apart. And one of the things that I really loved about this game was how Grace Ashcroft has to survive basically this crazy house full of zombies. And she finally escapes the crazy house. And then after she escapes the crazy house, Leon Kennedy enters the same crazy house. So whatever zombies you did not kill as Grace Ashcroft, you can then kill as Leon. So you could go through the entire crazy house as Leon, and you can finally walk through the same crazy house wherein you were feeling very vulnerable as Grace, but now you're feeling super powerful and super invincible, and you're feeling like John Wick because now you are Leon Kennedy, and you got a bunch of shotgun slugs and sniper ammunition, and you're ready to blow shit up, and you blast through that whole crazy house. And the one of the most satisfying experiences that I had playing Resident Evil 9 was playing as Leon Kennedy in the crazy house, and that singing zombie is overheard as you're walking, and you hear this zombie woman singing. And when you were Grace, you were terrified, but now you're Leon, you don't give a shit. And you walk right up to her, and she's like, "Ooh," and I just went boom, I blasted her brains out, and her blood splattered all over the walls, and her body dropped on the floor, and Leon Kennedy went, "Sorry to ruin your singing career." And it was just funny. It's a hilarious moment. It's such a cool ass game. And I really enjoyed playing Resident Evil 9. Resident Evil 9 was more of a work of art than it was this is my opinion, and this may seem as a criticism, and it kind of is a criticism, but it's sort of a praise at the same time. But in my impression, Resident Evil 9 felt more like a movie than it did like a replayable game. And so what makes Resident Evil 4, what makes games like Resident Evil 4 so great is Resident Evil 4 is super replayable. Like, you can play Resident Evil 4 numerous times and almost never get sick of it. Like, I've played Resident Evil 4 6, 7, 8 times. Because you play Resident Evil 4, you play Resident Evil 4 the first time, and after you're done with your first playthrough, you still haven't upgraded all of your weapons. You still haven't maxed out on your weapons upgrade. You still haven't tried out all the weapons. There's so many weapons in Resident Evil 4, and you can upgrade every single firearm in Resident Evil 4. You can upgrade all the shotguns, all the pistols, there's just different weapons. And there's so many different pistols in Resident Evil 9, and Resident Evil 4, and each pistol has its own specialty. And so when you're playing Resident Evil 4, you're playing as Leon Kennedy for the entirety of the game, which means you're playing as this sort of John Wick character for the entirety of the game, and you feel kind of powerful in Resident Evil 4. A lot more than you do playing as Grace Ashcroft in RE9. And so you play your first playthrough as in Resident Evil 4, and you're thinking, okay, I still haven't used all the weapons. I still haven't tried out all the weapons. I want to do another playthrough, but this time I want to really max out on my sniper rifle upgrades. And there's two different types of sniper rifles in Resident Evil 4. You have Springfield, which is a bolt-action sniper rifle, and then you have the automatic sniper rifle. And I upgraded both of those weapons to the max. And my favorite rifle is the bolt-action rifle in Resident Evil 4. It's super powerful. It can one-shot kill most of the zombies, and it sounds freaking cool, and it looks cool. And I love the little bolt action movement that Leon Kennedy does after every shot. And so, like, you could play Resident Evil 4 20 times, and it's still fun because you're in Resident Evil 4. You're using firearms throughout the game. There's never a point in Resident Evil 4, except for this one moment where you have to play as Ashley Graham, where you feel vulnerable. There's never a point when you're playing as Leon Kennedy where you feel vulnerable. You always have ammo available, you always have powerful weapons, and you can always upgrade your weapons. So you could do one playthrough and say, okay, I haven't upgraded all my weapons. All right, I'm going to do a second playthrough. I'm going to upgrade these weapons. I'm going to use the Red 9, and I'm going to upgrade the Red 9 pistol to its max. And then you realize, shit, I can one-shot zombies with the Red 9. And there's so much Red 9 ammunition throughout the world of Resident Evil 4 that it's just, you can use the Red 9 throughout the game, and you can use it as your main gun, and it's a lot of fun. So then you can do a third playthrough, and you can say, okay, I'm going to do the third playthrough, but this time I want to have a sniper rifle build. I want to do a bolt action sniper rifle build. So then you can play the game a third time, and you can focus mainly on on your sniper rifle, or you can focus on maxing out on the rest of your weapons, and then you can try out each weapon after it's been maxed out. And with each weapon, after being maxed out, you get a slightly different experience based on, you get more or less a different experience based on the weapons that you use and based on how maxed out or based on how upgraded the weapons are. So if you play with the Red 9, you get a very good experience because the Red 9 is so powerful. But then you could play with the other pistols. You could use just Leon Kennedy's OG 9mm pistol and then max that pistol out and see the full potential of that pistol. And so Resident Evil 4, for that reason, and plus the world of Resident Evil 4 was so massive. Like there's the village, and then there's outside of the village, then there's the lake, and then there's the region that's close to the castle, and then you get into the castle, and then you get outside the castle, and then you go to the island, and the island is the second half of the game, and it's a massive place. And so there's so many hours of playtime in Resident Evil 4. Add to that the fact that you can continuously upgrade these weapons for a pretty long time. Add to that you get a slightly different gaming experience, more or less, depending on the weapons that you use. Resident Evil 4 was a super replayable video game. Resident Evil 9, to me, is nowhere near as replayable as Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 9 is an amazing game to play. It's a lot of fun. The problem with Resident Evil 9, and this is my slight criticism of Resident Evil 9, and I'm not saying you should not play this game. I absolutely would recommend that you play this game. But what I will say about Resident Evil 9 is that you play as Grace Ashcroft for most of the game, and when you're doing your first playthrough, you don't know what's going to happen. So you're always feeling on edge as Grace Ashcroft. Like you just don't know what's going to happen. And then you do your second playthrough and you know exactly what's going to happen. So now when you're playing your first playthrough, the excitement of doing your first playthrough as Grace Ashcroft came from the unpredictability of Grace Ashcroft's playthrough. It came from the fact that you just did not know what was going to happen. You just did not know. And so that unpredictability, that volatility, that sense of vulnerableness is what kept you going in that game, because that's what made the game invigorating. That's what made the game exciting, because it scared you, and that feeling of fear felt so real as you were playing the game that it made the game exciting, because now you were wondering, okay, what's going to happen next? I got this far in the crazy house. What's going to happen next? I just found this one ink ribbon. Now I can finally save, but now I'm wondering what's going to happen next. And that desire to know what's going to happen next felt like reading a really good book. You wanted to know what's going to be in the next chapter, so you just keep reading. And that's what it felt like playing Grace Ashcroft. Whereas when you play Leon, you still don't know what's going to happen, but you still feel pretty secure. You don't feel vulnerable because you have such massive firepower as Leon Kennedy. So then you start doing your second playthrough, and now you're playing Grace Ashcroft again. I wish that they allowed you to go straight to Leon's chapter in your second playthrough. I wish that they would have done that. And I think that would have been better, because when you're playing Grace Ashcroft in your second playthrough, now you know exactly what's going to happen. You know everything that's going to happen. So now it's not so much that you're afraid. Now you're just sort of annoyed, because now it's like, okay, I know what's going to happen. This annoying singing zombie lady's going to be there, and now I got to get past her. And now I find myself playing. And the thing is that you can't upgrade any of Grace's weapons. So there's no progression in Grace Ashcroft's character at all. Like there is a steroid that you can use, that you can give her, and it kind of boosts up restraint a little bit, but it's very, very, it's very minor changes. You cannot upgrade her weapons at all. And throughout the game, she's just terrified. I mean, she's just terrified. Now, again, it's awesome for a first playthrough, but for a second playthrough, it's not ideal to say, and I'm not trying to be an asshole. This is my only criticism of the game. It's not ideal. And whereas with Leon's second playthrough, I really want to try out the other weapons that Leon has. I really want to try out different builds that you can design for Leon. Maybe I want to do more of a sniper rifle build. Maybe I want to do more of a shotgun build. Maybe I want to do all these different builds. So I really do want to do a second playthrough, but as Leon. Because, yeah, I know what's going to happen in Leon Kennedy's playthrough, but I want to see the different experiences that I can enjoy through through upgrading the various weapons that are at Leon Kennedy's disposal. The problem is, in order for me to enjoy a second playthrough as Leon, I have to go through Grace Ashcroft's playthrough. and I have to go through the crazy house, the hours of crazy house, running around, running away from zombies. And so here I am doing my second playthrough, and I'm like, okay, I want to get to Leon. I want to be John Wick. And because I know more or less what's going to happen in Grace's playthrough, there's no longer a fear factor in Grace's second playthrough. It's just knowing what's going to happen and then having to endure through it to finally get to Leon's part. And that is one of my criticisms for this game. The other criticism that I have for this game is the way that they treated the villains in this game. So there are two main villains in this game. There is Zeno, and then there is an Israeli guy by the name of Victor Gideon. Now, they don't say he's Israeli, but the only person who has a name Victor Gideon would be an Israeli. And Victor Gideon is this evil mad scientist who comes up with these different viruses that make people into zombies. Okay, this is typical Resident Evil villainship. But the thing about Victor Gideon that distinguishes him from the other Resident Evil villains is that he's so unique. Like, he's so creepy. He's so much creepier than Lord Sadler. He's so much creepier than Wesker in RE5. He's so much creepier than Lady Dimitrescu in RE8. He's even creepier than Mr. Baker in RE7. He's even creepier than Mr. X in RE2. Like, Victor Gideon is the creepiest, most unsettling, weirdest villain in all of Resident Evil history. You just look at the dude, and the very sight of him gives you the creeps. Like, straight up, Victor Gideon gave me the creeps. He was really a mix between Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs and Long Legs. And I think that when they designed him, I think maybe they were influenced by Silence of the Lambs and Long Legs. And he's just so creepy. And there are various parts of the game where you run into Victor Gideon and you either talk to him in creepy conversation or you kind of have to fight him a little bit. And then there's the final showdown. So the problem that I have with the final showdown between Leon Kennedy and Victor Gideon is that the final showdown is anticlimactic. And this has been a criticism expressed by other people about this game. It's a valid criticism. Again, I'm not saying you should not play this game. It is an amazing game. I would say it's in the top 5 list, best Resident Evil games. One of the best horror games I've ever played. It's an amazing game. It is a masterpiece. It's like watching a really good movie. I would recommend playing this game. But here is another criticism that I have of this game. And that is, on and off, you are interacting with this Victor Gideon guy. He's creepy, he's unsettling, he's weird, he's disturbing, he's just a sicko. And he has this serial killer vibe to him, and you're waiting for the apex of when you have to face this dude. You're waiting for the final showdown. And the final showdown happens, and Victor Gideon just becomes this red blob. Now, I would have loved to have a quick time style fight session between Leon and Victor, kind of like with what we had with Resident Evil 4 when Leon fought Krauser. I would have loved to have that. I would have loved to have maybe a gun battle between Victor and Leon. I would have loved a fight session, a hand-to-hand melee session between Leon and Victor Gideon. That would have been creepy. I think a really good idea. And here's the thing is, when you see Victor Gideon for the first time, he has these night vision goggles that look very much like the night vision goggles worn by Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs. This is why I say they got influence from that movie, which is fine. And I would have loved to have a scene in the game where Leon is in a super dark room and he can't see Victor, but Victor can see him, and you have to survive through that. I think that would have been an amazing idea. There could have been 50 different ways that Capcom could have ended this character. There are 50 different ways that Capcom could have had you fight this character. But they decide to have this final showdown, which is fine, right? We all need a final showdown. But they decide to have Victor Gideon transformed into a ginormous red blob with crab claws. And you just fill him up with lead. You just shoot him 50 times. And he's dead. And that's Victor Gideon. So I'm thinking, okay, this entire time, hours of game through, having to deal with this Victor Gideon guy on and off throughout this game, and we finally reach the end. We finally reach the apex of this game. And the best you do is a fat red blob that you just fill up with 50 rounds and you end it. I mean, really, like Capcom designed this perfect villain. This is the, as far as looks go, as far as vibe goes, this is the best video game villain I've ever seen, or at least definitely top 5 best villains I've ever seen. The design of this guy was amazing. And his character and personality, like I said, very creepy. But I'm just getting the impression that a bunch of Japanese dudes at Capcom were eating their noodles and they said, how do we end this game? I don't know. Just make a giant blob and have Leon shoot him until he dies. That's it. And it just felt, I don't know, felt a little bit flat. The other issue I have is with the second biggest villain in this game, called Xeno. Xeno, also really creepy. Not as creepy as Victor Gideon, but pretty creepy. Creepy, weird, the whole thing. And there's a scene in the game where Xeno has this ginormous pistol. He's got this hand cannon that he takes guys out with. And he's very efficient at it. And that makes him very, very dangerous in the game. And so I'm just imagining, okay, we're going to have a final boss battle with the Xeno guy, and it's going to be Leon's guns versus Xeno's hand cannon. And what does Capcom do? They have a scene near the end of the game where Victor Gideon just straight up kills Xeno. There's no final boss between Leon and Xeno. And they just took that amazing potential as a villain that Xeno had, and they just ended it with one cutscene. And yeah, so these are really the only criticisms that I have of Resident Evil 9. Other than that, the game is great. I give it a 9 out of 10. I found the game to be very exhilarating. I kept wanting more. I kept wanting to go back and play the game. I found the game to be unsettling, intense, creepy, and just a really good time. And I would highly recommend that you play Resident Evil 9. And that's it. That's my review for RE9, guys. All right, it has been almost 7 hours, and that was a video game review. It's been a while since I've done a video game review, but there we go. 1v1 games with 3 layers of guessing equals peak gameplay density. It's like a living life. Let's see here. Good memories. Yep. Video games nowadays are better spent on esport. Yeah, not really. I don't like esports. Smash Bros. Or Mario Kart. Yeah, they're okay. I played Resident Evil on PS2 like 15 years ago. Yeah, it's old school. Let's see here. There was nothing comedic about it. It was a good depiction of end-stage capitalism, radical nihilism, and snuff film. What are you talking about? RE7? Like, dude, do we have to get a whole university essay about a game? I don't know. RE9 ruined Hunk? Not really. I enjoyed the fight scene between Leon and Hunk. I thought it was pretty cool. Have you heard of Shush Hong Stone? No, I have not. I found the Manhunt series. I've never played it. I met Mila Jovovich many years ago. She told me she had just returned from visiting U.S. troops in Kosovo. Damn, after the first Resident Evil movie and video game? Shoot. The first Resident Evil film was okay. The rest of them suck. Leon equals actual gameplay. Yeah. We probably missed a Mel Gibson reference, but we made it for the gaming talk. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Let's see here. RE5 has peak mercs. Yeah, RE5 was, again, it wasn't a bad game. It's just my least favorite out of all of them. RE5 peak for co-op. Yep, that's what I hear. I've never done the co-op, though. We grow up seeing many dreams, but when you grow up, you see chaos everywhere and make up your minds to buy land, to do farming. What does that mean? The world has become an evil place to pursue dreams? I don't know, dude. If you want to buy land, go right for it. Start a garden. Never too late to start a garden. I'd hate Resident Evil 7 and 8 just being first-person shooter. I didn't mind it. I really enjoyed it, actually. It's more immersive. RE6 haters have low standards. If they prefer RE9, which has the same mechanics but no mercs. Oh, that's my other criticism of RE9 is there's no mercs. I think that's yeah. I wonder why they just didn't do mercenary modes. Thea, which church is the church that Peter built? It's the Catholic Church, but the Roman Catholic Church went down to hell, so I'm guessing the only thing there is the Eastern Orthodox. Hello from Southern California. Love your channel. Appreciate that, sir. Hilarious and a wealth of educational content. Appreciate that, Ella. Let's see here. Countries trying to ignore the Lebanon attack. 300 lives lost. Yep, 10 minutes. One massacre of 300 people in 10 minutes. Man, it's demonic. I am not sure if you're into Yugoslavian history, but I just recently purchased a book called Yugoslavia, Utopia Inspiration by Srdar Ristic. I've read a number of books in Yugoslavia, and I've done a number of videos on it. It's pretty good. It's pretty interesting stuff. Hitting my chocolate cupcake. All right, man, enjoy it. Do you have any favorite games? Yeah, Resident Evil 4. I loved Gears of War 1, 2, and 3. I love Bannerlord. I think Bannerlord is a masterpiece of a game. 7-hour stream. Yep, here we go. Hello from Costa Rica. Hello there. Manhunt 2. I never played Manhunt. Anticlimactic. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, the ending, it just felt really rushed. And I'm thinking, okay, you've made this great game and you've built so much tension in this game, and then you finally reach the top and it just goes bloop. And that was my biggest issue with Resident Evil 9. Hello, Midnight. My sister lives in Costa Rica. Cool. All right, guys, I'm gonna see you all later. Be well. God bless. I'll see you guys soon. It was a great stream. We had fun. And we will be here, God willing, again. All right, guys? So God bless you. Be well. Be well. And you guys just heard some theology. God bless. Oh, I'm still here. It's remuxing the recording right now. Oh boy. All right, guys. See you later. God bless you. Be well. Have a good weekend. And you guys just heard some theology.